The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601. The banquet was still in progress, and any word Shen Feng said would be pondered by the people below, as if they wanted to find out some key information from Shen Feng's words, so as not to become blind and deaf. But Shen Feng pointed to the side of the stage. 15-year-old Li Zhenli walked over holding 2 rosewood boxes. At this time, her face was very nervous. After everyone saw this scene, they began to gossip and said, "Isn't this girl the daughter of the city lord of Wanzhou? Why did she appear now holding a gift? Could it be that the city lord is planning to take a concubine? In this day and age, there is no so-called crime of bigamy. After all, the strong are respected. It is very common for the strong to have many partners, but this is not the case in the Fengshan Palace in Yazhou, because Chang Jianyi, both Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan grew up with Shen Feng, and their prestige is relatively high. Chang Jianyi guards the house all the year round, while Chu Chaoyan followed Shen Feng to fight everywhere before. In other words, if Shen Feng wants to marry other women, he needs their consent first, and during this period of time, it is said that Shen Feng has been mixing in Wanzhou's team, and he is very close to the eldest lady Li Zhenli, which makes people suspicious. Could it be that Chang took the initiative? But this girl is only 15 years old. Can the city lord do it? At this time, Shen Feng announced loudly, "My friends, witness, I brought back 2 national treasures from overseas and gave them to my 2 wives respectively." Original publication. After Shen Feng finished speaking, Li Zhenli opened a box and set it up for everyone in the hall to see. The pages of the book were yellowed and worn out, and it looked ugly, but everyone knew that the more this kind of thing, the more interesting it was. May be true. National treasure. This is a national treasure. I didn't expect to be brought back to the country by the city lord. I'm really proud. Everyone praised quickly at the beginning. More than 100 years ago, a large number of Chinese cultural relics were outflowed, and at that time, tomb robbers were rampant. I don't know how many treasures were lost overseas. In the past few years, people have been bringing overseas cultural relics back. But it requires money to be auctioned, and now, the treasures brought back by Shen Feng from overseas must not have been given money. Now that the currency system has basically collapsed, it is useless to give money, so this is Shen Feng. It was brought back above board. Chang Jianyi stepped forward, took the box, put a sweet kiss on Shen Feng's face, which caused a burst of laughter at the banquet afterwards. Shen Feng continued, "Everyone, besides Journey to the West of the Ming Dynasty, I also got Sudong Po's authentic works. We cherish the memory of the ancients. I will give this treasure to Chu Chaoyan." Chu Chaoyan also took another box, and also kissed Shen Feng in public sitting under the stage. Wang Aoi and Li Ziankang saw this scene, and couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. This is the real local tyrant, who is different when showing off his wealth. If it were me, I might just hold a bunch of the gold is showing off, and they are amazing. Decorate the facade with cultural relics. Li Ziankang was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "I remember that many people in Yangzhou have collected antiques. When I go back, I will first ask these people to put the antiques at home and let them wipe the cultural relics. I can't lag behind." After showing the 2 treasures, Shen Feng said to Li Zhenli, "Okay, you can go down. If you want to go back, you can go anytime. After you go back, tell your father to do a good job. If there's a chance, I will go back. Maybe I will go to Wanzhou to have a look." Li Zhenli quickly nodded in agreement, and then left. When the people below saw that Li Zhenli was just a gift giver, they immediately understood that they were thinking wrongly. How could the city lord be interested in this kind of underdeveloped girl? There are rumors in the world that Shen Feng likes mature women. Come on, this has been proven. After Shen Feng's speech, the banquet can communicate on its own, which is also the most basic social attribute of a banquet, especially in the East. They like to talk about business while eating and drinking, and talk about business while eating and drinking. After the business is finished, the next most important thing is to connect with each other at the banquet. Everyone walked around, but Shen Feng was entangled by Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai said directly, "Brother Feng, your technique of borrowing flowers to present Buddha is very powerful. I remember that Sudong Po's authentic works are obviously mine. But you gave it away. I didn't expose you, and don't forget what you promised me before. Shen Feng nodded quickly and said seriously, since I have already promised you, how could I forget it? Don't worry, I will let someone follow you to Yanjing tomorrow. In short, I will definitely investigate things related to Qin Qa. I can't leave Yazhao for a short time, but don't worry, the people I send out must be able-bodied. Shen Feng naturally also knew why Yu Hengai came all the way to help him fight. Wasn't it just to get his own help? There are many doubts about Qin Qa, so Yu Hengai just wants to find out the truth at this time. Maybe he can win back Qin Qa's heart. However, it is impossible for Shen Feng to leave Yazhao directly to help Yu Hengai do this, because there are still many traitors in Yazhao who have not been caught, and the foundation is unstable. Shen Feng must sit in Yazhao, and just now it was impossible for Shen Feng to go to Yanjing after falling out with the headquarters. After the headquarters found out, both parties were inevitably embarrassed. After Yu Hengai got this guarantee, he quickly said, "That's okay, you let Lin Yu go to Yanjing with me, his ability can help me investigate many things." Okay, if Lin Yu is concerned, the family has nothing to worry about, let him go to Yanjing, just take it as a refreshment. Shen Feng said immediately. Lin Yu was only a high school student before, but after experiencing the successive deaths of his relatives, he grew up a lot. In the end, Fu Ye's death directly made Lin Yu taciturn. After revenge, but still not getting married, there are a lot of women waiting to get married, but Lin Yu just pretends that he hasn't seen anything. Therefore, after Yu Hengai asked for Lin Yu's help, Shen Feng immediately agreed. Anyway, he was going to investigate what happened to Qin Qa. If there was no danger, he would treat it as a holiday and let him rest. After Yu Hengai received Shen Feng's reply, the stone that had been hanging in his heart before finally fell to the ground, and then he said with a bottle of wine, "I went over there for a drink, you can do what you want." After Yu Hengai left, Lu Keiwen found Shen Feng instead, looked around twice, and then said, "City Master, what? Gu Yangxiao wants to talk to the Deputy City Master alone, but there is no chance. Please do me a favor." When hearing this, Shen Feng first showed a puzzled expression, and then looked in Chang Jianyi's direction, only to find that Chang Jianyi was surrounded by a group of female relatives, and Chu Qiaoyan was similar. Both of them were entangled, and it was obviously impossible to talk alone. "Okay, I'll ask later, and I must make time for Gu Yangxiao," Shen Feng said hastily for Lu Kevin's request. Shen Feng is still very face-saving, isn't it just the need for a private conversation time? Anyway, Gu Yangxiao also saved her own child, and now she probably hopes to get more help, and this matter can be left to Chang Jianyi to deal with. Shen Feng quickly solved the problem. He winked at Chang Jianyi, who was in the crowd. Chang Jianyi understood, and immediately began to look for excuses. "Everyone eats and drinks well, I'm going to see the child, please forgive me for the poor hospitality." After finishing speaking, Chang Jianyi got rid of the crowd and left the hall. When he walked into the dark, Shen Feng also caught up at this time. "What do you mean by winking at me? Is there any danger?" Chang Jianyi asked directly at this time. Chang Jianyi hadn't come out of the previous tense situation, thinking that what Shen Feng said to herself now was dangerous, so could someone from the Xianlong Bureau come to take revenge? Shen Feng quickly said, "It's nothing, you are really nervous, then what? Dr. Gu wants to talk to you alone. I don't know what she wants to say, but I think she wants some special rewards. After all, it's been said that her family has been preparing to take her back and marry her all day long." Hearing this explanation, Chang Jianyi nodded quickly and said, "That's good, let Gu Yangxiao come to me, I'll prepare a separate room for her." Chang Jianyi immediately found a separate room and prepared to talk to Gu Yangxiao. She didn't let Luo Qing follow her. Anyway, Gu Yangxiao was just an ordinary person, and he didn't carry a weapon on him, so it was impossible to threaten him. Chang Jianyi prepared tea and snacks to entertain Gu Yangxiao, and it was also very quiet here. The dark night sky could be seen outside the window, and the whole room seemed very quiet. "Dr. Gu, is there anything you want to tell me alone?" "But it's okay," Chang Jianyi said while pouring tea for Gu Yangxiao. "The tea here is different from ordinary tea. Honey and lemon, the taste is bitter, and then sweet. The tea also has a fruity aroma, which tastes very good." Seeing that there was no one around, Gu Yangxiao said, "Madam can let me live in the city, I am very grateful, but I heard that people in the family have already tracked me, and they may come to the door at any time." Hearing The news? Chang Jianyi nodded. Although this incident was rather sudden, it was within her expectation. It can be seen that women from big families do not even have the freedom to control their own marriages. Don't worry, I will specially arrange someone to protect you. As long as you are in Yazhou, no one can take you away. You just stay. If you find someone you like, then remarry. Chang Jianyi also said quickly. After getting this answer, Gu Yangxiao could only smile wryly, and then replied, Mom, there is actually one more thing, that is, my new fiancé died. He is a supernatural being from the Xianlong Bureau called Zhang Ke. In yesterday's battle, he was killed by the city lord. It was only then that Chang Jianyi realized that what Gu Yangxiao wanted to tell him was this. It seemed that Gu Yangxiao's family was quite powerful, and it was possible for her to marry Ke Yiming, a powerful supernatural being. After Yiming died at sea, he was able to find another person with supernatural powers as her fiancé. Isn't this just right? Anyway, you don't want to marry him, so you die when you die. Chang Jianyi said as a matter of course. Gu Yan shook his head helplessly, and continued, I didn't even know what Zhang Ke looked like before, and then it was arranged for such a marriage. For the family, I am just a commodity that can be traded. Without Zhang Ke, there will be others, and as long as I live, this thing will not end. Dr. Gu, you must not have the idea of committing suicide. Things in the world are not static. As long as you work hard, you can always change something. Chang Jianyi heard her say this, and thought she was looking for death. Otherwise, how could you say these words? Gu Yangxiao explained, I'm not looking for death, I'm just lamenting my own fate. For the family's forced marriage, I have a solution, that is a fake marriage. As long as I get married again, the family will have no reason to force it. However, this matter cannot be decided by myself, I still need witnesses, so, oh, I see. You asked me to help you get married in a fake way, and this matter should not be made public, is it like this? Chang Jianyi immediately realized what Gu Yangxiao wanted to express. That's right, it's been less than a year since Ke Yiming died, and I still can't forget him, so I don't even think about getting married now, but if I don't get married, the family's persecution won't stop. So, after much deliberation, it can only be a fake marriage, and for this matter, someone who speaks well needs to be a witness to prove the whole story of this matter. After thinking about it, only madam, you can help me. Gu Yangxiao said sincerely. Chapter 602 Outrageous Rules. After Chang Jianyi knew Gu Yangxiao's real purpose, she nodded, agreed to this matter, and said, Don't worry, I will definitely help you with this matter. With me as a witness, if you need to explain when it's clear, I can explain it too. Chang Jianyi was already thinking about how to repay Gu Yangxiao. When her son was locked in the cave, the air in the cave was humid and the temperature was relatively low, which caused him to catch a cold and have a fever. The son's fever has subsided, otherwise, it's hard to say what will happen, but now Gu Yangxiao's condition is very simple, which makes Chang Jianyi decisively agree. Isn't it just to be a witness? Gu Yangxiao also found a partner for a fake marriage, that is Lu Keiwen. They knew each other a long time ago, when Lu Keiwen was thrown in the Debi Mountains by Shen Feng, so he had to hitchhike back to Yazhou and take a ride. They met each other when they were on the boat, but now that good people are doing their best, Lu Keiwen helped once, and he helped the second time. He even chose him for the fake marriage then. Gu Yangxiao talked about another matter. Mom, there is one more thing I have to explain clearly. During the day, you asked me to open a hospital. After thinking about it, I felt that I didn't have the ability. It's talent, and it's impossible for me to recruit so many doctors to work now, so I'd better continue to run my clinic, and if I can do small things like selling medicine and seeing a doctor, it's not a problem to support myself. In fact, in this era, as long as you have a skill, you can already support yourself. Not to mention the outstanding students of professional colleges like Gu Yangxiao, there are some technical secondary school students in health schools who haven't read many medical books. They have already dared to sell medicines, and some people even dared to make their own medicines and sell them, but such people are still very popular. When Chang Jianyi heard Gu Yangxiao say this, she thought that Gu Yangxiao was retreating to advance. After all, Gu Yangxiao had already told her about the predicament she was facing, which was equivalent to asking for help in disguise. At this time, Chang Jianyi had there are two options. One option is to help Gu Yangxiao solve this problem. This will consume a lot of energy. The other option is to pretend not to understand. Aren't you going to run a small clinic? Then go to open your clinic. But Chang Jianyi is always kind and kind. Based on the principle of good people doing their best and sending Buddha to the West, he replied, "Isn't it just a lack of funds and talents? I will solve it for you. Wait a moment, and I will find someone to help. You solve this problem, and it will be fine soon." After finishing speaking, Chang Jianyi went out and said to the people outside the door, "Go and call Tu Zuhui, who is in charge of personnel affairs, and say that you need to consult if you have any questions." Seeing Chang Jianyi's actions, Gu Yangxiao was at a loss. Didn't he want to give up? Why is the deputy city lord becoming so enthusiastic at this moment? Gu Yangxiao didn't know any way to make progress by retreating. She was just telling the truth. She felt that she didn't have the ability to run a hospital, so she didn't want to get involved in this matter at all. She opened a small clinic and put some commonly used medicines in the clinic for treatment. Minor illnesses such as headaches and brain fever will be cured, and there is no need to go to the hospital. When the time comes, it will be messed up, but it will not end. Tu Zuhui soon came to the room and asked, "Mom, is there anything I can help you with?" Chang Jianyi asked Tu Zuhui to sit down, then pointed to Gu Yangxiao and said, "My friend needs to open a hospital, and needs the support of funds and talents and technology. The problem of funds is easy to solve. I will give her a sum of money. But in terms of talents, you have to find a way to see if there are people in other hospitals who can transfer some to form a hospital." Hearing this request, Tu Zuhui couldn't help frowning, and said, "It's a troubled time now. Talents are out of stock, especially training doctors. It can't be successfully trained in 1 or 2 years. All hospitals are in urgent need of doctors, and they want to transfer them too many. I'm afraid I can't do it." Gu Yangxiao quickly said, "Since it is more difficult to recruit talents, let's forget about it. It's not a big deal anyway, and there's no need to disturb the order of other hospitals for me." Chang Jianyi didn't speak, but shook his head with a sigh. Originally, Tu Zuhui just wanted to reject a troublesome person, but now seeing the disappointment of the deputy city lord, he immediately became excited, and said in his heart, "If this matter can't be done well, will the deputy city lord think I'm useless? When I blow the pillow wind to the city lord, my status will be surpassed." It has to be said that smart people have more thoughts. At this moment, Tu Zuhui can see the consequences of not being able to complete the task. If he can't do it, it is a problem of ability. The deputy city lord has found other people to complete this task. Then your own status will be threatened. So, Tu Zuhui changed the subject and said, "Although we can't recruit too many doctors, it's okay to set up a hospital. It's impossible to form a large hospital, but it's okay to have a smaller hospital. Qualified doctors are appointed as the directors of each department, and then a large number of interns are recruited. This method is absolutely no problem." Interns? Our interns reliable? Chang Jianyi heard Tu Zuhui's suggestion, and couldn't help but start to suspect that the staff in a hospital were enriched by a large number of interns. Isn't this a joke? Tu Zuhui quickly looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, and then he explained, "Vice City Lord, you don't know something. Medical interns are different. They have many benefits, and the whole country basically the above is this kind of treatment. As long as medical students enter the hospital, they can do whatever they want. The interns can't object. Otherwise, as long as they write something in the internship evaluation, their graduation will be affected. In addition, there is no need to get paid." What? No need to pay wages? Who would do this? Chang Jianyi seemed to have heard some great news, and couldn't help but start to doubt her ears. Although she was also a medical student, she hadn't participated in an internship after all. "I'm not very clear about the doorway here, and now after hearing Tu Zuhui's words, I suddenly feel something is wrong." Tu Zuhui said as a matter of course, "Deputy City Lord, this is what you don't understand. Since 40 years ago, medical student internships have been like this. Hospitals at most provide board and lodging for interns. The conditions are excellent, and the hospital will give a subsidy of 200 yuan per month, and some hospitals with poor performance will not even have board and lodging and subsidies. It has been like this for more than 40 years, and it is still the same now. It's really amazing. An internship opportunity can allow countless students to intern at their own expense. Whatever the doctor does, the interns can do whatever the doctor does. The interns can't resist and gain knowledge." Chang Jianyi couldn't help but sigh. It's not just a self-financed internship? Some even pay the hospital for an internship. Tu Zuhui felt that the experience came in handy at this time. Who let Chang Jianyi and Gu Yangxiao have no experience in the world, for all kinds of things before the end of the day the rules are not clear, and these rules can only be understood by those who have experienced it personally, and those who have not experienced it do not understand at all. Keep talking, we're listening. Chang Jianyi continued to ask, could there be more outrageous things besides self-financed internships? Tu Zuhui took a sip of tea unhurriedly, and then said, for medical students, internship is very important. If you don't have internship experience, you will have problems even graduating. If you can't graduate, you can't find a job, so there's medical treatment. Institutions and schools colluded to let students intern in specific units, and these units provided positions for students to intern, but they were not free, they charged internship fees. You can only do internships after paying money. It's amazing, it's different. At this moment, even Gu Yangxiao felt that it was exaggerating, and he didn't expect that the unspoken rules could be so outrageous. It's fine to say that the students participate in the internship at their own expense, but it's just half a year's work for the hospital for nothing. As a result, there are still jobs that need to be paid for the internship. It can be said that the work is done, and the board and lodging are not included, and an additional payment is required. Giving money to medical institutions, this kind of business, even capitalists will cry when they see it. What is blood-sucking? This is the real blood-sucking. What is cutting leaks? This kind of leak that doesn't even let go of the root is the real cut leak. It's not enough. As long as the medical institutions are more disgusting, they will directly set a lot of rules. As long as they violate the rules, they will be fined directly, a fine of 100 at a time, and more fines. Tu Zuhui continued. When Chang Jianyi and Gu Yangxiao learned about such unspoken rules, they both felt that it was outrageous. It was simply incredible that there would be such a bizarre thing in the world. Wait a minute, how could such outrageous rules exist? Logically speaking, since the establishment of this practice rule, there should be some people who objected to it, but it seems that no one is making trouble now, which is very strange. Chang Jianyi, I noticed something was wrong. It is logically impossible for such a rule to squeeze interns to exist, not to mention anything else. Most of the interns are in their 20s, and their minds have already matured. Not only that, young people are full of vigor, and it is the time of rebellion, so how can they be manipulated by others? That doesn't fit the way young people think at all regarding this question. Tu Zuhui thought about it carefully, and then replied, whether this rule is reasonable or not depends on the era we live in. 40 years ago, such a rule was absolutely reasonable, and it was a welfare. Think about it, 40 years ago, what was the value of 200 yuan? 1 month's life was guaranteed, and these subsidies were considered benefits. At that time, interns could be assigned jobs, even the worst ones. Going to the health center in the township, how can this kind of rule be hindered? Chang Jianyi was awakened by Tu Zuhui's answer. It is true. Some rules that seem outrageous now were the most reasonable rules at the time. Who made the original job a package assignment? What else would I complain about? But later, the work no longer included assignments, and this internship system also created loopholes. Of course, Chang Jianyi also noticed something even more outrageous, that is, 40 years have passed, and the internship subsidy for medical students has never increased. If 200 yuan is in a big city, it is estimated that they can only eat for a week. Well, the subsidy has become completely symbolic. Dr. Gu, you have heard that as long as you recruit interns, you can enrich the hospital's talents. Now you have nothing to worry about. I wish your hospital a smooth opening. Chang Jianyi smiled and said to Gu Yangxiao. Gu Yangxiao originally thought that opening a hospital was a very difficult thing. Funds, talents, technical level, all these things can't be solved by himself. It's better to open a small clinic, and there will be no major problems. But after hearing about these unspoken rules, Gu Yangxiao suddenly discovered that in the apocalypse, it is very easy to make money. As long as you understand the rules, you can make money and become famous. Then, I'll give it a try. However, the treatment for interns is still too miserable. I'm going to improve their treatment. I can't make them lose money to work. Gu Yangxiao said hastily, seeing that he had perfectly solved the task assigned to him by the deputy city lord. Tu Zuhui finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his ability will not be questioned. As for what will happen to the follow-up hospital, then just look at the after effect. In fact, the unspoken rules of the medical system can't be talked about for 3 days and 3 nights. The tree is big and deep-rooted. People who are not in this industry don't know how deep the water is, and only those who are in it can know the potential of the medical system. What the rules are like, if you want to change, you can only touch the foundation. Chapter 603 The Enemy Appears. Under Tu Zuhui's persuasion, Gu Yangxiao finally realized that it is not too difficult to open a hospital in the apocalypse. The recruiting of interns has started, but the interns can only work honestly at this time. Shen Feng at the banquet got a surprising news, that is, a strange force appeared in Lulian Mountain, and this force was all composed of supernatural beings. People with abilities will choose to rely on large forces to act. After all, only larger forces can support people with abilities. The needs of people with abilities are not 3 meals a day and 2 days off a week. If people with abilities want to become stronger, they need to evolve. Base will do. However, the forces in Lulian Mountain exist independently, and no one knows their details. They don't know where they come from, nor what their demands are. It seems that they just occupy a few hills and have nothing to do. Not blocking the road or robbing. It seems that they are living in seclusion. The most strange thing is that every time someone gets close to the gathering place of these people will fall into the situation of ghosts hitting the wall, and they will watch the mountain appear in front of their eyes, but when they are walking towards the mountain, but no matter what, he couldn't make it to the end. When he turned his head and left, he quickly moved away, as if there was a formation around the mountain that only existed in legends. This group of people hides in Lulian Mountain, and they will not appear under normal circumstances. They have also built wind turbines in the mountain. People often see bright lights on the mountain, but they can't get close to it. The local people think that there must be something inside. It is a place where gods live, but many people tend to think that the people inside are supernatural beings. After hearing the news, Shen Feng thought about it immediately, and said while thinking, in other words, people who are close to the mountains can't approach casually, that is, they lose their sense of direction. So no matter how they walk, they can't approach. This is an illusion. Shen Feng had a serious face, obviously thinking of something serious at this moment. Yu Henggai also came over at this time, and said to Shen Feng, didn't we fail to find the right path when we were at sea? Moreover, we fell into an illusion directly. I think there must be something tricky about this matter. The person who informed Shen Feng of the news was Li Xiankang. He had a group of people who had fled from the north under his command. These refugees also told Li Xiankang the news at this moment. Li Xiankang saw the serious expressions of Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, and couldn't help asking curiously, do you have any problems with these supernatural beings? Shen Feng nodded and replied, we encountered a group of supernatural beings ambushing us at sea. Before, I wondered if it was a good thing done by these people from the Xianlong Bureau, but last night, I didn't find anything similar. The guy with supernatural powers, so I thought that this group of people was hiding abroad, but now it seems that they are actually hiding in Lulian Mountain, which is really unexpected to me. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were forced to eat the seeds of the centenary orchid before, and they fought for a loss. This is considered to have escaped from the sea, and finally recovered after a month of recuperating in the Japanese country. Thinking of this, both Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were very angry. He, who has been famous for a long time, was finally beaten by a group of forces and fled in embarrassment. It would be embarrassing to say it, so the two of them are always looking for revenge. The two had never been able to find a chance to take revenge before. After all, they didn't even know the true face of the enemy, so they couldn't determine the faction the other party belonged to. Revenge is not easy. Before, they only knew that this group had robbed a cargo ship carrying food. The rest of the news is completely unknown, but fortunately, at this time, Li Xiankang informed the matter in time. According to what you said, this group of people is obviously very powerful, and their strength should not be simple, but I seem to have never heard of them before. I think this group of people is not simple, and the forces behind them are also very powerful. It must be hidden deeply. Li Xiankang analyzed. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai nodded again and again when they heard this analysis. Obviously, at this time, they also agreed with each other's statement. To become stronger, a supernatural person needs the blessing of resources. It's just wishful thinking, and it's not easy for a group of guys hiding in the Lulian Mountains to obtain resources. Therefore, there must be a huge force hidden behind this group of people. If you want to find out the details of this group of people, it seems that you can only start from the Xianlong Bureau. After all, various clues indicate that there is a lot of connection between this mysterious organization of supernatural beings and the Xianlong Bureau. Killed, it is impossible to ask more content. Shen Feng said with a sigh. Su Liang was killed by Bao Aiming and Shi Weishan, and it was impossible for the two of them to capture each other alive. In addition, all the supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau were killed, and there was no one alive for Shen Feng to interrogate. So, Shen Feng couldn't figure out what was going on, let alone what this mysterious force in Lulian Mountain was doing. Yu Henggai looked around and said in a low voice, "Don't forget, Su Liang is only the vice captain. The captain of the Xianlong Bureau is still in Yanjing. The captain must know about this. If you catch this guy and interrogate him directly, you won't believe it. Ask for some clues." What Yu Henggai said made sense, but Shen Feng felt it was unrealistic. Come on, the captain of the Xianlong Bureau is hiding in Yanjing. Is that an existence that we can kidnap and interrogate casually? Not to mention, the Xianlong Bureau is still there. There are more than a dozen supernatural beings, and it is completely impossible to catch this guy. Regarding Yu Henggai's suggestion, Shen Feng does not intend to listen to it. If nothing else, just talking about Yanjing's tens of thousands of troops is not a vegetarian. Now Shen Feng has turned against Yanjing. The reason for the attack was that the headquarters was the one that was wronged, and he was born without a name. If he angered the headquarters would send 2 missile warnings to Yazhou, and Shen Feng would have to give in. Yu Henggai said in a low voice, "Have you forgotten? Lin Yu, didn't I tell you before? Ask Lin Yu to follow me to Yanjing. Don't you know his abilities? Now it can come in handy." Shen Feng was reminded, his eyes lit up immediately, and he said, "That's right, with Lin Yu here, there's no need to worry." When Shen Feng was at sea half a year ago, the conversation was monitored, and he and Li Qi had a few whispered words, which were all heard by Su Huwei, who manipulated the sound waves, so that Shen Feng and Li Qi later communication should only take place on paper so as not to be heard at that time. Su Huwei could not control the frequency of the sound waves very well. Except for monitoring, fighting was impossible, but Lin Yu was different. In fact, it can directly release the sonic attack, which can hit the internal organs of the enemy, causing serious damage, and it can also be monitored. It is also because Lin Yu has the ability to monitor other people's conversations, so Lin Yu is a leader in the intelligence department. After all, as long as he's around, he will know every move of many people below. Shen Feng decided that when Lin Yu went to Yanjing, he would inquire about the news by the way. It would be best if he could know the details of the gang in Lulian Mountain, so as to lay a good foundation for revenge in the future. Then kill the enemy directly. The banquet was very joyful, everyone talked and laughed in the castle, and finally dispersed in the middle of the night. Shen Feng found Lin Yu at night and said, "I'm going to give you a mission to go to Yanjing to help Yu Henggai find some key news. It will be treated as a vacation. I will grant you a sum of money. You are outside play for 2 months, and besides, I will ask Cao Fuli to help you. His combat power is not bad, and he can help you." Lin Yu agreed without saying a word. "No problem, I'll pack up and get ready to go right away." Lin Yu seems to have a kind of obsession with performing tasks. As long as the task is ordered by Shen Feng, he must do everything possible to complete it. As for Qi Lingshan, he is much more chick. Finish. If you can't finish it, you will delay, and he is still preparing to marry a wife. In comparison, Lin Yu doesn't drink or smoke, is not a womanizer, and doesn't like money. He is simply a perfect good man, but this kind of people makes Shen Feng feel uncomfortable, and the reason is very simple. 1 point, as long as they are people, they all have desires, and targeting these people's desires can have the effect of control, and those who like money will give money. In this way, he can control his subordinates, but Lin Yu doesn't seem to have any desires. He is obviously a young man under 20 years old, but he is already old-fashioned and seems to have lost all desires. This made Shen Feng wonder how to control Lin Yu, or if Lin Zexu is right, the sea is open to all rivers, tolerance is great, as long as a person has no worldly desires, he will become extremely strong. Lin Yu, have fun outside. It's best to find true love and bring it back to Yazhou. You're not young anymore. I think you're 18 years old, right? It's time to get married, and you have to pass on the Lin family line. Shen Feng couldn't help persuading him. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile and said, "Let's go with fate." If it was in the past, the age of marriage was basically over 20 years old, and there were quite a few leftover men and women in their 30s and 40s, but that was the peace season, the society was stable, and material needs could be fully met. But now it is different. 15-6-year-old men and women can get married and have children directly. Nowadays, the needs of people are to live and have a full stomach. Other needs are basically gone, so love has become back to its original nature. Therefore, Shen Feng's statement that Lin Yu has reached the age for marriage is not false at all. Now is the time. As long as Lin Yu is willing, those who want to marry him must line up tens of meters after dawn. Yu Henggai was about to leave. By Yu Henggai's side, Lin Yu and Cao Fuli were ready to go to Yanjing to complete the mission. At this time, almost the whole country knew the news of Shen Feng and Yu Henggai's safe return. Shen Feng they had to stay in Yazhou, and they couldn't leave easily. Lin Yu and Cao Fuli were very experienced in investigations, and their combat effectiveness was reasonable. Yu Henggai and his people rushed to Yanjing without stopping. Brother Feng, let's just say goodbye. I will repay you when I investigate the whole matter clearly. Yu Henggai said sincerely. The relationship between men is relatively simple, but there are 4 kinds of the deepest feelings, namely carrying guns together, going horn together, going through windows together, and sharing stolen goods together. These 4 kinds of experiences will give people a feeling of sympathy between brothers. Even if they are not related by blood, they will feel that they are good brothers after meeting. In the past half a year, Yu Henggai and Shen Feng have been together for a long time, and for Yu Henggai, he has received Shen Feng's help many times, and everyone has fought together. This can be regarded as an incident of resisting guns. There are some feelings, and now they are parting. Yu Henggai is not feeling well. Okay, don't be sensational. I won't shed tears for you. Hurry up and try to find out the truth as soon as possible. If you can't get along outside, then come to Yazhou. Shen Feng said with a smile. Yu Henggai nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and left Yazhou with Lin Yu and Cao Fuli. Shen Feng waved his hand gently, feeling a sense of loss for a moment. Chapter 604 let him go. There is still a peaceful atmosphere in Yanjing City. This is the capital city after all. Therefore, even in the apocalypse, the streets are very bustling. People walking on the streets are dressed in gorgeous clothes. It seems that there is no need to think about life. It is also the confidence of the capital. There are 8 million people here. Whether it is food or gasoline, they have hoarded a lot. The headquarters in Yanjing is in the central city. The entire building is wide, and there are small bridges and flowing water outside the headquarters, which looks more elegant. But at this time, the office in the headquarters has been arguing, and the content of the quarrel is naturally because of the current hot time, the mutant vines in Dongshan. No, it was fighting in Yazhou. Shen Feng led a group of supernatural beings to kill most of the supernatural beings in the newly formed Xianlong Bureau. Now, it can be said that the Xianlong Bureau has been disabled right now. Everyone in the headquarters is discussing how to treat Yazhou. Everyone must discuss a suitable method. It is impossible to treat Yazhou as non-existent, especially because the evolutionary genes possessed by Yazhou are beyond the reach of other laboratories produced on a large scale. There are 2 ways to obtain evolutionary agents. The first method is to concentrate evolutionary agents. If this is done, the amount of evolutionary agents consumed is too large. General laboratories cannot produce evolutionary agents on a large scale. If all the evolution medicines are used to synthesize, the evolution bases obtained will not be particularly large. Another way to obtain evolutionary bases is synthesis, allowing plants to synthesize evolutionary bases themselves, and this kind of plant only exists in Yazhou. Even if it is exposed to the sun, it will not die completely. When there is a suitable opportunity, it will be able to come back to life. The headquarters can easily cut off the urgently needed items in Yazhou, such as ore, oil, and satellite communications, and Yazhou can also directly cut off the supply of evolutionary bases. This way, it will be difficult for both parties. In the conference room, a middle-aged man stood up and said directly, "This guy Shen Feng is pure lawlessness. I really think Yazhou is his world? You must not be soft now. You must be tough to the end. Suppress others. Yes, yes, right now, you must not give Yazhou any good looks now. You must know that these supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau this time are elites. If one of them died, it would be very distressing. Now that they are 24, well, how can this kind of hatred be forgotten? What's more, the southern folk groups are all headed by Yazhou. The appearance of Yazhou shows that Yazhou has become the leader of this gang. I also support a tough attitude, but the reason why Shen Feng dares to be so arrogant is because he can't see the current situation clearly. Give me 50,000 soldiers, and the missile base is ready to launch at any time. I will take the troops to Yazhou. Can't believe this can't be resolved." After the meeting started to discuss, More than half of the people expressed their opinion directly. Yazhao must know how powerful the headquarters is, and Yazhao cannot be allowed to continue to be rampant majesty in the eyes of these people. Shen Feng is just a careerist who stole money from one side, and he must be wiped out. Moreover, the 9-death resurrection tree that can produce evolutionary agents can only be held in the hands of their own people, and cannot be choked by others. As for Shen Feng's combat power, it's not worth mentioning at all. There's no need to worry. Even supernatural beings are not truly invincible. As long as they are dealt with properly, supernatural beings can definitely be killed. After all, ordinary people have appeared before. The matter of killing supernatural beings, technology changing destiny, this has been happening since ancient times. However, in the same way, there are many people who oppose the tough treatment of Yazhao. The most important point is the lack of food. That's right, the headquarters is short of food. If the weather is good and the weather is good, there will never be a shortage of food in China. After all, this vast land can support a population of more than 1 billion, and now 9/10 of the population have become zombies and have been processed one after another. It is not difficult for the remaining people to support them. However, it is a troubled time now. There are still zombies active in some remote mountainous areas, and there are also mutant beasts multiplying in the mountains and rivers. It is too dangerous to farm land in the mountains. In this way, the only places that can be farmed are the plains. However, last year's floods hit the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Not to mention the lack of harvest, even food was a problem. This year, North China also suffered from a typhoon. The south has not yet recovered, and the only place that produces grain is the northeast plain. After 2 years, the problem of food shortage has become very serious, and the battle will consume a lot of food. As the saying goes, once the cannon is fired, the gold is 10,000 taels, which means that the cost of the war will be very large. No, summer grain can only satisfy people's daily consumption, and autumn grain will take 2 months to harvest. There must be no infighting. This is very unwise. Please calm down. Immediately, someone began to persuade them. What is considered is not the momentary pleasure, but more things, logistics, impact on the situation, and subsequent adverse consequences. That's right. Even if Yazhao has been de facto separatist, we can't do it directly, otherwise it will cause a group of non-governmental organizations. In my opinion, as long as Yazhao's business is blocked, it will be fine to impose sanctions on Yazhao and not import for coal and oil. After 2 years of blockade, Yazhao will naturally be subdued. Speaking of oil, our current oil can only guarantee that a small part of the area can be used. If we want to fight a large-scale war, oil can't keep up. Should we let soldiers carry weapons and dry food on the road? The voices of opposition also sounded at this time. Obviously, most people are very impulsive, and they will fight when their heads are hot. They are going to teach this arrogant place Yazhao a lesson. It would be best if they can take Yazhao back. If it doesn't work, Yazhao must obey the order and not let Yazhao do what it wants. However, there are still a small number of people who are clear-headed and know that fighting at this time is definitely not a good thing. Right now, mutant beasts are still multiplying in the mountains. At this time, instead of containing the number of mutant beasts, they are preparing to fight among themselves. It can't be said that once they fight with Yazhao, they will lose the big because of the small. Both parties in the conference room were very unconvinced, and they started to argue with each other. They tried their best to persuade each other, but the positions of both sides were very clear, and it was obvious that they could not be easily persuaded. In the end, in the conference room, it turned into a riot. Someone here said, "Blindly we can only encourage the arrogance of others. If Yazhao disobeys orders today, next time other cities will not obey orders. What should we do?" The people over there immediately said, "Fighting without considering the consequences is tantamount to militarism. We need to remember the lessons of history. Although a country is strong, a warlike country will surely perish." When the quarrel started in the conference room, Marshal He, who was sitting on one side of the conference room, was silent all the time. He was over 90 years old and had experienced many battles. Now, he kept silent and remained silent, listening quietly to the quarrel of the people in the conference room. Sitting next to Marshal He was his great-grandson, a boy of 17 or 18 years old. It was basically impossible for him to participate in a meeting of this level, but fortunately his great-grandfather was old. "I need family care, so I can come here to listen." He looked at the noise in the conference room, and couldn't help but whisper to his great-grandfather, "Old ancestor, Didn't some people from the headquarters ask the Xianlong Bureau to target Yazhao? It seems that the headquarters is ignorant, but now, why doesn't everyone mention this? Hearing this, Marshal He replied in a low voice, "You are still young, and you need to realize this slowly. In short, it will be a troubled time in the future. You must work hard to achieve peace in the world, Marshal. He has only one wish for his great-grandson, that is to end this troubled world and restore peace to the world." But he nodded quickly, but he didn't take it seriously, and said in his heart, "I don't have the ability to make the world peaceful." After arguing for a while, everyone was finally tired and knew that it would be fruitless to continue the quarrel. Now the logistics shortage is real, food and gasoline are lacking, and large-scale wars are no longer possible. Millions of troops were gathered to resist the zombies. The scene will not appear in a short period of time, and without a strong enough deterrent, it is impossible to make Yazhao succumb. This has become the consensus of everyone. Although the headquarters still has nuclear bombs in their hands, nuclear bombs cannot be used casually. If they are used on their own people, it will be infamous for thousands of years. Therefore, even at the meeting, no one proposed to use nuclear bombs to attack Yazhao at this point. The meeting had to come to an end, and today's meeting needed to discuss a result. Marshal He stood up. Although he was old, no one dared to ignore this as the hero of the country. The Yanjing wartime headquarters was established at the beginning with the support of Marshal He. Now, if he wants to speak, everyone can only listen. Listen to me. Now we are short of food and gasoline, and we can't solve this problem in a short time. The matter of sending troops to suppress Yazhao is not allowed to be mentioned within half a year. Only after the autumn grain harvest and the problem of oil supply are resolved, can we continue fight. Moreover, the main target of the battle is the mutant beast. The knife must never be pointed at the compatriots. Marshal He said loudly. When everyone heard what the marshal said, they could only nod their heads in agreement. There is no other way at the moment. There is not enough supplies, and it is very unwise to go on an expedition, and the impact it will bring is also very bad at this time. Marshal He continued, "Before we estimated that the pipeline from Siberia in the north will be repaired soon, and natural gas and oil will be supplied soon, but now it seems that the situation is still too simple to imagine. Contact Karame. Prepare to extract oil, and don't care about the extent of the extraction, as much as you can extract." "Yes." Everyone at the meeting answered quickly. At first, there were still many people who were not convinced, and felt that Yazhao's disobedience to orders was provoking themselves, and this must be a severe lesson. But now that the marshal has already spoken, they can only temporarily let Feng go. The horse is gone. China has a vast land and abundant resources. What is missing? Such a vast country also has oil and natural gas. Although it is not as good as the reserves in the Middle East, it can still supply itself. However, it will basically be consumed after 50 or 60 years of mining. Petroleum is a non-renewable energy source, so if you use it, you will use less. Therefore, China has chosen to reduce domestic oil extraction and instead buy international oil. As for the oil in your own home, you must leave some for future generations. Think about the present, not the future. Foreign oil mainly comes from two channels. One channel is from the sea, which mainly buys oil from the Middle East, and the other channel is from land, that is, in the north. Siberia also has a lot of oil. After the pipeline is built, it will be able to ship directly from Siberia to the northeast. The headquarters also attaches great importance to oil matters. In order to restore the pipeline, almost half of the members of the Ability Management Bureau were sent to Siberia. I thought that if the ability person took action, the pipeline could be connected quickly. However, a year has passed, and the Ability Management Bureau has not yet completed the task, so we can't wait any longer. We must extract oil from the country. There is no way. The oil that we wanted to leave to our children and grandchildren can only be taken out and used first. The headquarters is preparing to exploit a large amount of domestic oil, and at the same time, it calls the Ability Management Bureau in Siberia. How is the mission going? There is already an oil shortage in the country. If you still can't complete the mission, you should do it as soon as possible. Come back. I am not blaming you for your lack of ability, but I think you can use your expertise in other places. These words from the headquarters are already very severe. It does not sound like they are doubting the ability of the Ability Management Bureau, but these words from the headquarters need to be listened to in reverse. It is not to criticize clearly, but the subconscious meaning is to criticize. To this, the Ability Management Bureau could only reply, "Please give me another month." From the headquarters, it only takes 1 month, and we can completely solve the pipeline problem. Chapter 605 Difficulties in Siberia. While the headquarters was struggling with food and oil, the Ability Management Bureau far away in the Siberian plain was helpless, apparently helpless for the current predicament. They were located in Tyumen City, and the oil fields here were also famous in Tyumen. The oil field, it can be said that this is the largest city east of the Ural River. Heavy industry is also okay, and there are many banks in the city. It has been more than a year since Xiao Sheng and others came to Tyumen. They came with a mission. They had to get through the oil pipeline. They thought that at most they would kill the zombies. After the zombies were solved, the pipeline would be opened. Well, when the time comes, everyone who completes the task will still be a world-renowned hero. Originally, the oil that China imported from the Goose country was mined and transported from nearby Oha, and this place originally belonged to China in the Qing dynasty, but now that the end is coming, the zombies and mutant beasts on Sakhalin Island are too much. Many, and it was in the Far East, which Goose country could not take care of, so 2 years later, there were basically no living people on the island, and no manpower meant that oil could not be extracted, so the Ability Management Bureau could only come to Tyumen City, although it is a little farther than the distance from Karamay to Yanjing, but the pipeline has been built here before, and there is no shortage of manpower around. Therefore, as long as the crisis in Tyumen can be resolved, then the oil will be continuously transported to the northeast, and the pipeline of Goose country will be used to complete the purpose of transporting oil. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or exchange it for food. As a result, after Xiao Sheng, the deputy captain, came to Tyumen with more than 20 supernatural beings, he discovered that all the zombies in Tyumen had been killed. There are only 500,000 people, which is the number of people in 10 ordinary small towns in China. 500,000 zombies were quickly wiped out under the heavy firepower. However, the difficulties have only just begun. For Tyumen, which is sparsely populated, the scale of zombies is too small to pose a threat. The most serious problem in Tyumen is the lack of food. Originally, in the Siberian plain, a place so suitable for growing crops, it is generally unimaginable to go hungry, especially since mechanized operations have long been done here. Large-scale agricultural machinery sows, sprays pesticides, harvests, and processes, and the labor costs have been infinitely reduced. Even though only one crop can be planted a year, there are many plains and there will be no shortage of food. But what people did not expect is that there is also a shortage of food in Tyumen. There are only 50,000 people in the city. There are not many people, but most of these people are workers. Oil extraction is enough, and the city wall has been repaired for 4 or 5 years. Migao can resist ordinary mutant beasts, but if he lacks food, he has to go out to find food. If there is a shortage of food, there is also a shortage of food. Anyway, what the Ability Management Bureau needs is oil. As long as we can start digging for oil again, that will be enough. However, the process of digging for oil was not smooth. The area around Tyumen is all plains. Except for farmland, there are forests. Siberia has the largest forest coverage in the world. With forests, there is room for mutant beasts to live, and these most of what the mutant beasts ate came from humans in Siberia. There are a lot of brown bears. There are always jokes on the internet that Maozi is very powerful in combat and can subdue brown bears with his bare hands, but that is basically a joke. If you really believe it, you will be out of your mind. You know, here every year, humans are attacked by brown bears and make news, and wild animals like brown bears often go to the garbage dump to find food. In fact, in winter, there is a lack of food in the forest, so they can only look for food from the garbage dump of the population. At least don't starve to death. As a result, when there were more mutated beasts in the forest, the food was even less able to support the consumption of animals. Now not only the brown bears dared to go out to the forest to find food, but also the wolves and badgers came out, and the mutated animals all increased in size. Quite a few. From a distance, it looks like a lion and a tiger appearing on the ground. Although wolves are recognized as carnivorous animals, they are not pure meat eaters. If a species wants to survive, it will always adapt to the environment. Animals will eat whatever is available in the environment. So, no matter what, be it wild boars or wolves, they all got into the farmland and started to ruin the crops before the corn is ripe. It will be broken off by brown bears and not. The wild boar is desperate to get into the ground to dig into the soil. A wild boar can ruin several acres of land. In order to prevent the crops from being eaten, Tyumen City sent people to guard the farmland. As a result, the cunning mutated beasts learned how to move from east to west, and after making noise in the east, The large army not on the crops and the West farmland miners also need to eat. If they don't dig oil, they won't die, but if they don't eat, they will starve to death. Therefore, the plan of digging oil into men was temporarily put on hold in order to solve the trouble. Xiao Sheng led the people from the Supernatural Management Bureau to go deep into the forest and kill animals when they saw them. Xiao Sheng, Jin Ziju, and Zhang Zi were all 5th-level supernatural beings. Isn't it easy to kill mutant beasts? For a time, the animals in the forest near to men were completely destroyed, and the prey they caught could be regarded as able to maintain their actions for a period of time. The workers finally agreed to start work, but when they went to the mine, they discovered the original mine. All around, the mutated marmots had dug holes, and the ground was full of dense holes, which became a hornet's nest around the mine. The soil was extremely loose. The original mine had collapsed. Looking at the machinery, they were all rusted. It took just over a year, and the iron and steel machinery could no longer be used. No, I have to choose other places to drill wells. This area is no longer usable, so I can only choose other places to drill wells. But don't worry, we may not have anything else in Tumen, but there is absolutely enough oil. The old miner in Tumen said to Xiao Sheng replied. As a result, winter came in a short time, and it snowed heavily. Siberian winter, as you can imagine, the ground is all frozen in winter. It is extremely difficult to drill wells. The snow on the ground can be as deep as 50 centimeters. By this time, the brown bears in the mountains began to hibernate, and human activities would also decrease accordingly. They could only stay in the house to keep warm. Siberia might not have anything else, and the wood was definitely enough winter while these people were spending the winter in Siberia. Qin Kui gathered some left-behind personnel of the Ability Management Bureau and went to the Pacific Ocean basin in the southern hemisphere to look for meteorites. It was summer in the southern hemisphere, and if the dangers encountered at sea were not considered, it would be very comfortable. At that time, Xiao Sheng and others also felt that the task of salvaging meteorites was relatively good. It never occurred to me that the fleets all over the world lost their troops at sea, not to mention failing to find the meteorite, and almost all their manpower was lost. And when this year's winter is over, Xiao Sheng also immediately urged the oil company to quickly extract oil, otherwise, the domestic oil gap will really not be filled. Now that winter has come, all the snow outside has been spent. It's no longer permafrost. You can find a place to drill for oil, but there are only 50,000 people left in Tumen, and there are still many women and children in this population. Before spring comes, we must plant the land as soon as possible. If we don't plant the land, we will have nothing to eat. My dear friend, you must not force us to mine oil. Now we can only eat raw bread. If we miss the planting season, we won't even be able to eat raw bread. Xiao Sheng said. After learning of this result, Xiao Sheng almost went crazy, because he has been in Siberia for almost a year, and he has nothing else to do except killing mutant beasts. I hope the oil can be sent back to the country as soon as possible. Here many miners have to farm the land. If this continues, problems will arise again. Time passed day by day, but the planting had been completed, and the engineers in the company finally began to plan where to dig the well. After Xiao Sheng hung up the phone call from the headquarters, he immediately summoned his companions from the Ability Management Bureau, and directly explained the current situation. Brothers and sisters, the headquarters has already made great progress in completing the task. If we still can't complete the task in a short time, we may be withdrawn. It's okay to withdraw. I don't want to stay in this poor place. It's so cold in winter. We have to go to the mountains to kill mutant beasts, and we have to find a way to solve the food problem for these people. This is not over yet. Now the headquarters urging us every day, as if we deliberately did not complete the task. They think we are bad, don't they? Change people. Jin Ziju was unhappy when he heard this. He had done so much hard work. As a result, there are so many opinions from Yanjing now. It is really difficult to do. Jin Ziju was dissatisfied, and directly expressed his dissatisfaction. And what he was thinking now was also what a large number of people wanted to say. Everyone came to Siberia with the idea of completing the task. As a result, the headquarters did not ask any difficulties, but kept asking why the task could not be completed. They simply did not regard themselves as human beings no more. Xiao Sheng quickly explained, "Isn't this why the headquarters think highly of us? We need to consider for the sake of the headquarters, and insist on it. As long as we can send the oil back to the country, we will be a great contributor." Jin Ziju didn't appreciate this kind of words, but asked directly, Isn't it said that Yanjing has formed a new organization of supernatural beings? First form the Xiangsong Bureau to share our power, and then form the Xianlong Bureau to check and balance us. Do you think those of us who have been recruited from the bottom are not good enough? That's easy. Let us go back, and let the people from the Xianlong Bureau handle it. As soon as this remark was made, everyone immediately echoed it, and Chai Qifu also replied directly, Vice Captain, it's not that we don't work hard, it's really that we are not strong enough, we may be overestimated, and K Yiming also spread the news. Come on, are we being flattered and killed? Then there is no need to force it, let the people from the Xianlong Bureau figure out a way. Xiao Sheng heard that the words of his subordinates were getting more and more outrageous, and he almost decided that the mission this time was a failure. He couldn't help it anymore, and said, enough. Now if you encounter difficulties, make excuses, back off, you can hide this time, so what about next time? Next time? Do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life? Everyone looked displeased. Obviously they didn't take Xiao Sheng's scolding seriously at this time. It would be really stupid if they really want to take the completion of the task too seriously. The headquarters has already started to check and balance themselves. If you still can't see clearly, then it's really stupid regarding this question. Xiao Sheng took a deep breath and said, if you think we can be replaced, then you have really given up on yourself. Now I can tell you the latest news, that is Xianlong Bureau now he has been disabled. Shen Feng is not dead, he came back from the sea, and led people to kill more than 20 supernatural beings. Therefore, in today's China, only we can complete this task. After hearing the news, everyone was stunned for a moment. Obviously, they didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Did more than half of the supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau be killed? Can Shen Feng have such a strong strength? Xiao Sheng struck while the iron was hot and continued to encourage everyone. So, our ability management is currently the strongest organization in China. If we can complete the task at this time, then no one else in China can complete this difficult task. At this time, everyone was still in shock and couldn't recover from the shock. They had been hit by news of the establishment of supernatural organizations several times before, and they all felt that they had not been reused, but now, their side is instead become the hope of the headquarters. Chapter 606. What is not taught in the book. No one expected that there would be such an explosive news from Zhonghu. When they heard the news of the establishment of the Xianlong Bureau, they were very upset. Originally, there was only one superpower bureau in the headquarters. And now, there are three, and the direct impact of this is that everyone in the Ability Management Bureau feels that their status is plummeting. When there was only one organization, the members of the Ability Management Bureau felt that they were the only savior. When the apocalypse appeared, everyone had already started to perform various dangerous tasks, and they had never complained of suffering or fatigue. But at this time, the manpower of the Ability Management Bureau cannot be replenished, and the headquarters has set up new abilities one after another organized from the perspective of the original members. It means that the power that originally belonged to them has been divided, and no matter what kind of dangerous tasks they have to perform, how can there be such a thing in the world? Isn't this bullying honest people? Therefore, since they came to Siberia, everyone has somewhat resisted the orders of the headquarters, and felt that they were at a disadvantage here. But now, after everyone learned the news that the Xianlong Bureau was taken away by Shen Feng, they gloated over others' misfortune, but at the same time felt that they had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. It was time for them to turn the tide. If they don't do it now, when are they waiting? Power and responsibility are usually related, and responsibility represents power in a sense. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for people without power to be responsible for something under normal circumstances. Xiao Sheng, quickly tell me how your brother-in-law killed those people from the Xianlong Bureau. Jin Zizhu suddenly became curious at this moment. His attention had been diverted. He was no longer retreating, but want to know what happened in China. Although Xiao Sheng and Shen Yu have never been married, they are already in a relationship. This is a well-known fact, so Shen Feng naturally became Xiao Sheng's brother-in-law. At least in the eyes of everyone, Xiao Sheng and Shen Yu's wedding is already a certainty, so Shen Feng can be regarded as half a member of the Ability Management Bureau. Xiao Sheng also quickly explained, I don't know much about this matter, mainly because the news came intermittently from this Honghu side. I don't know the truth of the matter. Anyway, the headquarters said that Shen Feng was cruel and inhumane. People with supernatural powers killed compatriots, but the battle took place in Yazhou, which is Shen Feng's territory. There are gossip that Shen Feng's two sons were kidnapped, so Shen Feng did the killing. After getting this answer, everyone couldn't help discussing. Obviously, they were very interested in what happened in the distant China. Now, everyone's dissatisfaction disappeared with this news. How did happiness come about? Produced by contrast, of course, and schadenfreude is a kind of joy. Everyone has a deep hostility towards the Qianlong Bureau, which they have never met before. Now that the Qianlong Bureau has been deflated, this is of course something to be happy about. Now, the Qianlong Bureau has been weakened. I heard that the Qianlong Bureau originally only had about 40 people, and now more than half of them have been killed. I am afraid that this organization will collapse in the future. In the future, in China, we will still be able to manage it. The Zhu family dominates. Lu Yizhan said with a smile. The rest of the people also relaxed. Now, as long as the oil crisis can be resolved, the prestige of all of them will be raised to a higher level. Perhaps, the more than 20 people who came to Siberia can all get their own titles. Now that the situation is like this, we have to forge ahead even more. Everyone cheer up and work hard for a better tomorrow. As long as we complete the task, we will definitely get more rewards. Xiao Sheng said impassionately. Everyone had no choice but to cheer up and prepare to work hard for a better tomorrow. In other words, the sooner they complete the task, the sooner they can return to their hometown. After staying in a foreign country for more than a year, eating bread all day is really it's unbearable. Xiao Sheng continued, I heard that Yu Henggai is back. I'll send a message to the headquarters later to ask Yu Henggai to come here to help us complete the task. This kid is always clinging to Qin Qa. That's not okay. That's right. Let him also come to Siberia to practice and practice. Only through experience can he grow. Zhang Zi also feared that the world would not be chaotic, and began to urge Xiao Sheng to prepare early. When everyone was discussing, the door was knocked suddenly, and a worker said excitedly, we have found an area suitable for drilling wells on a plain, and now the person in charge invites you to go there, and said that you are ready to use it. Come to exchange food for oil. When they got the news, everyone laughed. This is when sleepiness meets the pillow, and they are worried that the task will not be completed for a long time, but they did not expect the opportunity to come now. Outside Yazhou City, Shen Feng began to bid farewell to everyone. Wang Aoi was going back to Mizhou, Li Ziankang was going to Yangzhou, and Mu Ying was going back to the mountains to continue hiding. The three of them had a clear purpose. A group of people bid farewell outside the city, and Cheng Haoji also specially flew in the sky, continuously throwing flowers down. Ever since he became a third-order supernatural power user, Cheng Haoji seemed to have discovered a new world. The supernatural power that he once thought was relatively useless suddenly had a new change. Not only can he carry more people, but also the time spent flying in the sky it has also been extended, and it is no longer the previous level where it can only fly for a few hours, so Cheng Haoji often runs far away, with a girl of the same age from the orphanage by his side, and often disappears for a whole day. After Chang Jianyi learned about this incident, he immediately criticized severely and forbade his younger brother to leave the area of Yazhou. What if he was caught by other supernatural beings again? Are you going to be blackmailed again? Chang Haoji had no choice but to agree, saying that he would never leave Yazhou. Chang Jianyi still intends to let her younger brother marry Zhang Zixi. After all, Zhang Zixi is also a supernatural being, and she can speed up the trial of cases. She is an excellent woman. As for the girls in the orphanage, since they are all orphans, they must it didn't help the younger brother's future, so Chang Jianyi asked the younger brother to cut off contact with the girl this time. Chang Haoji remained silent. Although he is only a boy of 12 or 13 years old, the rebellious period has arrived, and some insignificant requests can be agreed, but when it comes to Chang Haoji's thoughts, he immediately disagrees, and if he doesn't answer, it means that he doesn't support his sister practice. Chang Jianyi wanted to criticize next, but was persuaded by Shen Feng, saying that the child should be given time to think and not interfere too much, which made Chang Haoji relieved. In order to repay his brother in law's great kindness, Chang Haoji continued to sprinkle flower petals in the sky. After all, he appeared in front of the public, and the petals from the sky fell one after another. When the flowers were falling, Wang Aoi waved at Shen Feng and said, farewell, don't forget what we discussed earlier. When it's time to trade. If you need anything, I'll get it for you right away. Let's trade with grain. I don't think too much of grain. I want as much as I have. Shen Feng said with a smile. Shen Feng has not forgotten the teacher's original instructions to build high walls and accumulate food widely. Although the current food in Yazhou can guarantee its own supply, we can never dislike too much food, and we need as much as we have. Okay, you are ready to receive it. I will transport the grain from Southeast Asia in a few days. Wang Aoi said, and then boarded the boat at the pier and left. Since it is in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, the speed of going to the southeast coast is obvious. Be faster. There are also a lot of tin boxes on the ship, and these tin boxes are filled with evolution agents, enough for a large number of supernatural beings to evolve. Li Ziankan cupped his fists at Shen Feng, and said, Shen Feng, I will take my leave. If you need help in the future, just ask, I will come at any time. Li Ziankang's base is in Yangzhou. This place suffered from the flood last year, and after the Hunzi Lake collapsed, Yangzhou in the south also suffered. Okuno got food and received support after the disaster relief, so he naturally became the city lord of Yangzhou. Although it is not as prosperous as Yazhou, it is still a second-tier city, so it is not too bad. It just so happened that Yangzhou was on the edge of the Grand Canal and could be reached by boat, and then left by boat, which also had precious supplies on board. In the end, it was Muang's turn to say goodbye, but Muang and Shen Feng had nothing to say. The only person she said goodbye to was her cousin. She looked at Du Xinshi with Xiaolong in her arms, and said, You don't have to persuade me, cousin. This person may be destined to be accompanied by the Kingdang ancient Buddha. There is no place for me in the world of mortals. I am going back. Contact me if you need anything. After finishing speaking, Mu Ying returned the child to her cousin. After a few days, Xiaolong has also gotten to know this ugly aunt, and when she saw that she was about to leave, she stretched out her hands and shouted, Auntie, Auntie, sugar. Mu Ying saw that Xiaolong was holding a lollipop in his hand and was about to hand it to herself. Save it for yourself. Mu Ying pampered Xiaolong's head, and boarded the boat with her sisters. Watching the three of them leave, Shen Feng turned around and prepared to go back, but at this moment, there was a thin boy approaching in the distance. His eyes were firm and his face was calm, but his body was too weak to walk. Sometimes even a little unsteady. When Shen Feng goes out, there are bodyguards at all times to protect him. Although according to Shen Feng's strength, he no longer needs the protection of bodyguards, but Shen Feng has a high status after all. Therefore, as long as identity is important, there must be no shortage of bodyguards around. After all, there was a prime minister who was sprayed twice by gunmen in the crowd in what country, so, when Shen Feng went out, there were bodyguards who would be responsible for clearing the venue at any time. In short, people were not allowed to approach casually, so, the boy who had just approached was immediately blocked. Hey, kid, don't get close to the city lord. If you want to beg, go over there. Someone will serve porridge later. The bodyguard then began to scold the little boy who approached. Yu Haijing didn't expect that he couldn't get close to Shen Feng now, so he said, I'm not a beggar. I want to discuss something with the city lord. I hope he can communicate with me, since his father was taken away. Yu Haijing has already started to think of a way. He can't just watch his father get killed, right? But Yu Haijing is still only a 10-year-old child. No matter how many books he reads, he is just a thin boy in the eyes of others. The bodyguard doesn't care about what Yu Haijing said to discuss, but directly expelled him. Walk around. Can you meet the city lord casually? Have you applied? If we let you go, then our jobs will be gone. The bodyguards are also very professional. No matter what, you must not let unknown people approach the city lord, even if it is a child. I think someone pretended to be the eldest son and stole the two young masters. So, absolutely not take it lightly. What if the person who came this time is also a supernatural being? Yu Haijing said hastily. I really have something serious to talk about, so how about you help me tell the city lord that I am the son of Yu Mu who was arrested a few days ago, and I have suggestions about the future of Yazhou. I'll just wait here, please tell the big brothers. After finishing speaking, Yu Haijing grasped the hand of a bodyguard sensibly, and stuffed a few food coupons over without seeing the light. Then, wait a moment, I'll tell the city lord. The bodyguard who was grabbed by the hand immediately realized that the kid in front of him was very sensible, and even gave him a favor. However, at this moment, Shen Feng sat on Chang Haoji's cloud and left here directly. After bidding farewell to his friends, he was about to go back. Originally, Shen Feng was planning to take Du Xinshi back together, after all, flying faster in the sky, but Du Xinshi said, no, I have a heart disease, and I can't do things that easily make me emotional, so, forget it. Shen Feng thought about it, so he told the bodyguards to protect Du Xinxi and go back, while he and Chang Haoji went home first. At this point, the bodyguard could only helplessly look at the young man in front of him, and said, "There is no other way." The city lord flew away. "You should go home. As for your father's matter, I have heard that it will not happen in a short time. Something will happen, and the trial will not be held until Ms. Zhang Zixi comes back. If you think your father is in danger, then find a way to visit him in prison." Haijing watched Shen Feng's white cloud fly over his head, and couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. He had read so many books, and thought he could rely on the knowledge in his head to convince the city lord to stop treating his father. Do it, but now, the city lord flew away directly. Even if you wanted to meet the city lord, power is not in your hands, everything is beyond your control. Haijing sighed helplessly, then turned around and left. He suddenly discovered that the book told him how to effectively persuade others, but did not tell himself how to meet the needs objects of persuasion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607 Confidence. Sitting on the clouds, Shen Feng can see all kinds of beautiful scenery on the ground. It is no wonder that what human beings think about is the sky. In the sky, the first thing is to have a broad vision. It just feels different. Shen Feng simply lay on top of the clouds, looking at the blue sky, enjoying the breeze, feeling indescribably relaxed at this time. Chang Haoji said, "Brother-in-law, thank you for helping me out today. My sister is so domineering. He even wants to deprive me of whoever I like." At this time, Chang Haoji can still think of the stern look of his sister this morning. He has found someone he likes, but he still has to be constantly interfered. "We are together, but I can't do it myself." I am really speechless. However, Chang Haoji always respected his sister very much, so he couldn't directly resist, so he had no choice but to express his resistance in silence. Shen Feng explained to his brother-in-law at this time, "Your sister is doing this for your own good, so don't be too sad. What's wrong with Zhang Zixi? It's just that she is 2 years older than you, and her mind-reading skills can tell if the enemy is lying or not. Can help you solve many problems, and her big brother is also a supernatural being, so she probably thinks you are a good match." When Chang Haoji heard this answer, he couldn't help being a little angry, and then he turned his head and said, "This kind of marriage based on status is not free at all, and I don't accept it." Shen Feng took a look. Isn't a brother-in-law's attitude a proper period of rebellion? For Chang Haoji, Chang Jianyi and Shen Feng are sisters, brother-in-laws, and parents. Chang Jianyi's idea is to arrange everything, including the future of his younger brother plan. Shen Feng himself has no rebellious period. The main reason is that he has a sister who is 5 years older than him, who dared to rebel, and his parents sat beside him holding hands, and Shen Yu was about to make a move. Under the threat of force, Shen Feng could only obediently. After spending his childhood and youth, he finally left Rongcheng and lived in another environment after going to university. As a result, a year later, the apocalypse broke out. Therefore, Shen Feng has no experience in dealing with rebellious teenagers and adolescents, so he can only try his best to persuade him at this time. "Don't worry too much, don't make your sister angry. I'll go and say something nice to you. Probably it's impossible to dispel your sister's thoughts about Zhang Zixi, but I can try my best to make you marry the person you like. Now is the end. No one cares how many times you get married." When Shen Feng said this, the meaning was already obvious, that is to make Chang Haoji bolder and marry too directly. From Shen Feng's point of view, this is already the most appropriate way. It can not only make Chang Jianyi give up, but also satisfy Chang Haoji. This is the way to kill two birds with one stone and solve the problem easily. However, Chang Haoji showed no appreciation for Shen Feng's compromise suggestion, and said directly, "I don't agree. I am different from you. I don't like people who are older than me. I like people of the same age. Moreover, even if I am willing, Zhang Zixi may not be happy. She has been avoiding me. Obviously, she does not agree with this marriage." Shen Feng thought about it, so he shrugged helplessly and said, "Young people nowadays, I don't know what's going on in their minds. They are only 2 years older than you, so they are not considered peers. Come on, You can figure out how to deal with this matter yourself. I can't help you." At this time, Shen Feng planned to let it go. Anyway, it was the matter between the siblings. It was not good for him to intervene too much, seeing that his brother-in-law was unwilling to help. Chang Jianyi said without hesitation, "I have my own way. I can elope with a person I like. I have found a lot of maps these days. As long as I fly in the sky, where can I not go?" It turned out that Chang Jianyi was not stupid. He thought of a solution early on. If he couldn't resist at the critical moment, he could only elope with someone. Anyway, he can fly, and he can go anywhere in the world. Don't really think that being able to fly is something special. Now many birds have mutated. I may not be able to protect myself in the sky, let alone you. Shen Feng was really surprised when he heard this. I began to worry that my brother-in-law would be overwhelmed. If he really elopes with someone, once he encounters danger on the road, it will be really miserable. However, Shen Feng's words still failed to attract Chang Jianyi's attention, and Chang Jianyi said seriously, "Brother-in-law, don't scare me. I am not the kind of cowardly guy, and I won't do anything just because of you. Threats can make me obedient. You often scare children. This is the method. You kid, you're really annoying." Shen Feng finally understood why his sister beat him up before. When his younger brother was unreasonable, speaking with fists was the most effective. Shen Feng felt that he had clearly told the real situation, but could not attract Chang Jianyi's attention, and he was in a bad mood, thinking that only by making this kid suffer a little bit can he be more honest. In fact, there are currently mutated birds breeding all over the world. Compared with the mutated beasts on the ground and in the water, the mutated birds in the sky naturally have a huge advantage. Dangerous, moreover, birds can move for long distances. Flying in the sky will not encounter obstacles. Birds also have their own positioning system, can know their position at any time. The range of activities will also increase, and the chance of getting food also greatly increase. Therefore, the mutation of birds is unstoppable at first. Even in the face of large-scale encirclement and suppression by humans, these birds are capable of migrating to distant places. Unless they have mastered powerful air power, otherwise, it is completely impossible to eliminate the mutant bird's kind. When the two were about to return to Fengshan Palace, the phone on Shen Feng's body suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Chu Qiaoyan calling. She came back from Rongcheng. She was brought back by train, and she also brought a letter from General Z in her hand. Shen Feng originally planned to go to Rongcheng in the next few days. No matter what, he always wanted to bring his family back, but at this time Shen Feng hadn't really set off yet, and it turned out that Zhang Zixi had already returned, and brought the latest news, which made Shen Feng feel very surprised. Shen Feng was silent for a moment, then replied, "I'll be right back, let Zixi wait for me, I'll ask her something." When Chang Jianyi sensed the danger before, she had already prepared for the worst, and Zhang Zixi had always lived in Yazhou, and her abilities were not of the fighting type, so in order to protect Zhang Zixi, Chang Jianyi tried a way to make him. Zhang Zixi went to Rongcheng. Shen Feng's family in Rongcheng can protect Zhang Zixi to some extent, and Zhang Zixi came back suddenly now, and was sent back by train, which happened after Shen Feng had a quarrel with the headquarters, which has a deeper meaning. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi quickly returned to the Fengshan Palace. At this time, the Fengshan Palace began to be rebuilt. In the previous battle of the supernatural powers, most of the Fengshan Palace was destroyed. Meng Wuchang's supernatural powers are too powerful. Those who are capable should not be underestimated. Although the effect of a large-scale earthquake like Andorf cannot be achieved, local earthquakes also have a great impact, and the originally solid hall was destroyed by the vibration. In order to repair the Fengshan Palace, Chang Jianyi immediately allocated part of the funds and began to recruit people to work. The first thing is to repair the deep cracks in the ground. Whether it is a crack on the city wall or a crack in the ground, it must be eliminated as soon as possible. In addition, there is also the rebuilding of houses that were already destroyed. After Shen Feng arrived at the castle, he immediately saw Zhang Zixi sitting on the side. At this time, Chu Qiaoyan was also standing beside Xiaohu, and Chang Jianyi had already gone to the city lord's mansion to handle business, so he could only take care of the children. Give it to Chu Qiaoyan. Seeing Zhang Zixi appearing, Shen Feng quickly asked, "Zixi, how are my parents doing when you come back from Rongcheng?" Zhang Zixi quickly said, "Brother Shen Feng, uncles and aunts are in very good condition. They don't need to go out to work and can get all kinds of supplies. They are well taken care of, but there is one thing that is wrong, that is, They can't walk around casually. This result was just as expected by Shen Feng. In his opinion, the parents could have lived here, and they would not encounter any danger in the future, but the parents did not leave. With a formal job in Rongcheng and a bright future, Shen Yu felt that staying in Rongcheng would make a big difference. As a result, this family became Shen Feng's weakness, and they were hostages at critical moments. Therefore, when Shen Feng had a falling out with the headquarters, a phone call from Rongcheng came in not long after. Shen Feng also knew that his family was on the other end of the phone, but Shen Feng couldn't answer the phone and chose not to see it. Well, he knew one thing: once he got through the phone, he would be kidnapped by his parents in the name of family affection, but whether this was the original wish of his parents or not is still completely unclear. As a hostage, Rongcheng will definitely treat Shen Feng's family well. After all, if something happens to the hostage, it will lose control. Shen Feng continued to ask, "You were sent back. What happened? Did I tell you to wait for me to pick you up, Zhang?" Zixi said quickly, "I don't want to be sent back either, but General Z insisted that I come back and asked me to send this letter to you. He said that you chose an unwise path, and now there is still time to reign in the precipice. If you insist on going your own way, you will inevitably lead to destruction." While speaking, Zhang Zixi had already handed Shen Feng a letter that she carried with her. This letter has not been opened yet, and Zhang Zixi has always carried it with her, so it is impossible for others to know the contents of this letter. Shen Feng took the letter and began to watch it. The letter said, "Shen Feng, the words are as close as you can see. We had a relationship 2 years ago, and we have never had time to see each other since then, but I have watched you for a long time. Words and deeds, I know that you are a man with a righteous heart, and I believe that under the teaching of Professor Chu, you know that you should save the people of Li, but the path you chose is wrong in today's world. Although the land of China has not yet been divided, in fact it is already divided, and it is still difficult to maintain the situation and name. Yizhao is the gateway to the southwest, and its geographical location is extremely important. If it works with the headquarters to solve the crisis in troubled times, it will be immortalized forever, but if it insists on going its own way and chooses to keep its doors behind closed doors, it is doomed to be a separatist party and will only lead to partition. In the end, it is just to write the name of an ambitious person in the history books, and it is absolutely impossible to go all the way to the dark. I also know that you have been wronged, you feel unfair, and feel that the headquarters is targeting you. However, I can tell you that when the Xianlong Bureau came to Yizhao, it was instigated by a small group of people. These people tried to seize the right to speak by occupying Yizhao. Now they have been punished, and they will all be punished. And you should also let go of your prejudices and choose reconciliation if you are willing to reconcile with the headquarters. I am willing to mediate and resolve the unhappiness of both parties. It should be noted that the Three Gorges can cut off the Yizhao waterway, and Rongcheng, Zhangyang, and Guiyuan can cut off the Yizhao railway. In terms of highways, there are roadblocks everywhere. I will take good care of your parents. In addition, your older sister has outstanding abilities and will become a cadre in Rongcheng. Sincerely, please consider it. After reading this letter, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning. The analysis in this letter is indeed reasonable. According to the above words, he was indeed impulsive before. Chapter 608. Shen Feng's rage has passed, and he is no longer in the uncontrollable state before. After seeing the heart-to-heart analysis, Shen Feng also hesitated. Could it be that he chose to turn against the headquarters? Is it wrong? After much deliberation, Shen Feng couldn't get the answer, so he couldn't help hesitating, mainly because no one can give Shen Feng an idea at this time. Before, there was Professor Chu Yangshan who could offer an opinion for Shen Feng's reference, but now, there is no one. Every step forward, Shen Feng needs to make up his own mind, so he has a lot of doubts in his heart. Looking at the letter in his hand, Shen Feng always felt that there was something wrong, but the content of the letter was always for his own consideration, as if he really took care of himself. Shen Feng thought about it but couldn't figure it out. It was because Chu Chaoyan saw Shen Feng's hesitation at this time. After all, she was Shen Feng's wife, and she got along day and night, knowing what Shen Feng was thinking at this time. So she said, "If you are not sure about your decision now, you might as well find the think tank you brought back." Shen Feng also suddenly remembered at this time, didn't he bring a half-immortal from Wanzhou? He can tell divination and read palmistry, and the accuracy rate is very high, and he can also help out with ideas at ordinary times. Sometimes a dead horse is treated as a living horse doctor. Going to the city lord's mansion right now. Unfortunately, when you come back by train, you should find a place to rest. There is construction ahead, so find a room in the castle to rest. In a few days, I will still need your help. Shen Feng hastily said to Zhang Zixi. Zhang Zixi heard Shen Feng's carrying words at this time, and couldn't help but replied, "It's okay, I'm not tired." This is Zhang Zixi's way of living under the fence of others. He originally lived in someone else's place. If he wants not to be disliked, he had better show his worth. As long as he has value, he will not be driven away easily. As everyone knows, Zhang Zixi behaved so well that she almost became the best candidate for interrogation in the prison and got everyone's approval. That's why Chang Jianyi took a fancy to her and planned to let her marry her younger brother. Well-matched approach. Shen Feng insisted, "You'd better take a day off to talk about it. A large group of people in the prison have been locked up for several days. If you continue to be locked up, there is no problem. Be obedient." This was almost an order to Zhang Zixi to rest in Fengshan Palace. Zhang Zixi had no choice but to obey this order. Then, Shen Feng rushed directly to the city lord's mansion and found consultants in the two offices. At this time, Shen Zhangming was tasting tea, still drinking buckwheat tea. She was doing nothing, reading a book with his arms in his arms. Seeing his serious expression, he thought he was reading some great book, but when he saw the title of the book, he realized that the book was actually Jinping Mei, Old Feng, you are so stubborn. You have already become my consultant, and you are still reading pornographic books all day long. You don't pay attention to it at all. The idea of hating iron but not steel. I think Feng Shichen was caught selling pornographic books at the beginning. Although this kind of person will not be shot, he can't escape the labor. If he follows the normal process, Feng Shichen will definitely be caught outside the city to farm. 3 meals a day are guaranteed, but there is no salary, so they can only barely survive. However, it was in this situation that Feng Shichen was appreciated by Shen Feng, because at that time Chu Yangshan often asked Shen Feng questions, and Shen Feng needed to find a way to answer them. Often he couldn't answer, and by chance, Feng Shichen began to help Shen Feng answer questions. Although he was only a writer, he was quick-witted and could handle Professor Chu's questions. In the end, Feng Shichen became Shen Feng's advisor, which can only be called fate. However, Feng Shichen's status is always relatively poor. In the eyes of many people in the city lord's mansion, this is a guy who writes yellow texts. This kind of person can become the city lord's advisor. I have entered the city lord's mansion through formal examinations, but I am not comparable to those who write yellow texts. Therefore, Shen Feng now feels that Feng Shichen is not making progress, and his identity has been criticized. He has not tried hard to change his image, but continues to go his own way, which is really useless. However, for Shen Feng's dissatisfaction at this time, Feng Shichen explained seriously, "City Lord, you can't underestimate the Jinping Mei. It contains the principles of life, and it was also one of the 6 great wit books in ancient times. Really good book." Shen Feng had heard of Jinping Mei before, but all he knew was that it was full of obscenities, and some of the silver-gray descriptions made people talk about it even more, and the author, Lanling Xiao Xiaoxing, dared not say his real name. "What is this? This is a guilty conscience, and dare not explain the good things you have done." Now hearing Feng Shichen's justification, Shen Feng doesn't believe it anymore. Fortunately, Shen Zhangming also walked in at this time, and said with a smile, "Jinping Mei, it is indeed a well-written book. Not many people have actually read it, and most of them are superficial, and the deep connotation cannot be seen. It is clear, especially the tragedy described, it is extremely tragic, and I will indeed feel enlightened after reading it." Hearing what Bangsun said, Shen Feng also felt that Jinping Mei might be better. This is probably because he was wrong to blame Feng Shichen. After all, people in their 80s like Bangsun are praising this book, so there must be a reason for it. However, Shen Feng thought about the book in Feng Shichen's hand for a look, only to find that it was written about Pan Jinlian making a scene on the Great Trellis, and it happened to have an unbearable description. Now, Shen Feng didn't believe Feng Shichen's nonsense. "Is this the book you said contains the philosophy of life?" Shen Feng asked. The philosophy of life is still a little later, don't I want to savor it carefully?" Feng Shichen also said awkwardly. Shen Feng threw the book on the table, and then said, "I don't care what book you read, as long as you can give me advice. Now, I have an opportunity here, a great opportunity to ease the relationship with the headquarters, but I always feel that something is wrong with this matter, and I need you to help me refer to it." so please share your own opinions. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng took out a letter, which clearly stated that Rong Cheng could mediate from it to resolve the conflict between Yazhao and Yanjing headquarters. Shen Feng felt that this matter was hard to say, as if it was all for his own consideration, but no matter what, Shen Feng felt that something was wrong, so he came to find two people to discuss, wanting to know whether he could believe this contents of the letter. Feng Shicheng and Shen Hangming immediately looked at the letter and started discussing, with heavy expressions on their faces. After Feng Shicheng finished reading it, he said cautiously, "City Lord, I think the contents of this letter are too fake to be believed casually. Of course, this is just my own opinion. Think about it, since the headquarters sent Xianlong Bureau to deal with it before, why didn't you tell us? Wouldn't this help us understand the headquarters' involuntary behavior better?" Shen Feng rubbed his chin and asked, "You mean, this incident may be fake? The headquarters didn't deal with these behind-the-scenes criminals?" Feng Shicheng shook his head and said, "It's hard to say, maybe it's just an internal process. It means finding a place to recuperate for a few years, and when the time is about to change, continue to work. In short, if you don't kill a few people, these punishments are false." Of 4. Feng Shicheng's analysis at this time, Shen Feng deeply agrees. Yes, the fairest thing in the world is life. You have a life, and I have a life. As long as the person who committed the crime is not killed, then this punishment method it is false. Feng Shicheng finally gave a suggestion. "I think, don't reconcile, at least not now." Shen Feng looked at the half-immortal at one side, and asked, "What do you mean, Shen?" Zhengming read the letter for a long time, and then asked back, "City Master, I want to ask you, if the reconciliation fails, what will happen?" Shen Feng thought for a while according to Shan Zhengming's question, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and said, "So, I understand, this is a trap. If I choose to reconcile, it is equivalent to admitting my mistake in disguise, and at that time, the initiative will fall into the hands of the headquarters." "That's right. I, Shan Zhengming, don't understand power struggles, but I understand human nature. It's not just knives that can kill, but also the right to speak." Shan Zhengming stroked his beard and said, "Once you choose to ease the relationship, it is equivalent to showing weakness. In other words, it is unreasonable, since it is true, why should the relationship be eased? At that time, Yanjing will pour dirty water on Yazhao. Will the underground people trust the headquarters or Yazhao?" At this time, Shen Feng finally saw what was wrong. It turned out to be a deep, deep trap, and thanks to the experience of the Bankson, he was able to see it. Otherwise, he would really be fooled. It is conceivable that once Shen Feng chooses to ease the relationship with the headquarters will immediately disclose this, and then say, "Look, let's just say that Shen Feng killed our people. He forcibly framed us and then killed people. Just for the purpose of snatching the supernatural potion, he behaved badly, and everyone is angry. Okay, Bateng, you fat man, you look harmless to humans and animals, but you planted mines for me. What a smiling tiger." Shen Feng said through gritted teeth. Shen Feng used to think that Bateng was a pretty good person. He would teach himself a lot of truths, and he was willing to take care of himself. When he left Rongcheng, he took a lot of medicines and weapons with him. He takes good care of himself, but now it seems that people who are really insidious will not show it. Shan Zhengming said slowly at this time, "City Lord, Yazhao is not strong enough. Compared with the headquarters, it is much weaker, but why has the headquarters not moved? In my opinion, the headquarters is now unreasonable. Looking at it, they sent the Xianlong Bureau to snatch the chassis, and after they failed, they accused Yazhao of attacking the supernatural beings. Although the news of Yazhao was spread, both sides insisted on their own opinions. Ordinary people don't know who is right. Correct." Shen Feng listened to Bankson's analysis, thinking about the current situation. So, to compromise now is to show weakness and lose the right to speak. The possibility of eventually easing the relationship is also unknown. If the relationship can be eased, then you can continue to trade materials from the outside world. What if you can't ease the relationship? Shaken. Shen Hangming said. Shen Feng nodded. Now that he has gone through the analysis of Bankson, he finally sees the hidden problems behind the purpose of reconciliation. If he is really fooled, he will be questioned with someone else taking the lead. Feng Shicheng also continued, "City Lord, don't forget, the guys from the Xianlong Bureau killed more than 4,000 of us. It's just a few days since we turned our faces, and we will soon reconcile. It's hard to justify the people below. Am I right?" After receiving Feng Shichen's supplement, Shen Feng could only say seriously, "That's right, I forgot to consider the feelings of the families of the deceased before." From this point of view, reconciliation with the headquarters is absolutely unacceptable. Shen Feng ignored the more than 4,000 people who were killed in Yuzhou before. These people are Shen Feng's loyal supporters first, and it is impossible to ignore them after being killed. Don't admit that the Xianlong Bureau has killed innocent people indiscriminately, and reconciliation under such circumstances will definitely hurt their feelings. It's not that we can't reconcile, but we can't reconcile. We need to soften the attitude of the headquarters. You can think about this clearly, the city lord. Shen Hangming said slowly. Chapter 609 The most difficult step. After learning about the traps hidden in Rongcheng's letter, Shen Feng knew that he couldn't just trust anyone. The guy who seemed to feel good at first might be plotting against him behind his back. After the discussion was over, Shen Feng could only sigh helplessly, and said, "It seems that in the next few years, life will not be too easy, and I can only farm. After all the mutant beasts are wiped out, I guess only then can the world be peaceful." Easier said than done. Shen Hangming shook his head and said, "Although I don't know much about science, I have read some articles before. As long as the meteorites in the sea are not salvaged, then the animals on the earth will not stop mutating. There will be a steady stream of mutant beasts, and the end will continue." Why didn't Shen Feng know about this? Only after the meteorite is salvaged can there be a chance to create a peaceful world. However, the meteorite is still in the hands of giant sea beasts. After being beaten into pieces, who among the supernatural beings in the world would dare to go to the sea to salvage meteorites? Meteorites, meteorites. Why did they suddenly fall on the earth? Besides, where did these meteorites come from? Shen Feng couldn't help asking, who knows? Can human beings know 1% of Yuzhou? Feng Shichen muttered. The discussion of the matter came to an end here, and Shen Feng did not intend to contact Rongcheng. As long as his parents could be taken care of in Rongcheng, that would be enough. Shen Feng also believed that Rongcheng would not dare to do anything to his parents. As long as he did not have any accidents in Yuzhou, his parents would be safe. However, at this moment, Shen Feng suddenly asked, "Then what?" "Lao Feng, you used to write books, and it seems that you are still writing web articles. Tell me, how can you write a review of 1,000,000 words?" Shen Feng almost slipped his mouth, and quickly changed his words to ask, only asking nothing else. Feng Shichen was silent for a moment, thought carefully, and finally said, "In my opinion, it's not too difficult. If you write 20,000 words a day and mix it with water, you can write 1,000,000 words in 50 days. Well, what I'm talking about is that under relatively good circumstances, professional web writers can reach this level. As for ordinary people who want to write 1,000,000 words, it's impossible within 2 years. After getting this answer, Shen Feng suddenly felt a headache, and said in his heart, "It's not good. If I come to write the review, it will take a year to write it. It seems that I can only hide the relationship with Du Xinxi at present. Let her become the chief steward of Fengshan Palace, and let's talk about the future." Feng Shichen is a professional web writer. When he saw that Shen Feng was suddenly interested in this matter, he directly began to talk about the current writing situation. "City Lord, if you want to read it, just tell me. I will find 2 writers to write directly." "Right, what do you want to see? I will let them write. I have such a way." From Feng Shichen's point of view, when Shen Feng asks questions about writing, he usually just wants to read it. The online literature market used to be very prosperous, but now, it's getting worse. Everyone is struggling with food and clothing. Who has the time to read it? What therefore, no one writes right now, because they can't support themselves after all. If Shen Feng wants to, he can just hire a few writers, and let them write whatever content he wants to read. If he is in a good mood, he can publish it. By the way. Shen Feng hesitated for a moment, and said, "Then you help me pay attention to these writings, mainly because the writing speed is relatively fast, and there is no need for them to appear now, but we must be prepared in advance." Now Shen Feng also thought of the suggestion made by Du Xinxi before. For the review of 1,000,000 words, if he writes it himself, it is obviously impossible. After Yu Haijing returned to his hotel, he found that the hotel was deserted. All the former employees had basically left. Except for a few loyal subordinates, there was no one left in the hotel. In the corner, something bad seemed to come to mind. When Yu Haijing saw the big brother came back, she rushed forward immediately, crying and said aggrievedly, "Big brother, All the people in the mercenary group rushed over, saying that this month's salary has not been paid yet. So I wanted to pay the bill with something, so I took away all our cold curry meat. I can't stop it. Hearing what his sister said, Yu Haijing could only shake his head helplessly. He had seen a lot of behaviors that made things worse in the book before. At that time, he thought that these behaviors were just isolated phenomena, but now after experiencing such things himself, only then did he realize that there are so many snobs in this world. Originally, the meat of the mutated beasts that the mercenary group got from hunting outside basically had to be handed over, but Yu Mu calculated the expenses according to the performance of each person every day, and paid wages at the end of the month. In addition, the hotel specially built a cold storage is used to store the meat of these mutant beasts. But at this time, before the day of salary payment, a group of people from the mercenary group rushed in and ransacked everything. Obviously, this is taking advantage of the opportunity of Yu Mu being taken away, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to make money. Forget it. Yu Haijing and Yu Haijing's brother and sister were the ones bullying. The reeds on the wall are top-heavy, light-footed and shallow-rooted. The bamboo shoots in the mountains have a thin mouth and a hollow belly. Seeing that the two of us have no strength, we are going to rob our family's property. If the father is still there, it will definitely not be like this. Yu Haijing could only say helplessly. Yu Hailing looked at the big brother and asked, then what should we do in the future? Today, Aunt Wu said, let us run away as soon as Dad is not sentenced. When Dad dies, we can run as much as we want. No more. Yu Hailing was panicked at this moment, not knowing what to do. Yu Haijing didn't believe what Aunt Wu said at all. If he ran away now, he could avoid disaster for the time being, but if he didn't have strength, he still couldn't get along in this world. Without strong strength, it is difficult to live with my sister in the wild. Follow me. Big brother will teach you one thing. If you do it, I will be able to change the current situation right away. Yu Haijing said to his sister afterwards. Yu Haijing brought his younger sister to a secret room, closed the door, and said in a low voice, I probably know what my father has done, and he brought people to collect protection fees privately, which directly provoked the city lord's mansion. You must know that collecting protection fees is a disguised form of taxation, which is breaking ground at the age of Tai Sui. Yu Haijing didn't expect his father to be so courageous. A year ago, the city lord killed thousands of guys who collected protection fees, but now it turned out that his father didn't have a long memory, so he even started to collect protection fees. Could it be that do you think you are really good? However, this is not the point. Ever since he fell into a state of incomplete evolution, Yu Haijing has already begun to observe the logic of Shen Feng's behavior. Generally speaking, as long as he's not a lunatic, his behavior has a certain logic at all. Yes, but from Haijing's point of view, everything Shen Feng does has a strong purpose, and that is to maintain a stable rule. Therefore, all of Shen Feng's methods are just to stabilize his position. This is also the choice of many people. After finding a place to settle down, they want to keep it forever. After understanding the logic of Shen Feng's behavior, Yu Haijing knew how to deal with it. Although the father collected the protection fee and committed an unforgivable mistake, as long as he dealt with it properly, he could be forgiven. When I can put forward a more tempting condition, what do you want me to do? Yu Hailing didn't understand, so she didn't know how to face the current situation at all. After all, she was only a 7-year-old child, her mind was not yet mature, and it was even more impossible to make a choice at a critical moment. Yu Haijing said slowly, I am now 90% sure to convince the city lord, but now there is a problem, that is, I can't see the city lord. What you have to do is to help me see the city lord. I have already made inquiries. The city lord's wife brother has someone he likes in the orphanage, who is a few years older than you. I will give you a sum of money, and then you can use the money to complete my plan. Originally, Yu Haijing had already figured out how to persuade Shen Feng. He had heard that Shen Feng would go out of the city to bid farewell to the guests. After launching a money offensive, Shen Feng flew away. After much deliberation, Yu Haijing could only find other means to meet Shen Feng, and the way was to start with the people around Shen Feng. It is impossible to meet people close to him casually. After all, they are noble, and not knowing yourself, it is impossible for these people to introduce themselves specifically. The only person who can think of a way is Chang Jianyi. Chang Jianyi himself keeps flying in the sky, coming and going freely. No one can stop him inside or outside Yazhou City, and it is impossible to stop him. And he often haunts outside the city with a girl. And this is the opportunity that Yu Haijing is aiming at, but I don't know how. What if I messed things up? Yu Hailing heard the big brother's plan, but she didn't dare to carry it out. Take courage. Seeing her sister like this, Yu Hailing's tone immediately became severe. At this time, only you and my brother and sister can depend on each other, and others are unreliable. Don't look at there are still several people in the hotel who have not left, but who do you know if they are waiting for an opportunity to reap more benefits? I can't go to the city now. I have to guard outside the city, and only you can do this. When Yu Hailing heard the big brother scolding, her eyes immediately filled with tears, as if she might shed tears at any time. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Yu Haijing's heart was also shaken. This is the younger sister of her close relatives. Moreover, she is still young, and she hasn't read too many books. It's normal for her to be timid. It's really too much for such a little girl to do such a dangerous thing. However, thinking of the current crisis, Yu Haijing could only grit his teeth, and said ruthlessly, "It's useless even if you pretend to be pitiful now. Let me tell you, you have to do what happened this time." Yu Hailing had no choice but to wipe away her tears silently, and said pitifully, "I don't know what to say." Yu Haijing thought for a while. Her sister doesn't know how to persuade the other party. It is indeed a serious problem, but this problem is not completely unsolvable. This matter is simple. I will tell you what to say later. You memorize it first, and tomorrow, I will send you into the city. You go straight to the orphanage, and after you find that person, follow the plan I gave you." Yu Hailing had no choice but to nod, ready to do what the big brother ordered. The family is about to break up, and the only thing she can rely on is the big brother. However, the big brother is thin and weak, and has nothing but a head of knowledge. At that time, he had no choice but to follow the big brother's plan, hoping to bring his father back safely. Yu Haijing looked at the situation outside the door at this time, but found a few black shadows flashing in the distance, which showed that the guys left in the restaurant were not easy to deal with. Still, watching and eavesdropping. "You bastards, when the father comes back, you bastards will be the first to clean up," Yu Haijing murmured. At this moment, he felt powerless. A few days later, things have developed to the point where the cold storage at home has been divided up, and those who stay want to get more benefits. Is this the tree falling and the monkeys scattered? Chapter 610. Please look inside. After Chang Jianyi returned home after dealing with government affairs, she first carried the child from Chu Qiaoan's arms, and softly coaxed her. The child's nickname was Xiaohu, which was the name given by Shen Feng's godson, Xiaolong. As for the name, it was named Shen Xingzi by Chang Jianyi. The implication is also very simple. In the future, he must have the ambition of a star. Xiaohu, Mom is back. Do you miss me? Chang Jianyi hugged the child and began to tease, but unfortunately, the child can't speak yet, so he can only grin. But when she laughed, her saliva drool. Chang Jianyi quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped it gently for her son. Seeing this scene, Chu Qiaoan immediately felt envious. What is family happiness? This is family happiness. This child's Xiaohu is indeed cute, but there is one thing wrong, that is whether it is his own son. Oh, if only I could have such a cute child. Chu Qiaoan murmured, eyes full of envy. Chang Jianyi heard Chu Qiaoan's murmur at this time, and said with a smile, "Then you must work hard, but now you are also a fourth-level supernatural being, and I think it will be very difficult to breed the next generation." After dinner, Chang Jianyi took the child to go back to the room, but at this moment, Shen Feng followed with a smile on his face. "Why? Are you following me? You go to Zhao Yan's room. I have to coax the children at night. What's the matter with you coming in with me now?" Chang Jianyi blushed when she saw Shen Feng following closely. Now, I feel that Shen Feng is quite malicious. Shen Feng heard this, but said cheekily, "It's okay, let's talk about something serious tonight. I believe Qiaoyan can understand." After returning to the room, Chang Jianyi started to walk around with the baby in his arms. Xiaohu was already 7 months old, and had already grown a few small teeth in his mouth, and he would mumble a few words. Dad, Mom has already learned to shout, but most of them don't understand. "Xiaohu, you have to grow up quickly, and try to help your father in the future." Chang Jianyi whispered to the child. Xiaohu laughed, giggling, not knowing what it meant, and immediately began to roll around on the bed, looking very happy. Shen Feng also took advantage of this time to say, "Well, actually, I want to say that it's not good to mess up the couples. You hope that Xiaoji and Zixi can be together, but the two of them don't feel it at all. Twisted melons are not sweet, so you better not be too strict. So, you're here to be a lobbyist. I've said no. Why are you still talking about this? Don't talk about anything else. How can a wild girl from an orphanage be worthy of my brother? When talking about this incident made Chang Jianyi a little angry. If your younger brother liked the daughter of a rich family in Yazhou, no matter who it was, Chang Jianyi would agree to it. However, what Chang Haoji likes is a girl from the orphanage, so this kind of relationship seems ridiculous to Chang Jianyi. This is just the ignorant affection between young men and women. What love? As long as the two are separated forcibly, after a few months, the matter will almost be over. It's just that Chang Jianyi didn't expect that Shen Feng would come to lobby again and again. On the contrary, it seemed that Shen Feng was like Chang Haoji's big brother, and she herself became an unreasonable patriarch. Shen Feng quickly said, "Sister, a person's good or bad can't just look at these superficial things on the outside. Whether a person is considered noble depends mainly on observing her heart. As long as she has a noble soul, she is considered a person. Elegant man, it's even more unreliable to see clearly a person's inner self. Besides, Zhang Zixi has been in my eyes for more than a year. I know she is a kind and innocent girl with a sense of justice in her body. This is the same as my brother's. It's really good match, but as for the students in the orphanage, I don't have time to understand her inside." Chang Jianyi said angrily. Chang Jianyi obviously doesn't believe in the so-called inner noble things that Shen Feng said. In this era, whoever wants to survive is not working hard. The inside is not important anymore. As long as there are resources, any kind of inside can be packaged. Then, you should find out. Xiaoji is your younger brother. You have to trust his vision. The girl he likes must be a person with good character and learning. How about it? Chaoyan and I will go to government affairs tomorrow, my son. Leave it to Sister Du to take care of her. As for you, go to the orphanage to see her with your own eyes." Shen Feng quickly suggested. At this time Chang Jianyi was helpless. He didn't expect Shen Feng to say so much. He had already talked to this level. If he still didn't agree with it, then he really didn't give any face. "Well, I'll take a look at it myself tomorrow. I want to see what a girl who can make my brother obsessed is like. I will continue to oppose it." Chang Jianyi said, "No problem, just go and have a look." According to what Su Xing said, the children in the orphanage under her management are all obedient, hardworking, and their character is unquestionable. As long as my sister goes to the orphanage and sees each other with her own eyes, her mentality will change easily. Chang Jianyi suddenly asked, "I always need a reason to go to the orphanage, right? I can't do this with a name that doesn't fit the bill. You can find an excuse for me." This kind of worry is very necessary. Chang Jianyi's every move is watched by someone. If she goes to the orphanage for no reason, it will definitely arouse the reaction of the people below. These people will guess wildly, so she needs an excuse. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, "By the way, Su Xing killed a supernatural person with her own hands a few days ago. I was going to reward her. You can go for me and send a supernatural potion there. There is no need to doubt Xing's loyalty. Of course I know this. She is your little fangirl. She always regards you as an idol. Now it is reasonable for you to train yourself." Chang Jianyi said with a smile. With an excuse, everything is easy to talk about. Chang Jianyi is going to visit the orphanage the next day. The name is to give Su Xing a reward, but the real purpose is to observe secretly. Shen Feng also did not inform Chang Haoji of this matter in advance. After all, if this was notified in advance, there would be the possibility of cheating, and it would be impossible to see a person's true inner nature. Moreover, Chang Jianyi could see his younger siblings. The real side is also a good choice in order to distract Chang Haoji. Shen Feng gave him a task: take a few people to the mountain in the south, go to the edge of the juniper forest, prepare to establish a stronghold, listen to the advice of professionals along the way, about 3 or 4 days enough. For this reason, Chang Haoji has no doubts at all. He only thinks that this is a very common task. The pollen of juniper is a very important material. It was a huge mistake to hide in the cave, so in order to make up for this food, it was necessary to establish a stronghold in the mountain to guard the juniper pollen. Chang Haoji led a group of professionals, drove the cloud and left Yazhou directly, headed towards the juniper forest. He was also wearing an oxygen mask, and he could enter the woods at critical moments. Shen Feng watched his brother-in-law go away, and murmured, "When you come back, the situation will definitely be different. I will let your sister accept the person you like. Shen Feng has already predicted that his plan will be successful, and he is very relieved in his heart. According to Chang Haoji, the girl he likes is a gentle, generous, and polite type. In Chang Jianyi's eyes, all women of this type are plus in terms of items. Chang Jianyi doesn't like that kind of aggressive women, and Zhang Yang's personality is easy to be annoying. Chang Jianyi took Luo Qing with her, and the two went straight to the orphanage managed by Su Xing, and Su Xing was notified of her schedule shortly, which made Su Xing a little unprepared. Su Xing pushed a wheelchair outside the orphanage early in the morning, but in fact, the walls of the orphanage had been knocked down by Meng Weichan before, and there was still no distinction between the inside and the outside of the orphanage. Chang Jianyi slowly got out of the car, and then saw Su Xing standing in the front, and Wu Yilian in the wheelchair, and Chang Jianyi also saw the samurai sword on Su Xing's back. In fact, this kind of sword should be hung on the waist, but Su Xing is relatively thin, and it is too long to hang on the waist, so he simply carried it all the time. On the back, Chang Jianyi still remembered that this was the knife he gave to Shen Feng, which was later given to Su Xing by Shen Feng. Madam, why didn't you notify me before you came? I'm going to let someone receive you. Now we don't have time to organize the children to welcome you. Wu Yilian immediately said ashamedly. Chang Jianyi said with a smile, Auntie, it's your fault. I have already disturbed your normal work when I came to the orphanage this time, especially your legs are still in plaster. I'm sorry, don't blame me, I'm fine. Wu Yilian said with sincerity and fear, don't dare, please come in. Wu Yilian's legs were broken by the wall before, and she is just an ordinary person, unable to walk for a short time, so she can only rely on her daughter Su Xing for her actions. The doctor estimates that it will take half a year to recover. Come here, it's not bad afterwards. Wu Yilian brought Chang Jianyi and Luo Qing into the orphanage, and Su Xing asked curiously, Madam, what's the matter today? That's right, there is a little thing. It's because we heard that you killed an enemy with supernatural powers, and the city lord's mansion has already deeply felt your courage, so we are going to reward you with supernatural potions so that you can become more powerful. Kaiang, how are you? Are you excited? Chang Jianyi said with a smile as he walked. No one can resist the temptation of supernatural potions, not even Su Xing. When she heard that the city lord's mansion decided to reward her supernatural potions, she immediately became excited and couldn't help asking, is this true? Mom, you're not entertaining me, are you? Of course it's true. You are the heroine of our Yazhao. Before you became a supernatural being, you were able to kill supernatural beings. If you became a supernatural being, wouldn't you become even stronger? Chang Jianyi replied with a smile. On the surface, it was to reward Su Xing, but in fact, Chang Jianyi did not express her true thoughts. However, at this moment, Wu Yilian pinched her daughter's soft waist indiscriminately. Although she didn't say anything, her attitude was obvious, that is, she couldn't agree. Wu Yilian turned her head to look at her daughter, her eyes full of persuasion. Wu Yilian said heartily, the benefit for you is to make you work harder, my silly daughter, why can't you even see this clearly? Wu Yilian was not dazzled by the supernatural potion. It wasn't that she couldn't realize how precious the supernatural potion was. It was because she just wanted to live a peaceful life with her daughter. In the future, if her daughter became a supernatural being, she would basically be going to the battlefield. It goes without saying how dangerous the battlefield is. How many people who fought in ancient times can return safely? However, Su Xing ignored her mother's dissuasion at this time, and instead said directly, I will definitely not disappoint the city lord and his wife's expectations of me. From now on, I will definitely become a powerful supernatural being. Well said, since you are a heroine, you must have ambition. Speaking of which, this supernatural potion is extracted from the head of the supernatural being killed by you. This supernatural power is called vibration, and it is also a natural type ability. You work hard to develop it, and strive to make this ability stronger. Chang Jianyi quickly encouraged Su Xing. Didn't expect that she could get such a power. It was this power that caused the wall to collapse and her mother's legs to break. However, there is no doubt that the power of this power is also obvious. It can knock down a building, which is far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Chapter 611. How do you live? After Chang Jianyi gave the supernatural potion to Su Xing, the basic task was over, but Chang Jianyi did not leave just then, but said to Su Xing, everyone is here. I heard that there is a lot of trouble in the orphanage. My life is relatively difficult, so I'll stay here and take a look. and you don't want to reveal the news of my being here, so as not to frighten this child, Su Xing didn't understand, so she nodded and said, okay, let's go upstairs and have a look. It will be time for free activities later. These children will not leave the range of the orphanage. This is their home. With this answer, Chang Jianyi just had the opportunity to observe the children in the orphanage. The children here are all under the age of 14. This kind of setback, and the age they left the orphanage was only the age of junior high school students. As for the children who left the orphanage, Shen Feng did not abandon them either. These children were all assigned to various departments and practiced with old employees' questions. Standing on the top of the building, Chang Jianyi held a telescope in his hand and began to look at the crowd below, then asked, by the way, I heard that you have a girl named Hua Jingren here. The girl Chang Jianyi asked about, Hua Jingren, was naturally the one his younger brother Chang Haoji liked. Before that, Chang Jianyi had never seen her before. He only knew that she was a child from an orphanage, and that she was still a child. Nice name. When Su Xing heard this question, she pondered for a while, and said, Hua Jingren, I remember, she came here more than a year ago. At that time, she was already an orphan. She went to the door and asked to enter. It's okay, if you continue to train, you will definitely become a qualified employee in the future. Hearing such an answer, Chang Jianyi couldn't help showing a mocking smile on his face. Qualified employees? This is not allowed. What? Chang Jianyi needs to observe now as the younger siblings, but from Su Xing's mouth, he learned that the other party's ability is to become a qualified employee girl. Especially in this era, mediocrity is just not enough. In the orphanage, Wu Yilian is actually in charge of most things. After all, Su Xing is only a junior high school student. To manage the group of children below, ability is not the first choice. In this respect, Wu Yilian has done a better job. She also knows more about the children here at this time. Wu Yilian immediately remembered that the eldest son often came to the orphanage. It seemed that the eldest son was staying with Hua Jingren and thinking about the two things together, which meant that the deputy city lord came here absolutely not easy. Miley, hurry up and get some drinks. Madam has already come here, so you can't just say nothing. Wu Yilian was afraid that her daughter would say something inappropriate, so she hurriedly dismissed her, so she couldn't let her continue talking nonsense. Gossip. Su Xing also suddenly remembered that now that Madam is here, she should not even know how to treat guests, so Su Xing said quickly, wait a minute, I'll go get drinks and fruits right away, and there's no snacks here, so I won't take any. After finishing speaking, Su Xing immediately went to look for drinks and fruits, leaving her mother standing on the roof with a deputy city lord, looking at the students who had just finished class in the courtyard. In fact, there are teachers teaching in the orphanage. If you are illiterate, first of all, ordinary people cannot be competent for many jobs, and it is impossible for illiterate people to work in the city lord's mansion. Children at this age are also lively and active, and soon ran to the yard and began to walk around. Chang Jianyi first saw two familiar figures, brother and sister Wang Ziqiang and Wang Ziren. She was brought to live in the base by Shen Feng, and Wang Ziren was also responsible for taking care of Yuan Shu at that time. Calculating the time, in a few years, these two little guys will leave the orphanage too. Time flies. Chang Jianyi said to Luo Qing with a smile. Luo Qing also nodded quickly, and said, I remember that Wang Ziqiang kept saying that he wanted to join the Self-Aid Association. I don't know if he still has this idea now. While the two were chatting, Wu Yilian saw a girl sitting under a tree in the distance, then pointed to her and said, Mom, look over there, the one under the tree is Hua Jingren. She is always alone. Hearing the news about Hua Jingren, Chang Jianyi immediately became interested. He looked at the girl under the tree, and then saw a lonely girl sitting under the tree. She was wearing simple clothes and had nothing special. Exquisitely dressed, but even without makeup, it still looks peaceful and small and exquisite. When Chang Jianyi saw Hua Jingren for the first time, she found that she was an ordinary girl, but she looked handsome, which was not bad, not the kind of girl with bad looks. The appearance is not bad, the face is pretty, the figure is slim, not ugly, but this time I came to see her inside, the appearance is not in my consideration. Chang Jianyi said silently in his heart. Chang Jianyi is also aware of one thing, that is, it is impossible for him to forcefully change his younger brother's preferences, and he insists on marrying whoever he likes, so he can only admit it by pinching his nose. It can be cultivated the day after tomorrow, and it doesn't necessarily mean that one is born with some great character. Hey, didn't you say that this girl has no friends? Why did a child come over? Chang Jianyi suddenly noticed at this moment that a girl suddenly ran to Hu Jingren's side, as if talking about something, and immediately this made Chang Jianyi curious. Wu Yilian looked at the girl who had just appeared. She was wearing clean and tidy clothes, and the clothes were also colorful. At this time, the girl went under the tree and found Hu Jingren, talking about something, but strangely, Wu Yilian found, I don't even know this girl who just appeared. Mom, this girl is not a child from our orphanage, and I don't know where she came from. I haven't seen her before. Wu Yilian said hastily. Luo Qing looked at the collapsed walls nearby. At this time, a group of workers were rebuilding the walls of the orphanage. Now there are no walls around. It is indeed very simple to enter, and it is impossible for these workers who are working. There is time to control whether there are children from outside coming in. They are responsible for the construction. Since she's a child from outside, why don't you let me drive her away? Luo Qing asked immediately. Chang Jianyi shook her head lightly, and said, no need, it's just a little girl, I don't know when she ran in, and she can't possibly pose any threat to me, don't care about her. But, immediately after, this strange little girl took out a gold ring from her body, put it on Hu Jingren's hand, and was still talking about something. Hu Jingren looked at the gold ring that appeared on his hand, and showed a look of astonishment for a moment, but then there was a look of surprise on his face. On the white finger, the existence of a gold ring really made people feel astonished. People are dazzled, and the most important point is that gold can be used directly as currency, and its value is very high. Although this scene happened in the distance, Chang Jianyi held a telescope in her hand and was a supernatural being, so she could clearly see this scene in her eyes. Seeing this scene, her expression suddenly became a little strange. Girls love beauty, so whether they wear gold and silver jewelry or diamond rings, it is very reasonable. These jewelry represent fashion. Which girl wants to be ugly? But, because of beauty, it is not appropriate to abandon other things in the heart. Mom, here comes the drink. Some apple juice is here. It's sweet and sour. Don't dislike it. At this time, Su Xing appeared with 2 glasses of apple juice. It was still early autumn, and Yeshao was also very hot. 1. The temperature is also very high, so Su Xing thoughtfully put ice cubes in the cup. Let me try it first. Luo Qing was not polite, and drank it with a glass of juice. It was sweet and sour, and the taste was not bad. It is a rare thing to be able to drink such a drink in summer. After drinking, Luo Qing said to Chang Jianyi, the juice is delicious, madam, you should try it too, and Luo Qing said that, it means that the juice is not poisonous. That's why Luo Qing said that when outside, no one can guarantee whether the food and water are poisonous. Even sea beasts cannot withstand the attack of venom, let alone humans. No matter how powerful the supernatural being is, it will always be a human body. He will definitely die. And Luo Qing is still in charge of testing the poison at the critical moment. If Luo Qing said the taste is very good, it means that it is not poisonous. If Luo Qing said the taste is normal, it means that it may be poisonous, but it cannot be tasted. It may be that the food has deteriorated, it may be poisonous, and once the food, if it was really poisonous, Luo Qing would arrest the other party without saying a word. However, regarding Luo Qing's suggestion at this time, Chang Jianyi's face was calm. Watching the 2 girls under the tree in the distance without saying a word, she was not in the mood to drink juice at this time because, at this time, the strange little girl had already taken Hu Jingren to a nearby corner. There was a warehouse here, and there was no one around. Staying here could indeed avoid other people's observation. Su Xing, is there any way to enter the warehouse? Chang Jianyi then asked. Upon hearing this question, Su Xing replied directly, I have the warehouse key, and I can enter through the main entrance. Obviously, Su Xing at this time was completely unaware of any other purposes of the Deputy City Lord, and thought that the Deputy City Lord simply wanted to inspect. Wu Yilian said quickly, there is a window at the back of the warehouse. Although the window is locked, I have the key here, so I can open the window directly. Compared with her daughter's dullness, Wu Yilian is much smarter. After all, she has experienced a lot. After seeing Chang Jianyi's actions, she also guessed Chang Jianyi's real purpose, so at this time, she gave the correct answer. Exclamation mark. After hearing such an answer, Chang Jianyi nodded, and was about to go downstairs. If he went down the stairs, he would definitely be exposed. Moreover, Hu and Yeshao City didn't know what Chang Jianyi looked like. After going down, you will be recognized by the children here at the first time. In this way, You will lose the opportunity to observe secretly. Chang Jianyi chose to jump down from the top of the building. Luo Qing followed closely behind, and the two entered the warehouse. Afterwards, seeing this scene, Su Xing couldn't help being a little puzzled. She didn't understand why the deputy city lord didn't take the stairs, but went down from the top of the building. Could it be that she was worried about being discovered by the children here? Mom, what's the situation? Could it be that the deputy city lord wants to secretly inspect the warehouse? We're not corrupt. What else can we find in the warehouse? Su Xing didn't know why, and then asked her mother. Wu Yilian looked at this innocent girl helplessly, sighed and said, "Oh, without me, how would you live in the future? Just relying on your current mind. If someone says a few words casually, you will be deceived." Chapter 612. According to the Big Brother's instructions, Yu Xiling took a lot of gold and silver jewelry and entered the city, heading towards the place after the previous investigation. Although she was only an 8-year-old child, Yu Xiling could still find the destination accurately. Along the way, Yu Xiling always felt that someone was following her behind her. She was still young, so she didn't know whether this feeling was right or wrong. In Yazhou City is always safer than outside the city. After all, only mercenaries outside the city can guarantee their own safety, and after night, the danger outside the city is even more dangerous. Always look for the lone guy to rob. If you are not careful, you will die on the street. There are special soldiers patrolling the city. If they find someone robbing, they can even be shot on the spot. If they are stealing, they would have to chop their hands if they were caught, but later found that chopping their hands would reduce the labor force of these guys. Possibly, so the method of disposal was changed, which was to forcefully send them to farmland. And Yu Xiling was walking on the street with people coming and going, which made her emboldened. Even if someone was following her, it was impossible for her to attack her at this time. Yu Xiling holds a lot of gold and silver jewelry in her hands. She knows very well that these things are very valuable, so if she wants to complete the Big Brother's plan, she must use these jewelry. Yu Xiling told herself in her heart, meditate, don't be excited, don't stutter when speaking, must be calm, and learn to adapt to the situation. Yu Xiling didn't even know what responsibility meant. She just remembered that the Big Brother told her, and as long as she did what the Big Brother ordered, she would be right. The orphanage is here. Yu Xiling looked at the place where a group of people were constructing, and then looked at the photo. Although the fence in the photo has disappeared, the houses in the distance are exactly the same as the photo, so I can be sure that I found its destination. After passing through the construction team, Yu Xiling began to look for Hua Jingren. She planned to follow the words prepared by the Big Brother. As long as she could make the other party listen to her, the task would be considered complete. Hua Jingren, hello, I have something to tell you. Is it convenient to talk to another place? Yu Xiling said directly. Hua Jingren looked at the girl who suddenly appeared beside her. She was a little surprised at this time. She has never had many friends, so there are very few people who can talk to her, and the person she is most looking forward to seeing is actually Chang Haoji. When Chang Haoji is together, she always smiles. Therefore, facing a strange girl, Hua Jingren didn't dare to underestimate him. Even if the other girl looked younger than himself, he had to be careful. I don't know you, please leave. I don't want to hear what you said. I don't want to go anywhere else with you. However, Yu Xiling was also prepared for Hua Jingren's clear-cut rejection attitude. She took out a gold ring from her body according to what the Big Brother said, and said calmly, by the way, I picked up a ring on the street today. This is something you lost, put it on quickly, and don't lose it in the future. After finishing speaking, Yu Xiling put the gold ring on Hua Jingren's finger. The originally fair finger now looked even more beautiful with a golden ring on it. Although he was only 12 years old, Hua Jingren, of course, I also know what the gold ring means. It is a lot of money. A gold ring is enough for ordinary people to eat and drink for a month. Yu Xiling continued, actually, I found other things on me, which may or may not belong to you. Come with me, and I'll let you claim them. After finishing speaking, Yu Xiling pointed to the warehouse in the corner of the building in the distance. This is a dead corner, and there are trash cans around. Under normal circumstances, no one would stay here. Hua Jingren has never experienced such a thing before. A huge amount of wealth fell on his head at this time. Looking at the gold ring on his hand, Hua Jingren knew that it was a huge sum of money, and the other party, it seems that there are more things on him, which can be expected. This little girl must have recognized the wrong person, right? Otherwise, how could she find me at this time and say these things? There are too many people with the same name and surname in the world. She may have recognized the wrong owner. If that is the case, pie in the sky, how can you be indifferent? Hu Jingren thought in his heart at this time. Hu Jingren has almost nothing, she is just an orphan, and she will leave the orphanage in 2 years' time, and when the time comes, she will not know what to do. It is natural to be able to become an official employee, but I heard that many people work in factories as coolies. Hu Jingren doesn't like this kind of life, and a piece of wealth at your fingertips is really important to Hu Jingren. Under such circumstances, Hu Jingren was finally tempted. However, after reaching a dead end, Yu Zhiling said directly, "Actually, I picked up a lot of good things, including platinum jewelry, silver bracelets, and earrings inlaid with rubies. If you want, you can buy them. I can give it to you. The money is enough to make you look good." When Hu Jingren heard this, he immediately felt something was wrong, and then asked vigilantly, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Although Yu Zhiling is relatively young, she has a big brother who is as talented as a genius. Yu Zhijing has already told her what she should say at this time, and told her to stay up all night to recite what should be said. Hu Jingren's reaction had actually been guessed by Yu Zhijing. Yu Zhiling said calmly, "The reason why I found you is to let you do one thing for us, and that is to let my big brother meet the city lord. As long as you can help, then the money from me will go to you. It's all for you. This money can make you instantly rich, and you can dress yourself up beautifully, so that when you meet your parents in the future, you can win the other party's favor." After Hu Jingren found out that the other party had conditions, he immediately began to refuse, saying in his heart, "There really is no free lunch in the world. It's too fake to admit the wrong person." Afterwards, Hu Jingren replied, "I don't know the city lord, let alone help you know the city lord. I'm leaving, and I'll return the ring to you. We'll never see each other again. It seems that you are really willing to be an unknown woman for the rest of your life. As for the matter between you and Chang Haoji, just give up. It is impossible for Chang Haoji to marry you, and you will only be a working girl for the rest of your life. Don't try to change your destiny." Zhiling also spoke in a crisp voice at this time, and there were some stumbles in her speech, but the meaning was still expressed clearly. After Hu Jingren heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he became angry from embarrassment, and said, "You talk nonsense. He has promised to marry me. Even if he can't marry me, he will definitely elope with me. You are talking nonsense right now, you." Zhiling saw that the other party's reaction was exactly the same as what the big brother said, and she admired the big brother even more in her heart. For her, what the big brother said was all correct, and she continued to follow the big brother's plan. "Then you can convince the other party." So Yu Zhiling continued, "Am I talking nonsense? Time will tell. Now let me analyze for you the fate of you and Chang Haoji in the future. A girl like you without a beautiful family background is no longer worthy of the eldest son Chang Haoji. Let alone free marriage, the gap in status has always been a serious issue, even in the peaceful years. There are also people who want to be a phoenix man, and also want to marry into a big family. Why? It's wrong to be in a wrong family, but it can change your destiny." Yu Zhiling continued, and Hu Jingren did not leave, but listened silently at this time. Yu Zhiling continued, "Your background is no longer good, so you need to make up for it with acquired efforts. An excellent person can stand out no matter where you go, but as far as I know, your academic performance is not good enough. How about it? It is very difficult to use your own ability to gain the approval of others. Finally, let's talk about your greatest confidence. Chang Haoji said to marry you, but have you ever thought that men will change? They say what they say is a pledge of eternal love, but when they turn their heads, it may be taken as a joke, and Chang Hao for you, Ji may just have a sense of novelty. He grew up under the protection of the city lord, and he has always met people who are either rich or expensive. It is rare for him to be interested in you for a while, but after the novelty passes? I would say that I was ignorant at the time, and I was still young, so I said the wrong thing, and finally, I will give you a sum of money, and leave smoothly." Yu Zhiling is only 8 years old, but what she said has a deep truth. After hearing these words, Hu Jingren was completely silent, her face was gloomy, and her face was full of worry. She was thinking, what should she do if things are really exactly the same as what the other party said? Hu Jingren is naturally older than Yu Zhiling, but now, Hu Jingren has no solution to the situation that Yu Zhiling said, because this kind of speculation is too real, and the gap between reality can't be ignored. Here, Hu Jingren has neither a good background nor an excellent grade. If this continues, the novelty of attracting others will gradually disappear. I think you should have understood what I said by now, so how to choose? The power lies with you. I just want to tell you that if you cooperate with me, we can help you successfully become the eldest son wife. Yu Hailing continued this sentence immediately became Hu Jingren's life-saving straw. After understanding her situation, she found that her position was precarious, and she might lose her best friend and Chang Heoji, who promised to marry her at any time. Now that things might change, Hu Jingren easily believed what Yu Hailing said. I don't seem to be able to help you. I don't know the city lord. Hu Jingren said helplessly. Yu Hailing continued, you don't know the city lord, but you do know Chang Heoji. As long as you let Chang Heoji tell you, the city lord will definitely agree to meet you. At that time, even if your task is completed, we can help you dress up and try to gain the approval of the eldest son's family. Yu Hailing immediately replied, how? To dress up? Hu Jingren asked without knowing anything, and Yu Hailing didn't know anything about this matter, but she was taught by someone, so she said directly, first of all, it is to package your conversation, and when you speak, you can be neither humble nor overbearing, and you look elegant. Use clothes to set off yourself. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. If you put on decent clothes on board, it will make people feel refreshed. Then, we can find some newspapers and radio stations to try their best to praise you and directly give you public opinion advantages, let you have a great reputation, and after you have a reputation, it will be much easier to do things. After Yu Hailing finished speaking, she looked at Hu Jingren. Hu Jingren lowered his head and began to think, as if he was considering whether to agree or not. Yu Hailing was also very nervous at this moment. At this moment, she didn't know whether the other party would agree to her conditions. If she failed, there was nothing she could do but Hu Jingren, after careful consideration, suddenly found that this suggestion was very good. As long as he followed what the other party said, he would get a decent identity. With newspaper reports, he would definitely become famous. With the approval of Chang Heoji's family, the obstacles that hindered himself and Chang Heoji would no longer exist. The most important thing is that I only need to do a simple favor. I just need Chang Heoji to persuade his brother-in-law to meet the little girl here. Even if this task is completed, there will be no difficulty, and it will not bring anything danger for Hu Jingren. This is an investment with very little risk but great opportunities. After much deliberation, Hu Jingren finally made a decision and said, okay, I agree. After receiving such an answer, Yu Hailing breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that her task was now complete, and everything was within the expectation of Big Brother. However, at this moment, the warehouse door was opened, and Chang Jianyi walked out of the warehouse door, came to this remote corner full of strange smells, and said calmly, Luo Qing. Then this person brought go. As for Hu Jingren, you can stay here honestly. As for the future, wait until you have a good character. The two people in the corner were stunned. They didn't expect that someone else was eavesdropping in this corner. Moreover, this person was actually the deputy city lord, Chang Heoji's sister. Why did she appear here? Why did she hear these things in an instant? Hu Jingren's face turned pale, and she knew that everything was over. Luo Qing stepped forward, grabbed Yu Hailing and left. In order to prevent Yu Hailing from resisting, she even found a rope to tie her up, but in fact, Yu Hailing had no ability to resist at this time. Chapter 613 Disappointed. When is the coolest time of day? Some people will say early in the morning, some people will say late at night, and each has its own reasons, but if you ask when is the hottest, there is no doubt that everyone will answer 12 noon. Very simple. At noon the sun shines directly on the ground, and the atmosphere can reflect and refract less solar radiation, and the lunch of 3 meals a day is usually eaten at this time. Shen Feng is handling official business in the office. Chu Chaoyan is sitting next to Shen Feng. The others are far away. They dare not disturb the two-person world of the city lord and the deputy city lord. Shen Feng looked at his watch, and found that it was already noon, and it was time to eat. If you work at noon, your brain will shut down, and this is the right time to sleep. Zhao Yan, go home and eat. There is a paraglider on the roof of the city lord's mansion. I will take you back in a few minutes, and you can go for a ride. Shen Feng said to Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan was about to agree, but at this time the door was pushed open. Chang Jianyi came in from outside with a food box. With a gloomy expression, he put the food box on the table and said, no need, I'm back home. I've brought you some food, eat it. Seeing that Chang Jianyi's expression was not right, Chu Chaoyan thought she was jealous of herself, so she couldn't help but said, "Shouldn't you rest at home? Feng and I are here to deal with it, so you don't have to use it. Besides, Feng slept in your room last night, what else do you want, Chu?" Chaoyan misunderstood, and thought that the strange expression on Chang Jianyi's face at this time was aimed at herself, but Chang Jianyi said lightly at this time, "This matter has nothing to do with you. I just encountered troubles in the morning. Shen Feng asked me to look inside a person. I took a look with my own eyes and found the inside of a person is even worse." When Chu Qiaoan heard this, she felt as if she was in a cloud of fog. She couldn't understand anything. What was the inner meaning? Shen Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, could it be that little girl didn't pass the test? But shouldn't it? The person Chang Haoji likes shouldn't be too bad, right? Originally, Shen Feng persuaded Chang Jianyi to accept Chang Haoji's choice because he couldn't see his parentage. If anyone could see his parentage, then many of them would be unqualified. To really choose younger siblings, one should choose someone with a good personality and inner beauty. Exclamation mark. However, now that Chang Jianyi said that he saw the bad inside, doesn't it mean that the other party's qualifications are not up to the mark? A writer once said, but I can't remember who said it. There are two things in the world that cannot be looked at directly. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. The sun is bright, and it will blind the eyes. However, is the human heart bright or not? What about the darkness? Who can tell clearly? Chang Jianyi said at this time, it showed that Chu Qiaoan was very knowledgeable. After a little thought, she immediately said, I know who said this. It was said by Kigo Higashino. What happened to what he wrote in Baiyuzing? What kind of dark side do you see, Chang? Jianyi didn't hide anymore, closed the door casually, sat on a chair beside her, and began to tell what she saw and heard this morning. When she talked about the temptation Hu Jingren faced, she said directly, if she can reject this proposal on the spot, I think she is a good child, and she can raise a child or two in the future. However, after thinking about it for a while, she actually agrees. I can't bear it. Shen Feng didn't expect that his casual remarks before would be a disservice. Now, Chang Jianyi hated Hu Jingren even more, and after Chang Haoji returned to Yazhao, it seemed that he didn't care about it. Good answer. In order to make up for his mistake, Shen Feng quickly persuaded, actually, you don't have to get too excited. You know, it's hard to see a person's inner world in one day. Apart from the inner world, we can also care about other things. The place, no, what you said last night is correct. Chang Jianyi changed her words at this time, and she said seriously, a person's background is not important, and whether he can have an outstanding achievement is not important. What matters is whether she has an excellent character. For her own benefit, she used Zyology without hesitation. This is not ignorance, but pure character. The ungrateful girl will be my younger brother and sister. Shen Feng shrugged and asked, why is it so important? Isn't it just to let me meet other people? It's a very simple thing. It doesn't take much time for me to meet others, so I don't need to worry about it. HMPH, have you forgotten what you learned in high school? Husband's misfortune often accumulates in the slightest, but wisdom and courage are often trapped in drowning. This time I just let you meet others. What about next time? Next time, if you betray, what about us? When it comes to doing business, if there is a first time, there will be a second time. Don't underestimate this point. To put it bluntly, Hu Jingren has betrayed us. Man, I don't agree with Hu Jingren either. Chang Jianyi was already furious, and at this moment she directly explained her attitude, which made Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoan helpless. However, for this kind of thing, Shen Feng couldn't continue to excuse it. After all, it was the case of being caught by Chang Jianyi himself. No matter what, it was unjustifiable. Eat first. By the way, where is that little girl? The little girl who bewitched Hu Jingren. She must have heard about your whereabouts, so she deliberately acted out this drama, right? Shen Feng hastily, excuse me, I don't want Chang Jianyi to continue entangled in this matter. Speaking of Yu Hailing, Chang Jianyi said slowly, it's hard to say whether this matter was someone else's design or not. In short, the little girl who was caught didn't cry or make trouble, and closed her mouth tightly. She kept her mouth shut and didn't answer anything. We couldn't ask anything. I asked Zixi to use her supernatural power, and Zixi's supernatural power also failed, except for knowing her identity. She didn't know anything else. It seemed that she was in the east of the city living. At this time, Chang Jianyi still had a feeling of hating iron but not steel. Anyway, Hua Jingren was still 12 years old, and he was able to be bewitched by a girl younger than him. This kind of level is really too bad. Moreover, if the grades are not good, it means that the ability in the future may not be very good. While eating, Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan comforted Chang Jianyi, but Chang Jianyi didn't answer. She still sat on the chair and sulked. She couldn't figure out why her younger brother liked such a woman. Could it really be the so-called novelty? After eating, Shen Feng felt that there was still more time, so he said directly, "I'll go and see the little girl who was arrested. Where's she?" Shen Feng suddenly wanted to know the real identity of this little girl at this moment. If someone specially designed Hua Jingren, it would explain it, and it would relieve Chang Jianyi's anger to some extent. Moreover, a little girl could persuade a teenage girl older than herself is quite an achievement in itself. Chang Jianyi said lightly, "I found a separate room in the prison and locked it up. She is too young. No matter what you ask her, she won't say anything, and she doesn't know her real purpose. It's not easy to sentence, so I can only close it. If it doesn't work, you can only let it go. Everything should be right and proper." This little girl's ultimate goal seems to be to meet Shen Feng. For such a simple goal, Chang Jianyi can't just kill the other party directly. If she really does, it will be thorough. It's brutal. Shen Feng learned where the little girl was being held, and immediately went to the prison. At this time, Zhang Zixi was interrogating the prisoner. She only needed to use her powers when asking questions, and then she could pass through the weak brain of the other party. Radio waves judge right or wrong. There are many types of polygraph machines in the world. Some detect heartbeat, some detect blood flow, some detect body temperature, and some detect brain waves. When a person is lying, the brain waves on the body will be sharp changes, and after the machine detects these changes, it will respond immediately, which is the principle of the lie detector, and none of these polygraph machines can compare to Zhang Zixi's abilities. After all, even if the other party doesn't answer, the brain will react naturally. In this way, Zhang Zixi can determine whether the other party is lying. Shen Feng first found Yu Xiling. At this time, Yu Xiling was curled up in a corner of the prison with her legs folded. She was the only one in this room, and there were various voices coming from outside the room. Most of the detainees in the prison were those who betrayed Shen Feng and chose to join the Xianlong Bureau. When these people saw Shen Feng appearing, they couldn't help shouting, "City Master, we are wrong, please forgive us, we dare not do it anymore." Shen Feng ignored these people asking for help, but said to the jailer beside him, "Open the door and bring out the little girl inside." Yu Xiling curled up into a ball, just like a sleeping kitten. In order to reduce the heat dissipation area and effectively preserve body temperature, the cat usually curls up into a ball when sleeping. In fact, it is to reduce heat dissipation and protect the surrounding area. Attack. Huh? Are you still an acquaintance? When Shen Feng saw Yu Xiling being brought out, he immediately recognized it. Isn't this the little girl who took him to find the doctor? Unexpectedly, it was her who was caught. "Hello, City Master," Yu Xiling said respectfully, and her crisp voice echoed in the prison. Yu Xiling knew Shen Feng, because she often saw photos of Shen Feng in the newspapers, and now that the real person appeared in front of her eyes, she also found that she had successfully met the city lord. "Come with me, if you have anything specific, just tell me," Shen Feng said to Yu Xiling immediately. Shen Feng still remembers what he said at the beginning: if he encounters any trouble, he can look for himself, but he forgot that ordinary people cannot see himself casually. So Shen Feng guessed that Yu Xiling asked Hua Jingren for help, just to ask for help. However, Shen Feng forgot one thing, that is, when Shen Feng and Yu Xiling met before, he was wearing a mask. At this time, Yu Xiling didn't know that this was the masked man he had seen before. Shen Feng led Yu Xiling out of the prison, and then asked, "I heard that you want to see me. Why?" Yu Xiling quickly said, "It's not that I want to see you, it's my big brother who wants to see you, because you arrested my father. My big brother wants to persuade you to let him go." "Your father? Oh. I remembered, the guy in the east of the city who has a lot of subordinates and dares to hoard meat? I heard that someone reported him for collecting protection money without authorization. I didn't expect him to be your father." Shen Feng finally remembered at this moment. Shen Feng did not forget the Yu Mu he saw outside the city back then. He brought back several carts of mutant beasts, and sent the unused meat to the city for sale, but kept the edible ones for himself. In time, the meat industry there is also the possibility of being monopolized. City Lord, can you let my father go? Yu Hailing asked quickly afterwards. She only hoped that Shen Feng would agree to her condition. No, the state owns the state laws, and the family has family rules. I have to abide by the family rules, let alone others. Let's wait until the trial. For your sake, I will let Zhang Zixi reduce the punishment. Shen Feng said with a smile. Yu Hailing still didn't give up at this time. If her father couldn't go back safely, she and Big Brother would still be in danger. Thinking of this, she quickly said, my big brother has always admired you, and I hope to see you. You can accompany me. Do you want me to meet the big brother? Is this your request? Shen Feng asked. Yes, it's my request. Yu Hailing replied. Then, let's go. Shen Feng didn't care. Anyway, he owed this little girl a favor back then. If it was just to see her big brother, it wouldn't be a big deal. It would be considered as repaying the original favor. P.S. Thank you for your support. If you have any suggestions, please leave a message in Zhonghen. I can't see the comments on other websites and I can't get your feedback. I walked by and saw that this place is also true love. Please leave 1 or 2 recommendations, thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614 Internal and External Imbalance. Originally, Shen Feng wanted to know who was plotting Hu Jingren. After all, it was a coincidence. Chang Jianyi just decided to observe the character of the future siblings, and Hu Jingren was seduced immediately. Anyone would be angry. And such a coincidence. Shen Feng also felt that there was something tricky behind it. However, after Shen Feng saw the little girl Yu Hailing, he immediately dispelled such thoughts. After all, he knew this little girl. Back then, when he was walking down the street with a lot of books, he didn't care about other people's difficulties. Being able to reach out and help, it's not like someone who designs on other people. And Yu Hailing asked Shen Feng to meet her big brother, and Shen Feng also agreed. If there is any help within his ability, he can reach out to help, but releasing a guy who collects protection fees, that is impossible. When Shen Feng caught those who dared to collect protection money, they killed them directly to deter others. At that time, Professor Chu also directly explained the situation. The so-called protection fee is a tax. If others collect a protection fee, it is equivalent to robbing the tax that originally belonged to you. This is not conducive to stability. Whenever the dynasty is weak, it is mostly due to tax problems. The center cannot collect taxes from the local area, which leads to the inability to make ends meet, and the local area sits too big. Therefore, Shen Feng will never easily forgive those who dare to compete with him for jobs. Whoever dares to collect protection fees will kill one at a time. After Shen Feng followed Yu Hailing to the outside of the city, he found his own hotel. The bustling hotel was shrouded in loneliness at this time. Basically, no one entered the hotel. Obviously, very few people come here. It's become desolate. It's different from the bustle before. Shen Feng said with a frown. It's only been a few days, and the originally lively hotel has become different, which makes Shen Feng suddenly feel unrealistic. The change is really too big, and such a change, and you can't get rid of it. Shen Feng suddenly felt a sense of guilt. The so-called prosperity is just a passing cloud, and it will disappear in a blink of an eye. The city owner does not need to worry about it. Please forgive me for not preparing a banquet in a hurry. I will go buy it right away. At this time, a thin man walked out of the hotel. The young man is very thin, like a monkey, with slender arms and little flesh on his body. Seeing this boy, Shen Feng couldn't help asking, "Did your father abuse you?" Yu Haijin quickly said, "Of course not." Then, "Why are you so thin? Your family runs a hotel. Even if there are signs of decline in the past few days, it won't be like this in a few days, right? Tell the truth." Shen Feng still I don't believe it. The kid's body in front of him is obviously caused by long-term malnutrition, and there is obviously something wrong with growing up like this in a house that runs a hotel. This is because I have a disease, so this is the case. I was still waiting for the city lord to be summoned, but I didn't expect the city lord to condescend to come to the humble house. I am not prepared enough, please forgive me. Yu Haijing said hastily. Shen Feng saw that although the young man in front of him was thin and weak, he was very particular about dealing with people, and he felt that it was not easy. It would be good for ordinary people to remain calm when they saw him, but the young man in front of him performed even better. There is no timidity realized during this time, which is far beyond ordinary children. Shen Feng then followed the young man into the hotel, and there were still some employees staying in the hotel. At this time, seeing the city lord appearing here, they all panicked and began to work actively. It seemed that he wanted to make a good impression in front of Shen Feng. These employees worked hard, but Yu Haijing ignored them. For him, these remaining employees may not be so loyal. They stayed. Maybe it's to earn more, maybe it's planning how to occupy the entire restaurant, or maybe it's to find the wealth that Dad has accumulated in the past half a year. In ancient times, there were often incidents of evil servants deceiving their masters, and Yu Haijing has always been on guard against such situations happening to himself. Yu Haijing asked his subordinates to buy wine and food to entertain Shen Feng. It used to be a bustling restaurant, but now it has become an empty shell. Although the tables, chairs and benches are still there, in the current situation, everyone is indifferent. Waiting for Yu to be unlucky. As long as Yu dies, his family property can be divided up, not to mention the tables, chairs and benches. The entire restaurant may be robbed. Yu Haijing asked Shen Feng to sit down by the window, and then said directly, "My father Yu heard that he will be executed, and we brothers and sisters will certainly not be able to live outside the city in the future, so I dare to ask the city lord to let him go." "Pass my father, okay." Shen Feng shrugged and said directly, "No, even though I am the owner of the city, I also need to obey the rules, otherwise I will not be able to convince the public, but I will not kill your father. Let him work in a mine or something like that. A few years of work will be enough. As for your request, forget it." When Yu Haijing got this answer, he found that it was indeed in line with the city lord's usual habits, and he was not too disappointed, but continued, "City lord, I know you don't like to break the rules, but there are exceptions to everything. I hope can change your mind." Shen Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard such an answer. He didn't know how the kid in front of him would have the guts to say such arrogant words to make him change his mind. "It's up to you? Children, don't be too arrogant. This world is not the world in fairy tales, and the situation cannot be changed by kindness and optimism." Shen Feng said mockingly. Yu Haijing also sat opposite Shen Feng at this time, and said earnestly, "Aspirations do not lie in old age, and no aspirations make you live 100 years in vain. The city lord has heard this truth before, and Bacon also said that knowledge is power. Although I am thin and I am terminally ill, but I believe that with my current intelligence, I can impress the city lord." Shen Feng shrugged and said, Okay, then tell me how smart you are, and I will praise you when you finish." At this moment, Shen Feng obviously didn't take Yu Haijing seriously, and thought that this young man was just a little ignorant. Maybe he could recite dozens of ancient poems, and then felt that he was great, so he would accompany him. Just brush it up, show yourself. Yu Haijing did not panic, and began to narrate. "Currently, Yazhou seems to be a paradise for refuge, but in my opinion, it is still full of dangers. There is no crisis yet, but in time, there will inevitably be profound conflicts. At that time, Yazhou will be turned upside down, and you may be able to suppress the turmoil, but Yazhou will also be severely damaged by then." Shen Feng thought that Yu Haijing would say some naive opinions, so he just cooperated casually, but now, Yu Haijing is about to talk about the hidden crisis in Yazhou. Seriously, this immediately caught Shen Feng's attention. Even if it's a child's words, as long as they make sense, they should agree. "You keep talking," Shen Feng said. Afterward Yu Haijing nodded and continued to talk. "Master, look out, there are more and more residents outside the city. I wonder if you have discovered this? And is the tax collection going smoothly? The mercenaries outside the city are naturally it is not as powerful as in the city, and many welfare policies in Yazhou are not available outside the city. Isn't this already divided? The residents outside the city are not collecting taxes smoothly, except for taxes such as water and electricity. Consumption cannot be taxed, and other industries cannot be taxed, and this is the situation outside the city walls of Yazhou." Shen Feng finally became serious at this time. If Yu Haijing's age was not too young, Shen Feng would have already had a heated discussion. Shen Feng finally discovered the hidden crisis. What he cared most about was the situation in the city. As for the outside of the city, Shen Feng didn't think much about the condition of the farmland and the number of mutated beasts in the mountains. Shen Feng didn't think too much about it. It was just a temporary solution, right? Now, The population outside the city is not very large, and most of them are attached to the mercenary guild. But what if the mercenary guild loses its ability to manage? The mercenaries have already hunted down a lot of mutant beasts in the mountains. The state will not be threatened. Then, within 10 years, the population outside the city will explode, and in 5 years, a group of mercenary children will be able to go to war, and the family will grow up in a mercenary family, and most of them will become mercenaries in the future. When the power outside the city exceeds the power inside the city, it will be the inside of the city that needs to be restless. Yu Haijing said slowly. After Shen Feng heard the analysis, he couldn't help thinking. At this time, the staff had bought wine and food from a nearby hotel. They seemed to know that Shen Feng couldn't drink liquor, so they bought beer, peanuts, and some cold dishes. It's not bad to talk while eating and drinking. Yu Haijing closed the door, sat at the side of the table and began to eat. She hadn't eaten all morning, and now she was hungry. As for Shen Feng, she was already full, so she drank a glass of beer and continued to chat with Yu Haijing. Talking to Jing, he finally found out that no one should be underestimated. The waves behind the Yangtze River drive the waves ahead. A new generation replaces the old ones. Shen Feng looked at the young man in front of him in shock, probably in his teens, a few years younger than Chang Jianyi, weak in body, yet so great insights, not simple. Maybe this is the legendary child prodigy? As you said, even if I recruit people from outside the city into the city, I can continue to recruit soldiers. The benefits of being a soldier are very high. There must be people who are willing to join the army. As long as I can maintain the balance of power inside and outside the city, won't it be fine? Shen Feng then asked, so, will it lead to higher expenses? Yu Haijing continued, injustice inside and outside the city definitely exists, and the population outside the city will continue to increase. Maybe people in other places will fleeing and coming to Yazhou. The city can absorb it, but can't it be absorbed outside the city? Shen Feng frowned and continued, the core power is in the city. I can have many supernatural beings. With supernatural beings in my hands, I can have absolute power and absolute advantage. I can also produce evolution. I can cultivate very powerful supernatural beings. Shen Feng began to analyze the current situation with Yu Haijing. Even if the other party was a child, it was indeed worth discussing, so it needed to be discussed seriously. Yu Haijing calmly asked, City Lord, you are right, but don't forget that there are supernatural beings not only in the city, but also in other places. The Xianlong Bureau covets Yazhou, but other forces do not covet it. Yazhou? What if these mercenaries outside the city collude with other groups of supernatural beings? Will there be a war? Shen Feng was really caught up in the question for a while, frowning and began to think. The more he thought, the more urgent the question of mercenaries became. At this moment, Shen Feng's phone rang, and before he knew it, Shen Feng's lunch break was over. Chu Chaoyan saw that Shen Feng hadn't returned, so he called and started urging him. Shen Feng answered the phone and said, don't rush me, you take care of the things in the city first. I have other things outside the city, I will go back later. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng hung up the phone. Next, Shen Feng looked at Yu Haijing and asked, since you made the situation so serious, there must be a solution? Can you tell me? Yu Haijing said so much just to convince Shen Feng, and he had already prepared the answer, so he said directly, that is to build the outer city. From now on, the old city wall will be the inner city, and the new city wall will be the inner city. Inside the city wall is the outer city. With a city wall, tax collection can be carried out. Water, electricity, housing, consumption, and other entertainment services can all be taxed. With a city wall, there is also the ability to manage. Come down, divide the forces of the mercenary group, and avoid one family dominating. That's enough. Chapter 615 Discovery of a Child Prodigy. After Shen Feng heard that the solution was to build the outer city wall, he was a little surprised and asked, can a city wall have such a big effect? It's not that the city wall has a great effect, but that the city wall can become a symbol and express an attitude. From the perspective of people in the outer city, everyone is from Yazhou, and they are no worse than people in the inner city. In addition, the most important function is to collect taxes. Now it is very difficult to collect taxes outside the city. After all, there is a lot of liquidity outside the city. Except for water and electricity, which are in the hands of the city lord's mansion, other taxes can be collected, and other taxes are difficult to carry out. Yu Haijing began to analyze seriously. Shen Feng began to carefully consider the suggestion put forward by Yu Haijing, a 10-year-old child, and found that this suggestion is indeed feasible. After the autumn harvest, many people will have no jobs. In this case, building the city wall is quite important. I finally found jobs for these people, but it's hard to say what the effect will be after Yu Haijing ate a lot of cold dishes. She was finally full, so she stared blankly at the conversation between Shen Feng and the big brother. She couldn't understand much anyway, so she could only sit blankly with her eyes closed. Although he looked ahead, there was no expression in his eyes. Yu Haijing is different from her big brother. Her big brother will keep thinking wildly after she is free, but after Yu Haijing is caught, her head is blank and she doesn't think about anything. Commonly known as daze, the elegant name is wandering in the sky, but after being caught before, Yu Haijing started to be in a daze, and she didn't say anything when asked. In fact, her head was completely empty. Zhang Zixi couldn't detect anything when she used her supernatural powers. After all, Yu Haijing didn't have any mood swings. Which of course cannot be detected. This kind of situation can also happen to ordinary people. Generally speaking, they are stunned by fright, so their heads go blank, and they don't know what they are thinking. It takes a long time for their emotions to completely stabilize. Who told you to say these words? Who is standing behind you? Suddenly, at this moment, Shen Feng asked directly. The more Shen Feng thinks according to Yu Haijing's train of thought, the more he feels that this matter is more important, and this also shows from the side that the person who raised this question has a long-term vision. Now there is no situation outside the city. Everything is the same as usual, but things that may happen in a few years have already been brought up, which shows that people who hold this point of view are really not simple. After much deliberation, Shen Feng felt that it was impossible for a child to ask this question, so he immediately began to question Yu Haijing, wanting to know who was using Yu Haijing behind his back. It was impossible for a 10-year-old child with this level of knowledge. However, in response to Shen Feng's pressing question, Yu Haijing still said seriously, "It's just my own experience, no one taught me to say these words." Shen Feng looked at the thin Yu Haijing in disbelief, still in disbelief, and asked, "Are you sure you thought this up yourself? Then I'm going to test you. If you can answer my question, I will admit it. These things are all on your mind, yes?" Yu Haijing immediately agreed. He was confident that no matter what kind of question he had, he could answer it himself. Then, "I'd like to ask you a little difficult question about history. How did the three kingdoms of Wei, Shu and Wu fall during the Three Kingdoms period?" Shen Feng then asked. Shen Feng felt that the questions he was asking now were already very difficult. According to the age of the boy in front of him, he should only be at the level of a primary school student. How much knowledge can he know? Especially the knowledge of history, he must know even less. If he asked about the knowledge of the Three Kingdoms, he didn't believe he could answer unexpectedly. Yu Haijing said without hesitation, "Sima Zhao usurped the throne, Wei state perished first, Deng Ai smuggled to Yinping, Shu state perished, and then the Western Jin dynasty went south to cross the Yangtze River, and Wu state perished. If the city lord still wants to know the specific time, I can recite it too." Seeing that the young man in front of him had such a wealth of knowledge, Shen Feng still couldn't believe it. How could a primary school student know so much? Afterwards, Shen Feng continued to ask, "This time I will ask you some questions about geography. What are the mountains around Yazhou? I will trust you if you answer." Yu Haijing still didn't think about it. He seemed to know the terrain around Yazhou well, and then he said, "There is Daba Mountain in the northeast. After passing Daba Mountain, you can go to Zhengyang, and you can go downstream to Wushan. It is in the east, and there is Wuling in the southeast. Mountains, the Yunnan Gizhou Plateau to the south, and the Mingyou Mountain to the back, if necessary. I can also name all the rivers in Yazhou. That's all right, I don't need any more. I can already confirm your level. I believe these are all your own thoughts. You are really a child prodigy." Shen Feng praised sincerely. "Thank you, Santo. Since I have made such a good suggestion, can you take my father back from this conversation? We promise that we will never offend the Santo in the future, and we will never charge protection fees again." "Already?" Yu Haijing asked hastily. Now, Yu Haijing sees the hope of saving his father. As long as Shen Feng speaks, it will be fine. However, Shen Feng replied, 1 yard is equal to 1 yard. Don't confuse the two. Although you reminded me that the mercenaries outside the city are a factor of instability, Your father dares to charge protection fees. This cannot go unpunished, then. How does the city lord want to punish? Yu Haijing's mood sank to the bottom. After all, this world is always respected by strength. If there is no strength, then it can only be slaughtered. Well, for the sake of your advice to me, I will deal with it lightly. I just need to open a secret business route, so let him follow suit. As for you brothers and sisters, you will be in the city from now on. Settling in, you will be my advisor. As for your sister, go to school and see what job she can do when she grows up. Shen Feng said with a smile. When Yu Haijing heard this, he was stunned. With his ingenuity, he naturally guessed what Shen Feng meant. Can it be worse in the future? However, he and his sister will live in the city, and they will be hostages in the future. When Yu Haijing heard that she could go to school, she was a little happy immediately. With a smile on her face, she said to Big Brother, I can go to school now. I won't be a little illiterate anymore. Yu Haijing looked at his sister with a wry smile, and said in his heart, I don't even know that I'm about to become a hostage. What a silly girl. I don't know anything. Education in the apocalypse has become a scarce thing. This is the case in most places. Although there are schools, it is impossible for ordinary people to pay tuition fees. After all, they are struggling with food and clothing every day, and the children of ordinary people also lose. Haijing was in charge of Yu Haijing's study during this period, but the level of this kind of teaching was still not as good as that of a real school. Yu Haijing has no choice now. Looking at Shen Feng, who is smiling across the way, he can only say helplessly, our brothers and sisters are willing to live in Yuzhou City, and we also look forward to my father's smooth opening of business routes. At this time, Shen Feng was in a good mood. Although he learned that there would be a lot of troubles to solve in the future, but now, he has harvested a genius, which is not easy. When you encounter problems, you can have one more reference object. Thinking of this, Shen Feng whetted his appetite, grabbed the lo mei on the table and started to eat, greeting Yu Haijing and Yu Haijing while eating. Come, let's eat together, especially Yu Haijing, you are thin and need nutrition most, now is the time to eat more. Shen Feng said to the siblings. Shen Feng stayed outside the city for 2 hours, and then brought his brother and sister into the city. After seeing this scene, everyone living on the street couldn't help whispering. They didn't know what happened. Why were the brothers and sisters of the Yu family taken away by the city lord himself? Shen Feng brought people back to Yuzhou, and first asked people to arrange a residence for their brothers and sisters, and planned to introduce them to others tomorrow. He was released, but before releasing him, he still needs to be informed of his future tasks. Now Yuzhou is facing a blockade and has lost the ability to obtain materials from the outside, especially oil. As for the oil problem, Shen Feng can't solve it. Almost in the southern mainland of China, there are no places that produce oil. There are few places that produce natural gas, but there are basically no places that can produce oil. Before that, Wang Ai said that he could open up a business route for smuggling. He could sell whatever Shen Feng needed, and Shen Feng would also produce evolution agents continuously. The two sides hit it off. Since there is cooperation if necessary, then without further delay, let's do it now. Looking at the sunlight outside the prison, Yumi was in a trance for a while. Now that he came back to the outside world, everything seemed a little strange, and he also learned that it was his son who saved him. I'm going to live in the city, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, isn't it just to work for the city lord's mansion? It's no big deal, it's just a job, and I can do it. Yumi murmured. During this period of time, Yumi has accumulated a lot of wealth. He's going to go home first, find out all the things in the house, and give the child some pocket money, and the number of times he will meet in the future will be rare. Everything in the city needs money, so you can't wrong the children. However, after Yumi returned to his restaurant, he saw a large group of people moving the tables and chairs in the restaurant. Seeing this scene, Yumi was furious, rushed forward and shook his fist at the group of people, asked, "Who allowed you to carry my things? Who is it?" After a group of people were dispersed, they saw Yumi appearing here, and they ran away one after another. They didn't expect Yumi to really come out of the prison. I don't know how many people said that Yumi was bound to die before, but now, the facts are already in front of them, they can't help but not believe it. Run, Yumi is back. Everyone didn't dare to continue fighting the autumn wind, and immediately dispersed. Yumi was helpless, and didn't want to meet these little hooligans outside the city. Yumi walked into the restaurant, and then saw Wei Tong, a brother of the original mercenary regiment, who was commanding the people under him. "Hurry up, Throw away all the things you don't need. This place has been transformed into a brothel, and it will be able to open for business by signing a few girls to come in another day. From now on, you will call me Lord, understand, you. Mew didn't expect that his former brothers were now planning to occupy his property. He thought that the brothers of the mercenary group would rescue him, but he didn't expect them to be such people. Moreover, the best brothers didn't visit yourself in prison. Once thinking of this, Mew then asked coldly, Master Wei, how are you? I want to work under you now. I wonder if you will take me in. After Wei Tong heard the word master coming from behind him, he immediately felt at ease. Without even thinking about it, he said directly, as long as you are willing to do it, how can I not accept you here? Let me see if your hands and feet are agile. While talking, Wei Tong turned around to look, and felt that the guy behind him just wanted to find a job. Anyway, the words were pleasant to hear, so it was not impossible to stay. However, after turning his head, Wei Tong saw Mew appearing in front of him. He was taken aback immediately, and asked stumblingly, Boss, why are you back? Yeah, why am I back? You probably think I'll never come back again. Mew sneered. Chapter 616, The Evil Servant Devours the Master. I don't dare to be the boss of your Lord Wei, I'm just a bum who is asking for alms. Mew said with a sneer. Wei Tong already sensed something was wrong. Didn't everyone say that the boss must die? Moreover, the city lord also personally captured the two cubs of the Yu family. Did they mean that whoever can occupy the property here should own it? Why at this time, the boss has already appeared. Cold sweat broke out on Wei Tong's forehead, and he said immediately, Boss, you must have misunderstood. I saw that there is no one to help you take care of your restaurant, and your son and daughter have been taken away, so I thought to help you hold on to these properties. I am loyal. 1. Piece of loyalty? If you're one piece of loyalty, you can't visit me? It seems that I have been locked in prison for a week, right? Are you sure you are full of loyalty, not double-hearted? Mew sneered. Asked. Wei Tong was very uneasy at this time, because he was caught by the former boss, and the people around him were all ordinary people, and there were not many brothers who could persuade them to fight. If there was a fight, he might eat it. While explaining, Wei Tong put his hand on the back of his waist, and a homemade pistol was pinned to his back. Boss, I want to visit you too, but I don't know where the prison is. I can't get in, so I want to save you, but I don't have a chance. While speaking, Wei Tong touched the pistol on his back, and he began to ponder in his heart. At this moment, even if Mew came out of prison, he must not have a weapon on him, but I have always carried a pistol with me. If I really turn my face, I still have a chance of winning. With the pistol in his hand, Wei Tong's confidence came up. Although he was justifying, he began to think about how to solve the current trouble. Mew looked at each other coldly. Based on his familiarity with Wei Tong, he naturally knew what Wei Tong was doing at this time. At this time, Wei Tong probably had already grabbed the pistol in his hand, and he might shoot at any time. And himself as his target. However, Mew didn't want to let the guy in front of him go just like that at this time, so he said lightly, You said that you can't enter the prison to visit me. I'm afraid it's not true. My son is trying to find a way to send food outside the prison. Can you help me? How can you, who is 30 or 40 years old, be inferior to my 10-year-old son? During this time in prison, Mew was not wronged. On the contrary, he gained a few pounds because he did not exercise all the time, and all this was attributed to Yu's hygiene. He had read a lot of books, so he naturally knew how to deal with the prison personnel. As long as you send money, you can send the corresponding things, and therefore, Mew ate the food delivered to the prison from outside every day, and the food could be brought in, and even a few notes were mixed in the food. He did not believe that it was impossible for a person not to enter. The only possibility it's just that Wei Tong didn't think of a way at all. Seeing that the matter could no longer be covered up, Wei Tong simply had a showdown, pulled out the pistol in his back, pointed at Mew and said, Now, shut up. As soon as I shoot, you will immediately. I'm going to die. Mew looked at the black muzzle of the gun in front of him, and the sarcasm on his face became more and more obvious. Do you think you are the only one who has a pistol? Do you think I don't? It's so good to take it by chance before, but now to snatch it away means, Wei Tong didn't want to see the scene of Yi Changmeng and many dreams, and then directly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet was ejected, and fired towards Mew's chest. For a moment, Mew retreated as if he had been hit hard. The moment the bullet was released from the chamber, Its speed had already reached the level of supersonic speed. At this speed, it is impossible for ordinary people to dodge. There are no more than 5 people in the world who can dodge. Moreover, 5 everyone is a supernatural being. Yu immediately fell on his back. Wei Tong was overjoyed and said in his heart, I have already killed him, I can already become the owner of this restaurant. However, at this moment, Yu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stretched out his foot and kicked Wei Tong directly to the ground. Then, a steel drill was drilled out of his sleeve. The steel drill was very short, like a short stick. In an instant, it was stuck in Wei Tong's chest. Wei Tong struggled and continued to shoot, but Yu had already stepped aside. The bullets were fired continuously, smashing all the surrounding tables and chairs, and everyone in the hotel hurriedly avoided, shouting while running, "Killer, murderer, people." On the street also heard the gunshots, so the first reaction of every household was to close the doors and windows, for fear that the chaos outside would spread to their own homes. Yu hid in the corner and looked at the steel plate on his chest. At this time, there was a depression on the steel plate. However, it was obvious that the bullet failed to penetrate the steel plate. This was the weapon Yu found in the city. Anyone who buys them in a store is afraid of death, and now there are no restrictions on all kinds of weapons, so some people have worked hard on protective equipment. Some people specially use steel plates to make bulletproof vests, wear them on the body, and use belts to tie up the gaps. It is difficult to see from the outside, but as long as the torso is well protected, there is no need to be injured to a large extent. This time, Yu escaped with a bulletproof vest he bought in the city, and Wei Tong's body was inserted with a steel rod, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. This is the end of not wearing a bulletproof vest. Even a steel rod, under the powerful power of an evolutionary, can become a murderer weapon. PFFT, Wei Tong pulled out the steel drill in front of his chest, threw it aside, raised the gun in his hand with difficulty, and said to Yu who was hiding in the corner, Yu, I have been with you for 2 years. It's time. You are so heartless. You are not a good boss. I only hate that I was blind. As he spoke, fresh blood spewed out from Wei Tong's chest, and a lot of foam was mixed in the fresh blood, which meant that Wei Tong's lungs had also been injured, and a hole had been stabbed in his chest cavity. Therefore, the fresh blood mixed with air also emerged from the body hiding in the corner. Yu did not appear, but said with a sneer, You still want to say that I am ruthless? Are you saying the opposite? I think it is you who are ruthless and ungrateful. You are the one who opened the door first. Gun, isn't it, Wei? Tong looked at the direction in the corner, but his consciousness became more and more blurred. He felt that his breathing was also very difficult, his eyes were gradually turning gray, and the surrounding situation became more and more difficult to see clearly, and he suddenly felt a little dazed. If only I had shot him in the head just now. Wei Tong lost his strength and put his palm down unconsciously, but at this moment he regretted it a bit. If he had shot Yu in the head just now, the victorious people are themselves, so there is no such thing as Yu's sneak attack. It's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in life, and the missed opportunities will never come again. Wei Tong fell to the ground slowly, and finally died of respiratory failure. His face was ashen, and he lost his vital signs. In fact, if Wei Tong didn't pull out the steel rod, he could last for a while longer. The steel rod can plug the loopholes, but after he actively pulled out the steel rod, the chest cavity was connected to the outside world. If the air pressure is poor, breathing becomes difficult. Yu hid in the dark for 10 minutes, and found that the outside gradually quieted down, so he quickly retracted his probe, and finally found that Wei Tong had fallen on the ground, and Wei Tong was dead. At this time, he finally let go. Take a breath now. At this time, Yu understood why people in ancient times were so wary of slaves. In fact, when the master was in trouble, it was not others who first made trouble, but his own people. Evil servant, you have learned to devour the Lord. Yu said helplessly. Wei Tong, who was originally a brother, fell in love with his family's property. Yu felt that this world was no longer the world he was familiar with. In this world, relatives are always the most reliable. This time he was in prison, and he saw it clearly in this regard. It is not others who can save him from prison, but his own son. As for the original good brother, he's thinking about how to seize his own property. At this time, there were hurried footsteps in the distance. Yu looked out and saw that a group of soldiers came with rifles. More than a dozen soldiers rushed over in line. First, they began to look for cover. I heard that someone reported the crime, so I appeared here. Don't worry, The bad guys have been killed by me. I am the owner of this restaurant, please don't get me wrong. Yu Mu shouted quickly. The soldiers sent a person to check the situation, and after finding that there was no danger, they notified everyone to enter. Why? Did you fight? Didn't you say that private fighting is not allowed in Yuzhou? You're still killing someone, so come with us. Seeing the scene, the soldiers immediately prepared to take Yu away. Mui, they also saw the bulletproof vest on Mui's body, which is obviously not a good thing, otherwise, how could they resist the opponent's gunfire and fight back? Yu Mu quickly lowered his voice and said, my family, my son is now the advisor of the city lord, and I will also work for the city lord's mansion in the future. My restaurant will reopen in the future, brothers often come to sit and sit. The soldiers originally planned to fight 3 times, anyway, the murder is true, and it is not considered to be the wrong person. As for the reason, we can only wait until they are caught in prison, but now, after hearing Yu Mu's narration, everyone realized that the person in front of them might be one of their own in the future. As a result, everyone's attitudes immediately changed. We just saw the situation here, and it is true that the thugs are in the front. You are also self-defense. Since it is self-defense, it is not considered intentional killing. Be quick. Dispose of the corpse. Don't make it difficult for the brothers. After finishing speaking, the soldiers left the restaurant. Fortunately, this case occurred outside the city. If this case occurred inside the city, it might not be so easy to solve. It is true that chaos often occurs outside the city. The soldiers also sold their face to Yu Mu. Yu Mu saw that his treatment had also changed after his status changed, so he immediately changed his mind, and said in his heart, it seems that it is better to hang out with the city lord's mansion. The thing that would cost money in the first place, now just say a few words. It can be solved. Next, Yu Mu looked at the dilapidated restaurant, and said in his heart, it will not be so easy to revive the original restaurant in the future. The 2 children are also hostages in the city, and I can't find anyone who knows how to manage them. Restaurant. While Yu Mu was in a daze, 20 or 30 people suddenly rushed over from a distance, all of whom were members of Yu Mu's mercenary regiment before. When I got on the line, I immediately saw the right time and came over again. Boss, you are finally back. We were hurt by Wei Tong before, and he wanted to replace you. We don't like it, so we left. Everyone said in a hurry, and they were still talking. Wipe your tears. What if you can't shed tears? Hide a little pepper in your hand, so that when you make tears, there will be more or less tears. Okay, don't talk nonsense. Throw this despondent one into the Yangtze River, and continue to follow me in the future. Yu Mu said directly, too lazy to listen to these people's loyalty. Chapter 617, Birth of a Child Prodigy. After Shen Feng returned home, he couldn't restrain his joy, and told his family the news that he had discovered a prodigy and successfully received his subordinates. At the beginning, Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan didn't believe it. What kind of performance can a 10-year-old child perform? Mostly Shen Feng is talking nonsense. However, Shen Feng then revealed what he and Yu Haijing had exchanged outside the city, which immediately shocked Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan, and even Zhang Zixi became interested. There are really child prodigies in the world exist. At this time, Du Xinxi explained in a low voice, I've heard about this child prodigy. After he ate a fruit, he became like this. It seems to be terminally ill. He needs to think constantly every day. His nervous system is very developed. The doctor said that at most, he would have 10 years to live, so that's the case. I ate the fruit. I thought I was really a natural child prodigy. Zhang Zixi suddenly realized Zhang Zixi does not believe that there are child prodigies in this world. At most they are just a little smarter than ordinary people, just like Feng's Honggang. When he grows up, he will disappear from everyone, but now, she heard Du Xinxi tell the truth. However, he believed in the identity of this child prodigy, although it was caused by the day after tomorrow. Oh, it seems that extremely bright children are prone to die early, and they only have 10 years to live. What a pity. Chu Qiaoyan said with some regret, but Chang Jianyi suddenly asked at this time, by the way, Feng, since this child prodigy is so smart, why do you let them live outside? Anyway, Fengshan Palace is very big, wouldn't it be good to live together here? Question mark. So that Xiaoji can have playmates, right, isn't it appropriate? Yu Haijing still has to take care of his younger sister. Moreover, this child is extremely precocious and has read a lot of books. I don't think he can become friends with Xiaoji. Shen Feng started to object at that time, There are also good reasons for opposing it in the previous communication process. Shen Feng has already discovered this point. Although Yu Haijing is a child prodigy, he has an old-fashioned feeling when he speaks. This temperament is not pretended, but it will come naturally after precocious. Such a situation occurs after reading some books. Many people will feel self-righteous and feel that they are very smart and knowledgeable, and that no one else can compare to them, and they will naturally develop a sophisticated temperament. Although they will not say it directly, this kind of arrogance will. It is revealed through temperament. In Shen Feng's view, this is what Yu Haijing looks like. After hearing what Shen Feng said, Chang Jianyi still didn't give up, but continued, "It's okay. If Yu Haijing has a younger sister, then bring them together. I've seen it before. Calm down and don't panic." When Luo Qing was taken away, he didn't even say a word, so calm. He is a malleable talent. Chang Jianyi didn't know the real situation. The real situation wasn't that Yu Haijing remained calm in the face of danger, but that she was so frightened that she couldn't say anything. Hearing these familiar words, Shen Feng suddenly thought of something, and said to himself, "Senior sister, don't you have your eyes on other younger siblings?" It has to be said that the people next to each other understand each other's thoughts best, and Shen Feng guessed right what Chang Jianyi was thinking deep in his heart at this time. Chang Jianyi's thoughts were very simple. Since Chang Haoji and Zhang Zixi didn't like each other, it was impossible for him to continue matching, but he had to hold his nose to recognize Hua Jingren, who is not firm. Girls, that's impossible. It's better to find other girls. Chang Jianyi was awakened by Yu Hailing's words before. Why is my brother interested in a girl from an orphanage? It's not because of the freshness. This is something that a child can see, but I can't see anything on my side. It really shouldn't be so. Since my younger brother likes girls with a sense of freshness, then find another one. Chang Jianyi feels that Yu Hailing is very good. She is only 8 years old, so she can coax a 12-year-old girl into a circle. Can ordinary people do it? Ever since, Chang Jianyi also looked for candidates for a new younger brother and sister. Even if it was a replacement, he would not allow his younger brother to marry a girl with bad intentions and unstable positions. If Hua Jingren was able to stand firm in the face of temptation, then Chang Jianyi would still have looked at her high. But Hua Jingren could casually use others for his own benefit, and the object of use was Chang Haoji. Then Chang Jianyi couldn't bear it anymore. Regarding Chang Jianyi's suggestion at this time, Shen Feng did not directly agree to it, but said vaguely, "Let's talk about it when Xiaoji comes back." At this time, Chang Haoji was still on a mission in the mountain. Although it seemed that it was not difficult to investigate the cave and prepare to establish a stronghold, there were too many aspects to consider, so Chang Haoji could only stay in the mountain for one night. Chang Jianyi thinks about it too. Some things always need to be clarified with his younger brother face to face, and he must be told that Hua Jingren is not a suitable partner, no matter whether it is inside or outside. At this time, Shen Feng said to Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan, "Senior sister, Chaoyan, I don't think there's anyone in Fengshan Palace who can take care of things. We are not at home during normal times. Should we find someone? Housekeeper? I think Sister Du is very good. How about letting Sister Du be the manager?" Chu Chaoyan didn't think too much about it, and said directly, "I have no objection. Sister Du is also very reliable. Let her manage the affairs of Fengshan Palace." But Chang Jianyi is not so easy to be fooled. At this moment, Chang Jianyi suddenly remembered the series of footprints he saw at the exit of the underground passage. Most of these footprints belonged to Shen Feng. I found out that this string of footprints used to lead to Du Xinqi's room in the basement. Chang Jianyi had no choice but to doubt Shen Feng's true purpose, and at this moment began to play hard to get. I don't think this is appropriate. It's not that Sister Du is unreliable, nor is she doubting her ability, but that Sister Du is sick and shouldn't work too hard. Otherwise, what should I do if I am exhausted? Since there are many things in Fengshan Palace, it is better to recruit a housekeeper. While saying these words, Chang Jianyi kept staring at the faces of Shen Feng and Du Xinqi, trying to see something from their expressions, but Shen Feng never changed his face and kept his calm, while Du Xinqi lowered her head to feed Xian along, but she couldn't see her expression. "Actually, Madam took too much care of me. I have nothing to do at home all day long. If I can have a little work, I have a little work," Du Xinqi said slowly. Chang Jianyi didn't find anything wrong, so she made a favor and said, "Since Sister Du said it's fine, then please be the steward of Fengshan Palace. It's not too much to say that you are the steward. Take care of things like purchasing, catering, gardening, etc. Anyway, our family is not very big, and one table can't fit. And she couldn't help being a little happy when she saw that she had indeed become the chief steward of Fengshan Palace, and then she looked at Shen Feng with affection in her eyes. Shen Feng quickly lowered his head to eat, pretending he didn't know anything. After the brothers and sisters of the Yu family lived in the city, Yu Xiling went to school the next day. Right now there are schools and teachers in the orphanage, so Yu Xiling went to the orphanage. Someone greeted the orphanage before, so no one stopped it. Yu Xiling went to the city lord's mansion. In the building of the city lord's mansion, everyone looked at this thin teenager in surprise. If it was someone's child, they would not be so surprised, but now they suddenly heard that this boy is not a family member, but an official employee of the city lord's mansion in the future, which is surprising in the eyes of many people. They worked hard to get into the city lord's mansion, and then they worked hard to become regular employees. Now a 10-year-old boy has become a colleague with him. Is this a relationship? What does the city lord think? He recruited a child as a consultant. I really can't figure it out. What effective advice can a child give? That's right, the city lord is good at everything, but the choice of consultants is really too hasty. First, he found a guy who wrote pornographic books as a consultant, then he found a charlatan, and finally, now he found an underage. Come here, what does it mean? What else do you mean? Of course we think that the level of us people is not as good as that of a child. Don't talk nonsense. This is a child prodigy in the east of the city. He has read more books than adults. Although he is not particularly famous, many people are saying that this is a talent who will stabilize the country in the future. Don't underestimate him. Child prodigy? You can be considered a child prodigy if you read a few more books. I think that I have been in the online literature circle for many years, and I have read 2,000 or 2,000 books. If he reads a few books, he can called a child prodigy? Okay, this is the advisor of the city lord. Basic respect is still required. The rest of the people quickly reminded the employees of the city lord's mansion, started talking about it. They didn't take this child prodigy seriously, and they all thought it was a vain name. If they were just reading books, they had read a lot of books. Did they not become a child prodigy? In fact, it is normal for people to have such thoughts. They feel that reading books is not very effective in improving themselves. However, it also needs to be divided into books. If it is only on the internet, the level of improvement after reading books is naturally limited, especially cool articles. It feels great at times, but after this feeling has passed, it will be boring, and the books that Yu Xiling read are not those fast food literature that can be seen at a glance, but serious works, classics from all over the world, historical works, geographical works, humanities and social investigations, and geopolitical influences, which seem very boring. But after a deep reading, the improvement is unimaginable. Although Yu Xiling is only a 10-year-old child, his way of thinking is no different from that of an adult. The more he knows, the more mature he becomes. Shen Feng also attached great importance to Xiling, took him to a nearby office, and became neighbors with Feng Shicheng and Shen Hengming, and introduced them to them. By the way, you two, this is the consultant I just recruited, and you will be colleagues from now on. Take care of him more. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately attracted the attention of Feng Shicheng and Shen Hengming. Let alone Shen Hengming, although he looks like a charlatan, he has rich life experience and accurate judgment of the situation, so he can often make the most suitable choice, and although Feng Shicheng has a bad reputation, he thinks he is very knowledgeable. Whether it is the rules of the temple or the organization of the three religions, he knows a little bit. People accept being able to be valued by the city lord. I think this kid must have something extraordinary. Feng Shicheng asked with a smile, but the smile seemed more or less mocking. Shen Feng quickly explained, you must not underestimate him. This is a real child prodigy. He just told me about the hidden crisis in Yuzhou and gave me a solution. We need to find a group of people to discuss. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng directly stated the previous suggestion made by Yu Xiling, which was to build an outer city, expand the scope of management, and increase the tax revenue of Yuzhou. When Shen Feng said this, Feng Shicheng was a little surprised, and he was also wondering at the moment, is this kind of suggestion really a 10-year-old child? Among other things, it is impossible for ordinary people to possess this knowledge alone. But Shen Hengming stroked his beard at this time and said, the suggestion is good, but it is still superficial. The contradictions you see are on the surface, and the solution is also on the surface. Chapter 618 Fundamental Contradiction. Ever since he became a child prodigy who thinks all the time, Yu Haijing found that he has matured, and the playfulness of his former companions has become childish in his eyes. Yu Haijing also considers himself a child prodigy, far beyond ordinary. The average adult may not have such a good brain as their own, therefore, Yu Haijing naturally developed a sense of superiority. He has read a lot of books and has more knowledge, so it is difficult for others to get into his eyes. Ruo's arrogance. The existence of this kind of arrogance makes others feel uncomfortable. Shen Feng doesn't care about Haijing's arrogance. Kid, what's wrong with being a little more proud? But now, Bangsun began to attack Yu Haijing instead, directly saying that Yu Haijing's knowledge was superficial, and it was not a big deal. Before Shen Feng asked why, Yu Haijing refused to agree at first. He stepped forward and asked, "Since Sir thinks my views are not up to standard, then I have to ask Sir to enlighten me. Could it be that Yu's house still has something to offer? Any deeper crisis? Do you have any more solutions, Shen?" Zhengming smiled, pointed to his office, and said, "Come in, please. This old man is just an ordinary fortune teller. I can't express too many opinions, but there are some superficial opinions." Shen Feng went in immediately. Feng Shichen was also ready to watch the fun. He thought to himself, the arrogance of this kid is really annoying. Let's see if Bangsun can teach him a lesson. Yu Haijing entered Shan Zhengming's office, and then kept observing. He could see a person's personality traits from the furnishings in the room. Whether he was Zheng Yang or reserved, he could know a thing or two from the furnishings. Look at the decoration here is very simple. It seems that this old man is not Zheng Yang's guy, but why did he target me? Yu Haijing suddenly became puzzled in his heart. He had just arrived here and hadn't started working yet. First of all, we ushered in the dismounting, which is not normal no matter how you look at it. Yu Haijing didn't understand why he was being targeted, so he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, and Shen Feng and Feng Shichen followed into the office, just to watch the excitement. Shen Feng wanted to see how Bangsun would treat Yu Haijing, and Feng Shichen is looking forward to Yu Haijing being deflated. Isn't he a child prodigy? Let Bangsun test the quality of your child prodigy. Didn't Sir say that the problems and solutions I discovered are superficial? Please enlighten me now. What are the deep contradictions in Yazhao? Yu Haijing became a little impatient, and started to ask directly, but Shan Zhengming calmly poured a cup of tea for each other, then poured tea for Shen Feng and Feng Shichen, and said, "After drinking the tea, we can communicate." Yu Haijing didn't care about these things. He picked up the cup and drank it. Now he just wants to know, how did the question he raised before come to the surface? Shan Zhengming continued at this time. Little friend said, "After a few years, the development inside and outside Yazhao City will inevitably not be balanced, and the development of power outside the city will be obvious." I don't think so at all. Doubtful. But why would the power outside the city threaten the status of the city lord? Have you ever thought about this? Of course it's because of bad human nature. Who doesn't want to gain power? Now it's because the mercenaries have no strength, so they can't control the right to speak. But in a few years, the mercenaries outside the city will grow up, and the younger generation will also join the mercenary regiment, but the population in the city is not large enough, and the strength development is not as good as outside the city. Yu Haijing said as a matter of course, the people inside the city are under the jurisdiction of the city lord, so the people outside the city are not under the jurisdiction of the city lord. Bangsun continued to ask, the strength of jurisdiction is not enough. The mercenaries outside the city have mastered the power. Although it is not as good as the army, it is also a good power. This power is only managed by the mercenary union. It can be called to fight during battles, but usually you can't manage time, you can't even collect taxes, can you? Yu Haijing explained impatiently. In my opinion, these are all secondary issues. Since there is no jurisdiction outside the city, we should find a way to govern. How to govern? See the deep-seated contradictions clearly. That is fairness. Shen Zhengming said slowly, fair. Yu Haijing frowned when he heard these two words, as if lost in thought. That's right, it's fair. Shen Zhengming replied affirmatively. You see that the outside of the city will become a hidden danger in the next few years because you think that people outside the city want to fight for power. But why do they do this? Why do they? Will you be hostile to the city? There's only one reason. It's unfair. Next, Shen Zhengming looked at Shen Feng and said, City Master, You will also be aware of this. Now I just said it in advance. Injustice is common in Yuzhou City and outside the city. It leads to mutual hostility in the society. If everyone gets the same treatment, no matter how powerful the forces outside the city are, they will not threaten the inside of the city. This means that the people's hearts can be used, and those who win the hearts of the people will win the world. Then, what's unfair inside and outside the city? Shen Feng hesitated for a moment and continued to ask, that's too much? Education, medical care, welfare, work, security, and even food are unfair. Shen Hengming said slowly, well, I don't think there's any other way. The peaceful years a few years ago couldn't solve these problems, and it's still the end of the day. It's even more impossible for me to solve these problems. I think it's better to follow Yu's Haijing's superficial method. Do it. Shen Feng shrugged and said helplessly if it is other problems, Shen Feng still plans to try it, but after learning that the problem of unfairness is related to education and medical care, Shen Feng completely gave up the unrealistic idea. Find ways to achieve fairness in education and medical treatment, but they have not been able to achieve it, and it is even more impossible for me. Let the future generations solve these serious problems, and trust the wisdom of future generations. Shen Feng persuaded. Shen Feng doesn't want to mess around and cause turmoil in Yuzhou instead. It's better to maintain the current situation. As for what it will be like in the future, only future generations will know. Do you believe in the ability of future generations to invent new words? Feng Shichen also interjected, the unemployed population cannot be called unemployed, but should be called unemployed or flexible employment. When someone wants to withdraw money from the bank, it needs to be stopped. That is malicious. Withdrawal, if you buy an unfinished building and start short supply, it should be bullying the vulnerable groups in the bank, not supporting national construction. If you don't get married and have children, then you have low ideological awareness, right? Hush, you said it. How can these people invent new words in the future? Why don't you shut up quickly? Shen Feng quickly asked Feng Shichen to lower his voice. Shan Zhengming heard all kinds of sarcastic words between Shen Feng and Feng Shichen. He couldn't help shaking his head helplessly, and said seriously, you two young people, stop talking nonsense. I also know that it is difficult to make everything fair, but, City Lord, you need to show a fair look. Shen Feng nodded hastily, and said seriously, please advise the half-immortal, Shen. Zhengming saw that there were only 4 people on his side in the room, and he stopped hiding, and said directly, I know a thing or two about the situation outside the city. After all, Wanzhou is similar. The children outside the city live on the street all day long. They run around, don't go to school, don't work, and can't find a job. Over time, they will be a group of brand new hooligans. Hooligans appear and disrupt social order. How to solve it? Education. At least these children must be literate, otherwise, the state has no future, and neither does the city, and schools need to be built. Shen Feng nodded and said, okay, I will discuss it with the people below. Then, there's medical care. There are enough medical resources in the city, but not outside the city. It would be nice to find a few barefoot doctors from the people. However, most of the time, the only ones you can find are Mongolian doctors. The medical resources must be tilted towards the outside of the city. At least let them have the ability to see a doctor. Shen Hengming continued, oh. Shen Feng nodded, but felt that something was wrong at this moment. Building a school already consumed a lot of money, and now it is necessary to divert medical resources to the outside of the city, which is another place that consumes a lot of money. Then Shen Hengming continued, in addition, it is the issue of welfare. There should be no big gap between the welfare inside and outside the city. As long as it is fair, the mercenaries and their families outside the city are also your supporters. Shen Feng spread his hands and said, no money. Of course, Shen Feng knew that Banksun's suggestions were very suitable, and it was also a change that many people hoped for. However, there was no money in hand, so there was no need to talk about it. How? Yuzhou has no money? Shen Hengming asked with a frown. Shen Feng leaned on the chair and replied, first of all, you need to pay wages for farming, don't you? Then build roads, and then build city walls. The mercenaries also need to be paid after receiving the task. After these things, the state really doesn't have much money, so it would be nice to build a school. Shen Feng is not trying to shirk, he is really short of money. Yuzhou's currency is currently food stamps, which are tied to food. Fortunately, Chang Jianyi is a person with the ability to ripen plants, which can ensure that Yuzhao will not starve, but in this way, Yuzhao has a certain amount of money, and it is impossible to randomly distribute food stamps. Yuzhao has been building hydropower stations, which consume a lot of funds. Therefore, it is impossible for Shen Feng to continue to pursue fairness regardless of the lack of money. Then, build a school. In short, even if it is impossible to achieve fairness, you must adopt a fair attitude. In this way, you will definitely be supported. Shen Jianyi said seriously. After Shen Feng got this advice, he could only nod his head in agreement. He also knew that as long as he created a fair world, he would be supported. However, if it is actually implemented, it is not just talk, it needs to be considered energy and funds at this time. Yu Haijing was drinking tea in silence, unable to participate in the conversation at all. The arrogance in his heart had disappeared without a trace. He thought he was a genius and could always think of things that others could not think of, but now he finally discovered that his understanding of this world was not deep enough. Yu Haijing, don't think about it too much. You found the problem in a timely manner. In addition, your suggestion is also very good. I will repair the city wall of the outer city. As for the problem that the half-immortal said, the problem of thousands of years in China, it has always existed like this, and although the contradiction is profound, it is not easy to solve it. Seeing that Yu Haijing was silent at this time, Shen Feng thought he had been hit, so he comforted him. Shen Feng is also very clear that these relatively deep contradictions mentioned by Bangsun are difficult to solve, so in fact, the solution that Yu Haijing can propose is more appropriate, even on the surface, but there are strong problems. Practicability. Yu Haijing said dejectedly, City Master, I will study harder in the future and try to learn more knowledge. On the first day Yu Haijing joined the job, he was taught by Shen Jianyi. Only then did he realize that the knowledge he was proud of was nothing in the eyes of others. Shen Jianyi said slowly, little friend, you are indeed very smart, and you can see many different things at a young age, but you have a fatal weakness, that is, you lack life experience. Knowledge is all obtained from books. It is impossible for you to have a deep understanding of things that you have never experienced before. This is your weakness. Therefore, what you should do is not to study, but to experience. Over time, you're sure to be an amazing task, too. Experience? I may not have this opportunity, I only have 10 years left to live. Yu Haijing said helplessly with his head down. Chapter 619. Return to Yanjing. Shen Feng quickly summoned a group of high-level officials from Yuzhao and began to discuss the next matter of building an outer city outside the city of Yuzhao. Everyone agreed with this proposal. For them, the establishment of an outer city means Zhuhui is the most happy that his subordinates can have more power. It seems that my manpower can be expanded again now. Zhuhui thought silently in his heart. The most intuitive manifestation of the power of a department is to look at the manpower of the department. The more people there are, the more people they can command. How is power manifested? Of course, the superior instructs the subordinate at will. This is power. Shen Feng then talked about building a school, but it was opposed by a group of people. No, the construction of the outer city will already strain our funds. If we need to build a school next, there will be more problems. Among other things, teaching materials need to be prepared, teachers need to be recruited, schools need classrooms, and finally, the organization of the exams is also a serious problem, costing money. That's right. Hasn't there been a school in the past 2 years? Everyone is still living the same life, and it is useless to establish a school. Don't the people have private schools? Since someone is running a school, there is no need for our city lord's mansion to intervene. If a school is established, the cost of Yuzhao will skyrocket. Everyone began to talk about the difficulty of building a school, and they only expressed one meaning, that is, building a school is not worthwhile, and it is better to give up. Hearing these people's speech, Shen Feng immediately felt dissatisfaction in his heart. Comfortable. Shen Feng knows what the teaching in Yuzhao is like today. The people discussing in the conference room, including Yu Zuhui and Josiah Oxeo, also have their own children, but they are not worried about their children at all. Educational status, because they can hire tutors. Even if they cannot hire tutors, they can still teach their children by themselves, and their children will certainly not become illiterate in the future. However, the children of ordinary families can't do it. This is not a joke. In many families, the parents' level is elementary school or junior high school. Apart from literacy, they can't do anything else. Let them teach their children, and they don't have this ability. In the future, children who do not go to school will inevitably have poor knowledge. Shen Feng looked at the difficulty of talking among the group of people here, and thought to himself, these people probably have other ideas, as long as their children are educated, while other people's children are not educated. In the future, even if they are looking for a job, they still have enough advantages. They are now working together to suppress the children of poor families. Shen Feng has already seen what kind of calculations these people under his hands have. It is nothing more than to let their children enjoy high-quality educational resources exclusively. It will be able to prosper forever. Small thoughts are really vicious. In this regard, Shen Feng said directly, needless to say, I will definitely build a school, and I will definitely do free enrollment. It is useless to object, but you should think about how to make how have enough funds. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. They didn't expect the city lord's attitude to be so firm. They could only nod helplessly in agreement. They also had to agree. After all, the army is in the hands of Shen Feng. The teacher also said, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, and Shen Feng must have the final say in how right now. At the end of the discussion, Shen Feng also made a plan. After the autumn harvest, the outer city should be ready to be built. In addition, the school also needs to be built. In order to prevent the children of the next generation from becoming illiterate, the school must be built, and it should also be given to the children of ordinary people. There is one way to go at this moment. News came from Fengshan Palace that Chang Haoji had returned from the southern mountains, and was now arguing with Chang Jianyi. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't stop her, so she could only call Shen Feng to go back quickly. Shen Feng was helpless. She didn't expect her family to be worried. If there was a quarrel, wouldn't it be a joke for others? Shen Feng could only go home quickly, ready to deal with the housework. Yu Henggai drove Lin Yu and Cao Fuli to the outside of Yanjing City. This was Lin Yu's first visit. He did not expect that there was such a towering city wall outside the city. The city wall could accommodate millions of people. Compared with the former Yanjing, the scope of the ancient city wall has expanded many times. This place looks very prosperous, as expected of the capital city, but entering the city may be a bit troublesome. Lin Yu said with emotion as he looked at the towering city wall. There are more than a dozen city gates in Yanjing alone. If there were not so many city gates, the travel of ordinary people would be a serious problem. Just take out the ID card on your body and shake it, and then you can enter the city. Cao Fuli looked at the current situation, and the soldiers guarding the gate obviously didn't check carefully, so he said directly, take care, don't forget that I am also a supernatural being. While speaking, Cao Fuli used his supernatural ability, and the 3 pieces of plastic in his hand condensed directly. From the appearance, it was very similar to the IDs of many people who entered the city, but as long as you look carefully, you can find something wrong. Can this work? Lin Yu saw 3 pieces of plastic, and wanted to avoid interrogation with this thing. Is it too hasty? What if he still needs to swipe his card? Cao Fuli pointed to the gate of the city and said, didn't you see it? These soldiers can enter the city with a glance, and they don't know how to check carefully. Besides, we really need to register honestly. We are from How. Don't forget that the city lord and Yanjing have broken up. If you reveal your identity, won't you be arrested? Lin Yu thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the case. His How identity could not be revealed in Yanjing, so it was impossible to register at the city gate. Otherwise, riots would inevitably be caused. Hasty, but you can always give it a try. It seems that Yanjing has not seriously checked Yu Henggai thought for a while. His face was still too outstanding, and he had been on the news before, so in order to avoid being recognized, he could only wear a mask, which could somewhat cover it up. The 3 of them drove into Yanjing. When they passed the city gate, all 3 of them shook the plastic sheet in front of them. The soldiers didn't look at it carefully, but let them go after they found that the other party had an ID card in their hand. They need to check tens of thousands of people every day. The workload is too great, and it is impossible to check them carefully one by one. After entering the city, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said, come in, let's find a place to stay. In the next few days, we need to investigate the changes that happened to Qin Qiui houses. When Lin Yu said this, Yu Henggai immediately remembered that there was indeed such a place near the Ability Management Bureau, so he took the 2 of them there. I know a place, which is very secret, and it is a community, but it's old, it's run down, no one lives there. Let's go there. Yu Henggai drove the 2 of them to an old part of the city. This was a building built in the 1970s, commonly known as Tongzilao. It was not easy to live in these buildings. Only excellent workers can get to set up such a house as a bonus. Cao Fuli looked at the fence outside the community, which was already covered with rust. He couldn't help frowning, and asked, "This place is really too old, isn't Yanjing the capital? There can be such a building here, I can't figure it out." "What, you?" Hengai said as he walked, "You guys don't understand this. Because it is the capital, the cost of rebuilding is very high. If you want to demolish and build a new community, you need to pay resettlement fees. A family does not pay several million, then they will all be regarded as nail households, so no one dares to demolish them. Later, at the end of the day, 9 out of 10 people died, and the houses could not be used up. Who has nothing to demolish this community? So, it's been very run down." "Lin," Yu interjected, "it's okay, just stay for a few days, it's better to hide it, and go back after completing the mission. It's best not to expose it in Yanjing. If we are captured, we will be hostages, and we need to be redeemed by the city lord. Go." Cao Fuli curled his lips and said, "You are very cheerful. It doesn't matter where you live. I am after fresh clothes and angry horses. Life is short. If I can't enjoy it well, it will be a waste of time in the world." Having said that, Cao Fuli did not refuse to settle in this community. Anyway, it was only a few days, and it passed after a while, and when he returned to Yazhou, he could also get a luxurious residence, as well as servant service, renting a house. It is calculated according to the food. The staple food is rice noodles. Corn can barely be counted. 10 caddies of staple food can be used for a month. Food stamps are also available, but only for food stamps exchanged in Yanjing. There are people in the community. An old man renting a house directly stated the price. Yu Hengai took out 10 caddies of cornmeal from the car, handed it to the old man, and said, "Stay here for a month." In the current world, food is not only a life-saving material, but also a currency that can be used for transactions. The previous currency system has collapsed. Apart from burning fires and keeping warm, banknotes can only exist as souvenirs. Food will always be hard currency. 3 people lived in a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, which allowed 2 people to sleep in the bedroom and 1 person to sleep on the sofa. Although the facilities here are very old and the houses in the community have been weathered, the inside of the house is still clean. People often clean it, and it is not impossible to live in. Yu Hengai took the initiative to say, "The 2 of you should sleep in the bedroom, I will sleep on the sofa. You are all guests, I dare not let both guests sleep on the sofa." Lin, Yu and Cao Fuli didn't refuse either, and agreed directly. Next, the 3 of them began to discuss how to start the investigation. What Cao Fuli meant was, we split up to find news, such as looking for newspapers. Many newspapers are very clear about gossip, and there are also bars. If there is a black market, then buying news in the black market is also a good choice. No, you can't act separately. You must act together, otherwise, if something unexpected happens, everyone will not be able to support each other. Lin Yu immediately objected, "That's right, if it's news that can be found in the newspaper office, it's not a secret. It's not appropriate to search separately. We'd better think of a good way, and let's talk about it when we find a starting point." Yu Hengai also put forward his own opinion. Yu Hengai didn't think that those tabloid newspapers could know the changes that happened to Qin Qa, and the news in the bar was flying all over the sky, so he couldn't easily believe it. As for the black market, although the reliability has increased, it may not be able to inquire about important news. The Ability Management Bureau is not something that a cat or a dog can enter. All right, all you guys have the final say, I won't come up with any ideas. Cao Fuli heard that his idea had been opposed, so he simply shut up and was going to listen to the other 2 talk about a plan. Yu Hengai hesitated for a moment, and said, "Why don't we focus on investigating He Canwen? I'm not avenging private revenge, I just feel strange, a guy who has always been hated by Qin Qa, how could he just appear by her side at this time? It's a good way to start with him." Lin Yu nodded, thinking that this method is good. It is always good to find someone who can start with him. Moreover, there is a saying that is good, if the problem cannot be solved, then solve the person who raised the problem. Since it was He Canwen who robbed Yu Hengai's lover, then solve this problem of He Canwen. Chapter 620 Black Market. Regarding Yu Hengai's opinion at this time, Cao Fuli nodded directly in agreement, and then said, "Yes, according to what you said, this He Canwen is just a little boy, relying on Qin Qiu's ability to dabble in the apocalypse, that's all. Just investigate him. If it doesn't work, kill him. When Yu Hengyi heard Xiao Fuli's direct words, he immediately hesitated and said, but he is Qin Qiu's husband. If I kill him, wouldn't Qin Qiu be sad? Stupid. Xiao Fuli said bitterly, if Qin Qiu is sad, isn't this your chance? When she is sad, her heart must be empty. If you take care of her at this time, she will belong to you. Although the method is disgraceful, it is the most efficient. Yu Hengyi didn't speak, but his eyes kept rolling, obviously thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Lin Yu thought, instead of doing those difficult things, it would be better to kill a little boy. Isn't it to say that he became a supernatural person? Just look at the level of this He Can Win. Kill him directly, and it will be over once and for all. Therefore, Lin Yu also joined in the persuasion. Mr. As the saying goes, if you can't solve a problem, you have to solve the person who raised the problem. Since the problem was brought by this He Can Win, if you solve him, then there will be no problems at all. Miss Qin will return to your arms, won't she? Isn't this appropriate? You know, I'm just going to investigate the truth of the matter, because Qin Qiu's personality has changed too much, so I don't worry. Killing people is too much, and others will think that I hate because of love, intentionally killing people. Yu Hengyi shook his head and said, don't worry, you don't need to do anything about this matter, our brothers can solve this little boy. Xiao Fuli interjected. At this time Lin Yu didn't want to continue wasting time in Yanjing, so he began to persuade. Mr. My ability can control the infrasonic attack. No scars can be seen from the outside, but it can directly attack the opponent's internal organs. I just need to He Can Win's artery can be broken in one blow, and He Can Win will die within 10 seconds. We will do it for you. It turned out that from Lin Yu and Xiao Fuli's point of view, Yu Hengyi's delay in making up his mind was due to his face. He couldn't bear to do it himself. Is the task done? However, Yu Hengyi kept admonishing himself in his heart, I want Qin Qiu to be happy, not to deprive her of happiness. If I use force to snatch Qin Qiu back, am I not selfish? No, absolutely not. Therefore, Yu Hengyi said directly to Lin Yu and Xiao Fuli, you two, don't mention the matter of killing people. This matter ends here, don't discuss it again. If you want to kill people, I don't have to bother you two, Kong Yu. The state is here, and I will be able to do it myself a week ago. The implication is that Yu Hengyi will not kill a rival in love with his own hands. After Lin Yu and Xiao Fuli looked at each other, they could already see the helplessness in each other's eyes, so they had no choice but to say, since this is the case, then prepare to investigate. I don't know how long it will take to investigate. The two originally planned to take a stroll in Yanjing, and then quickly return to Yazhou. What they have in Yanjing, Yazhou also has. Why should they continue to stay in a foreign land? How about this? Let's collect the news about He Can Win first, and after we have collected the information about He Can Win, we can follow the clues to find out the truth of the matter. Lin Yu suggested. Xiao Fuli nodded, and then said, then go to the black market to buy He Can Win's news. By the way, where's Yanjing's black market? I don't know about this either. Yu Hengyi shrugged, expressing that he didn't understand either. Isn't it you, a native of Yanjing, don't you know the existence of the black market? Xiao Fuli felt exaggerated. Right now there are black markets all over the country, and it's really strange that Yu Hengyi doesn't know about it. It is the end of the day now, and the financial system including the market all over the country has collapsed. After all, normal trade can only appear under orderly conditions, and this has given birth to the emergence of a black market. The so-called black market means that there is no regulated market, and Yu Hengyi could only helplessly spread his hands, and said seriously, I am a person who eats the emperor's food, especially in the Ability Administration Bureau. I have whatever I want, and there are special supermarkets, from as small as a green onion to as big as a car. And guns can be bought at low prices. Why do I have nothing to know about the black market? Xiao Fuli thinks about it too. The life of the Ability Administration Bureau seems to be relatively corrupt now. There are specialized supermarkets. If there is no demand, there is really no need to understand the black market. When I return to Yazhou, I must apply to the city lord to set up a low-price supermarket for our own people. Xiao Fuli said seriously, I don't think the city lord will agree. We all have industries in Yazhou. If this can be offered to supermarkets that buy it at a low price, isn't it a special offer? Lin Yu said seriously, Why? Don't you try it? At the very least, it's okay to ask, as long as the city lord agrees to set up a special low-price supermarket, won't we make a lot of money? Cao Fully said with a smile. Okay, let's not talk about this. It's time to discuss who went to the black market to buy news. Mr. Yu is often on the news, so he will definitely be recognized. Lin Yu didn't want to talk too much about the cheap supermarket, so he started to talk about business. Cao Fully thought for a while, and said, I also followed a city lord to Yanjing to fight, and I might be recognized. Lin Yu, it seems that you are the only one to do this. Cao Fully once followed Shen Feng to Yanjing to fight, and he might be recognized by some people, while Lin Yu has always been engaged in intelligence work in Yazhou. Under normal circumstances, no one knows him. After much deliberation, Lin Yu was the only one who could go to the black market to inquire about information. Lin Yu nodded and said, no problem, then I'll go buy news and give me some gold. If you go out with food, the goal is too big, Yu. Hengai hurriedly found a handful of golden beans and handed them to Lin Yu. Grain is indeed a global currency. After all, it is an important commodity. Without food, no one can live. However, apart from food, gold and silver, it is also a default currency. Gold cannot be synthesized and can only be obtained through mining. Gold is only produced during the Big Bang. Other than that, gold cannot be synthesized at all. Although silver is cheaper, it is not human. Everyone has something. Lin Yu got the golden bean, carried it on his body, and went out. As long as he used his supernatural ability, he could hear the conversations of people in the distance. If Su Huai was still alive, he would definitely praise him. It is possible to eavesdrop on what others are saying. Soon Lin Yu learned about the existence of the black market from some people who were talking on the street. It turns out that the black market in Yanjing is different from other places. Trading in other places starts after dark, but Yanjing has a curfew. It is not allowed to go out at night, so Yanjing can only work hard on the location. The more remote the place, the more the black market likes it. Moreover, the black market in Yanjing is also worried about being discovered, and they often change places with one shot. Only insiders know when and where the black market appears. However, Lin Yu has always been a person with supernatural powers, especially when it comes to inquiring about news. He has an advantage that others do not have. He quickly learned the location of the black market from the members of the black market. Hours will end. The entrance to the black market is a construction site. Just look at the conditions on the construction site. There has been no work on the construction site for a long time. After all, in terms of housing, the market has long been saturated. If you continue to build a house, you can't sell it. Very normal thing, and many suspicious people entered the construction site. There was an unfinished building in the middle of the construction site, and everyone entered it. When entering it, Lin Yu was interrogated. Where are you from? What do you want to do? Have you paid the entrance fee? Lin Yu said lightly, I want to buy news. Where do I pay the entrance fee? The two gatekeepers looked at each other and said, pay it here, just give me a caddy of grain. After entering, you can buy whatever you want, leave your contact information, and I will notify you when the black market is held next time. Lin Yu took out a golden bean from his body and said, is that okay? Of course, sir, please come inside. The two guards at the gate were overjoyed when they saw Lin Yu's generous spending. They never expected to see such a rich man today after guarding the gate all day long. After all, there is no quality assurance for the things on the black market. Rich people like to buy through formal channels, and there is always a guarantee of quality. A gatekeeper took the golden beans, bit them with his teeth, and there was a bite mark, which shows that it is real gold, which is rich in ingredients, soft and malleable. Most people judge real gold by its texture and density. Fake, no problem. Of course, gold can be used as an entrance fee, but we can't change the gold you paid. The two replied with a smile, and put away the golden beans while laughing. Obviously, these two people also fell in love with the value of the golden bean, but they didn't want to change the money, so they planned to eat it. Lin Yu saw the careful thinking of these two people. If he was in Yazhou, he wanted to give these two people a little bit of trouble. He even coveted my money and didn't let you know what regret is. I'm not Lin Yu, but right now in Yanjing, this is the side of the headquarters. It would be inappropriate to make things big. If the traces are exposed, the things are still small. If the task cannot be completed, the things will be really big. Forget it. I'll send you off. I can go in now. Lin Yu didn't bother to repair the two guards. He just wanted to enter the black market to buy news. No, you can't go in yet. The two were still preventing Lin Yu from entering. Lin Yu was suddenly angry at this moment, and was about to use his powers to teach these two people a lesson. He said in his heart, "You really think of me as a persimmon, right? Today I will let you know why the flowers are so popular." However, just when Lin Yu was about to do something, the two guards took out a badge with a pin on it from the side pockets, and they said flatteringly, "Master, if you wear this badge, in the future, when there is no need to continue to pay the entrance fee on the black market, so you go." It was only at this time that Lin Yu noticed that these people who entered the venue were all wearing badges, which meant that they were not regular visitors here, and he didn't have a badge on his chest, so it was normal to be interrogated. After receiving the badge, Lin Yu immediately entered it. Outside the unfinished building, he couldn't see any scenery, but after entering it, he could find that it was very lively inside. There were people selling weapons on the black market, and there were also people were selling accessories, among which diamond rings were very worthless, and a lot of them were placed on the stalls, and the stall owners were still shouting, "It's definitely a genuine diamond ring. You can exchange a caddy of food for a diamond ring. Don't miss it when you pass by." The stall owner yelled weakly. This was the first time Lin Yu appeared on Yanjing's black market, and he didn't know where to buy information, so he had to walk around. This aimless walk was immediately followed by a young man. "Sir, is this your first time in the black market? I can show you the way, but you need to give me 2 taels of flour, and rice is fine too." The young man immediately walked up to Lin Yu, and began to recommend himself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621, suspected to be from an old friend. Lin Yu didn't expect that just after he entered the black market, he would be seen as coming here for the first time, so he asked directly, "Boy, what's your name?" "How do you know it's my first time here, Lin?" Yu thought he didn't show any strange behaviors, but the young man in front of him saw the details at a glance, and couldn't help being a little puzzled. Could it be that he failed to do well in some aspects? The young man chuckled, scratched his head and said, "Hi sir, my name is Zhao Yinglei. I am in poor health, so I can't do work. There are seriously ill parents who need to be taken care of. There is no other way. I can see that even if I don't know these people in the market, there are times when they are familiar. You are a new face, and the badge on your chest is still new, so I will venture to guess that you are here for the first time. Clever, not worth mentioning." Hearing Zhao Yinglei's story, Lin Yu immediately became interested, and said in his heart, "It is said that children from poor families are already in charge of the family. Now, it seems that an 8 or 9-year-old child has such strong eyesight and can speak well. It's not easy. The so-called time makes heroes, not because there is nothing to do, so we can only work hard. Although luck occupies a part of the credit, but more is still passive by being swept up by the trend. The tide was swept away, so the worse the environment, the more people who refuse to accept their fate appeared in the apocalypse. Some people stand out and become the focus of attention, but these children can only act by watching other people's winks. If there are bear children appearing again, everyone will not be used to it. If you dare to offend me, please forgive me. I'll give you 2 slaps. In this world, it's hard for brats to survive. Those who can survive are children like Zhao Yinglei, who have eyesight, can speak well, have a sweet mouth, and never offend others. Master, if you are willing to hire me, you only need 2 taels of food, and the price is already very low." Zhao Yinglei couldn't bear it anymore, and continued to sell herself. In order to survive, thick-skinned is also what he has to do. "Okay, come with me, but I'm going to test you. What kind of diamonds are here?" Lin Yu was not polite, and directly took the boy with him, preparing to sell them on the black market. Go shopping. And Lin Yu also gave Zhao Yinglei a problem, that is, let Zhao Yinglei comment on a booth selling diamond rings next to him, and at this booth selling diamond rings, the uncle also looked at Zhao Yinglei with a bad face. "If Zhao Yinglei, if you dare to say that the diamond ring on the booth is not good, then the stall owner will definitely do it." And Lin Yu did it on purpose. He wanted to see what this young man would say when he was faced with a dilemma. Zhao Yinglei was indeed in a dilemma at this time. If the diamond ring on this stall was good, then it must have pleased the stall owner, but if the employer felt that he was running the train with his mouth full of words and said the wrong thing, he would lose business. But if it is said that the diamond ring on this stall is very bad, then the stall owner will also bear a grudge against himself, and it is likely to attract revenge in the future. Faced with this dilemma, Zhao Yinglei had an idea and said, "Sir, please listen to me. Someone said in the last century that diamonds are forever, and one piece will last forever. So diamonds must be good things. The quality of the diamonds sold may also be guaranteed. However, the preciousness of an item is related to the times and the environment. Now everyone is looking for real gold and silver. If you are willing to buy a diamond ring, of course it is very good, it can show your status, but if you don't like it, it's just the contempt for diamond rings in this era." After finishing speaking, Zhao Yinglei looked at Lin Yu with a smile. He had finished his ambiguous words. As for whether to buy or not, he did not give any advice. The question of whether he should choose was sent back to Lin Yu intact. Leaping hands, Lin Yu saw that this kid was indeed quite clever, and immediately laughed, and said, "Take me to find someone who sells information. It must be reliable." Zhao Yinglei hurriedly nodded and bowed, and said, "This way please, just go ahead, I will take you to find the seller right away." After hearing Zhao Yinglei's non-offending words, the stall owner was not angry, but muttered in his heart, "Could it be true that diamond rings are not valued in this era? But it was obvious before that it's valuable. A diamond ring costs 3,000 or 4,000. Why can't I sell so many genuine things?" The stall owner is also a real person. Before, I always saw many people buying diamond rings, and often advertised on TV, which made him really think that diamonds are very valuable. The diamond ring was not taken away, so he immediately thought about selling the diamond ring. It is a pity that diamonds are originally a fairy tale woven by capital. Through various hypes, the value of diamonds has been inflated, but in fact, diamonds can be synthesized artificially. Diamonds are simply carbon elements. Synthetic diamonds are purer than natural diamonds, and many of them cannot be detected after entering the market. Now that the end is coming, the price of diamonds has become slightly higher than the value of roadside stones. Zhao Yinglei directly took Lin Yu to find a fortune teller here, and there were many people waiting around the fortune teller. The fortune teller sat on the ground, with a red cloth in front of him. On the red cloth, there were yin and yang fish, gossip, lottery buckets, cards, turtle shells and copper coins, and these decorations were just a disguise. Because the waiting people around are not here to tell fortunes, but are waiting for something. The fortune teller quickly took out the papers from his body and gave them to the surrounding onlookers respectively. These people were also very sensible and did not open the papers in public, but left quickly, planning to open them again when they got home. At this moment, Zhao Yinglei tugged on Lin Yu's sleeve. Lin Yu quickly lowered his head. Zhao Yinglei said in a low voice, "Write down the information you need on paper, and pick it up at the market the next day. If there is no news, there will be no charge here, but if the news is found, it will be charged according to the preciousness of the news." Seeing that it took so much trouble to get accurate information in Yanjing, Lin Yu couldn't help being a little puzzled, and asked directly, "Why is it so troublesome? There are so many procedures to go through. What if he runs away the next day? This is a black market, so don't worry about it. If you are caught by the official eagle dog, you may not be able to release it. As for people, they won't run away. Otherwise, there will be no place for them in the black market in the future. It's here." Zhao Yinglei hastily explained that it's impossible to be careless when doing business in the black market. Lin Yu thinks about it too. Being arrested for fortune-telling is naturally not a big deal. Fortune-telling is all about what you want and what you want. If you don't believe it, it's fine. If the information is caught, the crime will be serious. If it is caught as a spy, it will be dealt with directly. The risk is extremely huge. Next, Lin Yu immediately wrote down the required information on a piece of paper, that is, the news about Ikanwen, and after handing it to the fortune teller, he prepared to leave. The fortune teller said indifferently, "Please come back tomorrow to receive your comment. As for whether you will be here tomorrow, please pay attention to the news from the market manager." Lin Yu nodded and said, "I hope you can find the information I need. Goodbye." After finishing speaking, Lin Yu wanted to take a stroll in the black market. Zhao Yinglei spared no effort in introducing it. Lin Yu found that everything was sold in the black market, including guns, and even cold medicine. "I just picked it up and saw that it had expired for 2 years, but the stall owner said plausibly, although my medicines are all expired, they are still effective. Expired doesn't mean they are useless. As long as they don't get moldy and don't deteriorate, they're edible. Sir, if you need them, I'll help you. There are also banlangen granules here, which have only been expired for 1 year. Do you want to buy some? I'm free from all diseases, I don't need it anymore. Lin Yu smiled and began to refuse. I have to say that there are a lot of weird things on the black market, and some stalls sell animal skins exclusively. Obviously, they have not mastered the method of tanning and cannot make animal skins into clothes, otherwise they would not sell animals directly. Skinned? Why? Are there still animal skins on the black market? Can anyone still buy them? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Zhao Yinglei nodded and explained, of course there are people who buy it. Those manufacturers who make clothes are not a thing. They bought animal skins at a low price, made them into clothes, and sold them at a high price. It can be said that hunters risked their lives to kill them. After the mutant beast died, the animal skins couldn't be sold for a price, and ordinary people couldn't afford finished clothes, so after buying them back at a reasonable price on the black market and softening them with plant ash, they could keep warm a little bit. The big deal: wrap it around your body and wear it like a bell. Winter in the north is very cold, especially in many places without heating, so keeping warm is very important, but the price of clothes made of animal skins is very high. Manufacturers make a lot of money. Ordinary people, however, their survival is a serious problem, so they can only start from the black market, buying animal skins to make clothes by themselves. The so-called bell is an elegant way of saying it. In fact, it means that it can barely be worn as clothes, but it has no buttons or zippers, and the whole body is just like a copper bell. It's about time. If it's winter, you have to tie your waist to avoid drafts from top to bottom. Lin Yu suddenly realized that this is the case. He had never seen such a scene in Yizhao. After all, firewood can be burned in the south, and Yizhao also has water and electricity. Heating in winter is still no problem. At this moment, a bald man walked past Lin Yu holding a hemp rope in his hand. On the other end of the hemp rope was tied a girl. The girl was not fully clothed, her hands and feet were directly exposed. There are also many patches on the body. When Lin Yu and this girl passed by, he was stunned. How could this girl look so much like the dead Fu Yat? However, Lin Yu knew that this girl was definitely not Fu Yao. Lin Yu personally cremated her when Fu Ye died. Any relationship. Zhao Yinglei is very good at observing words and expressions. When she saw Lin Yu staring at a girl who was being sold, she quickly introduced, "Sir, if you like this girl, you can directly negotiate the price and make a deal on the spot." "That's good. If you just want to play for a while, it depends on whether the seller is willing." Hearing this, Lin Yu seemed to have heard something unbelievable. He frowned and asked, "Are you joking? You can buy and sell people in Yanjing City." Zhao Yinglei lowered his voice and said in a low voice, "Most of these people are voluntary, and they are trading on the black market. It doesn't matter, many people voluntarily sell them to other places in order to treat their parents." Lin Yu's view of the world has also changed at this time. He thought that since Yanjing is the site of the headquarters and the capital, it must be bright and beautiful, and it must be peaceful and peaceful. But now Lin Yu suddenly realized that Yizhao seems to be very good. It's a little poor, but at least the people at the bottom have food to eat, so that people will not be desperate to choose a path of despair. Lin Yu knew that this girl was not Fu Yat, so he didn't want to worry about it too much. At this time, he also wanted to leave the black market, and was going to wait until the next day to get news. However, at this moment, Lin Yu saw the eyes of the girl in the distance. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes reflected hope. The wrists of her hands were tied up with hemp rope, and she could not move freely. Maybe the hemp rope was more strangled. Tight, the wrist area has become red. Chapter 622. The expenses are too much? In the end, Lin Yu couldn't help but walked forward and asked the bald man, "How do you sell this person?" After all, Lin Yu can't forget Fu Yao. The girl who accompanied him to hide in Tibet was the only color in his gloomy years. He still remembers that he had to survive under the siege of zombies. He was so hungry that he screamed, but he could only helplessly beg for luck. I still remember that when Lin Yu faced all kinds of dangers, when all thoughts were lost, he could always get encouragement from Fu Yang. Although the two were just classmates, their relationship became extremely deep during the process of relying on each other, and this dark time of more than a month is something that Lin Yu has never forgotten, and Fu Ye who accompanied him moved him all the time. After Fu Ye was killed, Lin Yu hadn't had any pain for a long time. This moved me now. There is a person exactly like Fu Yat. Lin Yu can't sit idly by, especially when the other party's big watery eyes are looking at him. Lin Yu immediately thinks of Fu Yat's smile when the bald man saw someone asking for the price. He grabbed the girl's hair unceremoniously, pulled it to him, and said, "Do you want it?" "One price, 100 caddies of grain." This is something I just bought. I haven't used it yet. If you want it now, just take the money. The bald man doesn't care who the other party is. Anyway, this girl is his own finances now, and he can handle it as he wants, and no one else can control it. Here. You are. It's ready. Lin Yu took out a handful of golden beans on his body, and handed them over directly. The yellow golden beans shone dazzlingly under the light, and many people around were caught by them. Attracted by the news, they didn't expect that there were still people talking about buying a woman at a high price on the black market. It's not that there are no big spenders on the black market, but basically no one would spend so much gold to buy a woman. A handful of golden beans, enough to buy 500 caddies of grain. When the bald man saw the young man in front of him, he took out the gold without blinking his eyes, and greedy eyes shot out of his eyes. With so much gold, this is really a lot of money. He said in his heart, a woman can sell you. How lucky to have so much money. However, at this moment, the bald man shook his head and said, no, this girl is only 14 years old, and she is still a virgin. I originally planned to keep it for myself as a wife. Your money is still too little. No, I won't sell it. How much do you want? Lin Yu asked directly. When Zhao Yinglei heard Lin Yu's style of bargaining, he really couldn't stand it anymore. A handful of golden beans is already a luxury to buy for one person, but now he asks how much others want. How can this be a bargaining attitude? So, Zhao Yinglei directly tugged at the corner of Lin Yu's clothes, hoping that Lin Yu could calm down, and the bald man, after seeing the young man took the bait, said with a smile, this number is not enough, at least it needs to be doubled. The bald man's abacus was clattering at this time, and finally a big guy came to his door. This is an obvious fat sheep. Depending on his age, he is probably a son of his family, and he has not experienced ups and downs in society. If it is in my own hands, if I don't kill it fiercely, I will be sorry for my luck today. Lin Yu shrugged and said, really, then there is no other way. After finishing speaking, Lin Yu turned around and left without any regrets. The girl couldn't help calling out at this moment, help me, save me, I don't want to be taken home by him. Lin Yu didn't look back, but brought Zhao Ying to prepare to leave. Or the bald man saw that something was wrong. Wouldn't it be a pity if the big customer just left like this? So, he quickly said, just kidding, come back, I'll sell it to you at the price just now. The bald man could see clearly that this young man was very determined when he left, and he did not give up at all. From this point of view, he is not a person to be fooled. It's good to sell it at a higher price, and it's a lot of money anyway. Lin Yu paid the reward, then took out his dagger, and cut off the hemp rope with one blow. His wrist, which was already swollen, was also relieved at this time. Lin Yu looked at the girl's face carefully, and thought to himself, there are two people who are so similar in the world. However, if Fu Ye is still alive, she is already 19 years old. It seems that I still think too much. Gone. The girl's appearance is very similar to Fu Ye's. If you don't look carefully, you can't see the difference at all, but her temperament is completely different from Fu Ye's. Therefore, Lin Yu can clearly realize that this is not her own Chaosi object of twilight. You let me go. The girl was trembling all over at this moment, and asked in fear. Lin Yu came back to his senses, saw the girl's timid appearance, and knew her worry now, so he let go of his hand, shook his head vigorously, and said, okay, you are free, you go back, goodbye. The girl feels like she is in a dream now. She thought that she would end up miserable if she was sold out, but now she has received help from others, and she was really let go. This is true. Sir, are you crazy? Why did you let go of the woman you bought at a huge price? Zhao Yinglei also widened her eyes at this moment, never expecting that Lin Yu would do such a thing. Lin Yu shrugged and said, you are young, you don't understand. The bald man said speechlessly, I'm old, and I don't understand. At this time, no one thought that this woman who had been bought at a huge price would be let go casually. Local flower. The girl looked at Lin Yu. She didn't expect that she was really free, so she quickly bowed deeply to Lin Yu, and then ran towards the distant exit. The bald man stroked his chin and said, young man, you are still too inexperienced. I bet she will appear in my hands in 2 days. A cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and he asked, what's the matter? Are you still looking for trouble after taking the money? Do you really think I've been taken advantage of? Lin Yu was very angry. Doesn't the bald man mean that he will trouble this girl in the future? If so, wouldn't he save her for nothing? Don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant. You and I paid the money and delivered the goods, how could I not be trustworthy? But the reason, you don't understand. The bald man hurriedly explained for fear of being misunderstood. What do you mean? Lin Yu asked. The bald man replied, of course there is nothing wrong with this little girl, and she won't give up on herself, but she has a bastard father. Her father is a gambler. In the end, there was nothing left, so I had to sell my daughter. I bought it out of good intentions and saved her from the fire pit. You can save her once, but can you save her twice or 3 times? Wait until his father loses. If you get money, you will be sold again. I have seen this kind of thing a lot, so I say, don't gamble. After figuring out the reason, Lin Yu finally understood what was going on. It turned out that this girl had a bastard father. It was really pitiful. Born into such a family, she must end up miserable. Sir, do you need to buy other things? In this market, I know everything about what is being sold. Zhao Yinglei continued to ask. At this time Lin Yu took out the last golden bean from his body, threw it to Zhao Yinglei, and said, I don't have any money, I don't buy anything. This is your reward, goodbye, goodbye if you are destined. Zhao Yinglei hastily hid the golden beans. He knew the truth that the money was not in vain. It would be really miserable if he was targeted by others. Since he was thin and weak, he would definitely not be able to keep the golden beans. After much deliberation, Zhao Yinglei immediately left the black market while it was still early. The first thing to do was to exchange the money for food. 1 golden bean was enough to feed a family for half a month. After Lin Yu returned to his residence, Cao Fuli and Yu Hangai hurriedly asked, how is it going? Is it going well? Has the news been found out? I'll find out tomorrow. That the investigation will take time. It's always okay to wait a little longer, isn't it? Lin Yu said. Cao Fuli and Yu Hangai thought about it too. Investigating a supernatural person is not something that can be done casually. It takes a certain amount of time to investigate, which is also normal. One night passed, and the 3 of them did not sleep very well in the old community, because at night there would always be the sound of mice. Mice are rodents, that is, their teeth will grow for life, so rodents have the habit of grinding their teeth. Crackling and creaking when biting the wooden door is really challenging the psychological defense of normal people. Lin Yu was about to go out, and before he left, he said to Yu Hangai, by the way, give me some more golden beans. Yesterday's golden beans are used for the deposit. When Yu Hangai heard this, he immediately felt strange. It's just a piece of news, how much will it cost? Cao Fuli also interjected, Lin Yu, you must be inexperienced and slaughtered as a fat sheep. Yesterday I saw that you took at least 30 golden beans out, and this is all used up? Don't be deceived, right? Lin Yu didn't change his face. It's impossible to say that yesterday he spent a lot of money to buy an unrelated woman. Yu Hangai will definitely be angry if he answers this way, so he might as well keep hiding it. Yanjing, the cost must be higher. Yes, even if it is news, the price is higher than news from ordinary people, isn't it? Okay, I don't doubt you. Since it's a normal expense, then take the money with you. Yu Hangai took out a handful of golden beans from his body again, and Shen Feng gave it to him before leaving Yazhao. A lot of gold and silver, and Yu Hangai doesn't particularly value money, anyway, as long as it is normal expenses, it is enough. Lin Yu went out immediately. After inquiring about the location of the black market, he rushed there immediately. Today's black market is underground. It used to be the place where the subway used to run. After the end of the day, the subway will stop running. After all, the passenger capacity cannot reach to a certain extent. The subway is losing money. After finding the fortune teller he met yesterday, Lin Yu asked directly, my friend, is there any news about me? The fortune teller said, 200 caddies of grain, in exchange for news from me. This news is very important. Lin Yu took out the golden beans on his body, counted them, found 10 golden beans, handed them over, and asked, according to Yanjing's price level, should this be enough? The fortune teller obviously didn't expect this young man to use gold to settle the bill. Most people use food stamps, but he didn't want to inquire too much. It's all in here, please, don't open it on the road, open it when you get home. Lin Yu nodded, and was about to leave, but before leaving, he searched around the subway tracks, but couldn't find the girl from yesterday, and suddenly felt a little lost in his heart. What's going on with me? The other party is obviously not Fu yet. Why do I still want to know her whereabouts? Could it be that I'm looking for a substitute? Lin Yu thought angrily in his heart. Chapter 623, A Scumbag. Xiao Fuli had already arrived in Yanjing, and immediately became greedy, and couldn't help but said, Mr. Yu, it's noon now, should it be time for dinner, Yu? Hengai thought about it for a while, and said quickly, then wait a minute, I'm here to steam the steamed buns, and on the way back with Brother Feng, I didn't learn anything else, but I know how to steam the steamed buns. Do you want to put some sugar? I heard that you Southerners like to eat sweet steamed buns. Hey, Mr. Yu, it's your fault. You finally arrived in Yanjing. If you don't treat me to some good food, what's the matter with eating steamed buns? Roast duck, blood sausage, fried liver, noodles with fried sauce, don't try them all. Taste it, what's the point? Xiao Fuli said with a smile. There's a cultural phenomenon in China. After going to a place, you must first taste the local specialties, and the food also represents the culture of a place. Even in the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, there are yak meat and butter tea. In other places rich in resources, food there are countless more. That's what Xiao Fuli thought. After finally coming to Yazhou, if he always ate steamed buns, wouldn't he be wronged? Come here, you must taste the local food. Although Yu Hengai is not from Yanjing, he has lived in Yanjing for 2 years anyway, and he knows something about the local food. He is not worried about money, but worried about being exposed. I don't think this is appropriate, bear with it. I have made a brief appearance in Yanjing before, and many people know that I have come back, especially in Yanjing right now. People with supernatural powers are basically our enemies. It would be bad if it was exposed. Yu Hengai said seriously, it's okay, we can ask someone to deliver the food. You stay at home, and I will order food and deliver it directly to your door. Xiao Fuli said quickly in order to be able to persuade Yu Hengai to eat a big meal. Xiao Fuli has already chosen the method. Since going out to eat can easily attract the attention of others, it is better to stay at home, go out to order the meal, and wait until the food is delivered to the house. If Yu Hengai was exposed, as long as he stayed in the room honestly, he would definitely not be discovered. Yu Hengai immediately didn't know how to refute. After all, Xiao Fuli had already said so. If he continued to obstruct him, it would appear that he really didn't want to entertain guests. Okay, then listen to you, you go and come back quickly. Yu Hengai said helplessly. Xiao Fuli did what he said, put on a mask and went out immediately, found a hotel that looked gorgeous, and stated his purpose. Do you have a meal delivery service here? Look at what you said. Other small stores may not have food delivery service, but now we are such a big restaurant, if we don't even have food delivery service, wouldn't it be a blow to our own brand? The waiter was also very excited. Enthusiastically, he answered Xiao Fuli's question half jokingly. After getting this answer, Xiao Fuli immediately felt relieved, and said, in that case, I'll order, and you guys will deliver the food to our door later. Understand? Understood. We are an authentic century-old store, and we are absolutely innocent, so don't worry, but there is one thing, there is no credit here, you need to settle the money with us first. The waiter said enthusiastically. Xiao Fuli didn't think much about it, and just ordered from the beginning, isn't it just giving money? It can be done easily. There is no platform for food delivery anymore, because ordinary people don't have the money to eat food. Instead of ordering food, it's better to cook by yourself. Cooking by yourself is much cheaper than delivering food. If you want to sit at home, you can eat ready-made food. Yes, that is to order food. Only big hotels can do this. Big hotels can hire a few people who specialize in food delivery, and they can't deliver food in distant places. This is much more troublesome than before. Of course, the real rich people don't care about this. The rich people are the least affected at any time. After all, the rich people can have their own chefs. Whatever they want to eat, just let the chef do it. Why bother to order takeaway? By the time the food delivery person arrives, the food is already cold, and the taste is definitely not as good as freshly cooked. While ordering food, Xiao Fuli caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eyes, and then he looked over, only to find that Lin Yu was walking on the street at this time, and there was a young girl beside him, who didn't look too old. Duh, her body is tattered, patches have been applied one after another, and there are still bruises on her body, which means she was beaten before seeing Lin Yu walking on the street with a strange woman. Xiao Fuli was immediately curious, and said to himself, Lin Yu has always been a gentleman before, he has never been close to women, a typical moralist, how could he treat women like this? Interested? Strange? Out of curiosity, Xiao Fuli had the idea to find out, and then quickly settled the bill. Wanting to find out what Lin Yu was thinking, he actually secretly looked for a woman, which is really strange, especially in Yanjing. In such a place, once the identity is revealed, it is equivalent to a death sentence. Moreover, in Xiao Fuli's eyes, Lin Yu was not an impatient person, but now that he did such an irrational thing, people had to pay attention. After that, Xiao Fuli explained the delivery list, and followed Lin Yu and walked over. At this time, Lin Yu turned his head inadvertently and found Xiao Fuli, who was following behind. Xiao Fuli turned his head and pretended to look at the scenery, but both yes, it has been exposed at this time. Lin Yu suddenly took out the remaining golden beans from his body, handed it to the ragged girl, and told the girl to leave. The girl thanked Lin Yu 1,000 times and kept bowing, but Lin Yu just waved his hands and didn't say anything. Soon, the girl had already left, and she almost kowtowed to Lin Yu before she left. It could be seen that the girl was very grateful to Lin Yu. Xiao Fuli was still pretending to be looking at the scenery, but Lin Yu came over instead, and said lightly, "Don't pretend, I can tell if anyone is following me by hearing the footsteps, and you have followed me all the way. I thought, don't I know yet?" Xiao Fuli said hastily, "I'm not following you on purpose, I'm just curious. Haven't you always been Green Lamp Ancient Buddha, prepared for this remaining life? Why are you interested in women today instead?" Lin Yu shrugged and said, "Maybe it's fate. She has the same face as my dead girlfriend, so I'm more interested. So, why didn't you just bring him back to Yazhou? Anyway, the city lord urged you to get married. Since they are exactly the same, then just marry him." Xiao Fuli continued to ask. However, regarding this question, Lin Yu smiled wryly and said, "It's not okay to deceive yourself, even if her face is exactly the same as my girlfriend, but it is not true after all. If you marry her, it is equivalent to just looking for a substitute. It's a tragedy for both of them. Then, you give her back the money? Since you don't want to worry about it, then just pretend you haven't seen it. Isn't that better?" Xiao Fuli and Lin Yu said as they returned. "She has a bastard father who is a gambler. Whenever he is unhappy, he will scold her and even sell her directly when he is short of money. I really can't stand it anymore. I can only give her some money. For her sad family, it's just a matter of drawing a knife to help when the road is injustice." Lin Yu replied lightly. Hearing such an answer, Xiao Fuli shrugged and said, "Now I know why Yanjing's prices are so high. It seems that you are using Yu Hengai's money to do good deeds." Lin Yu also knew that the scene of him giving the golden beans just now was seen, but he was not worried that Xiao Fuli would tell the story. After all, both of them came from Yazhou, and they were all on their own, so they definitely wouldn't do it. What a sorry brother. Xiao Fuli and Lin Yu returned to their residence. Lin Yu took out the message he had received, and before he opened it, Yu Hengai snatched it and began to watch it seriously. The more he watched, the more he frowned, and his face gradually became gloomy. Xiao Fuli and Lin Yu looked around and found that the content recorded in the information was exaggerated, because He Kanwen, who had become a supernatural being, not only failed to complete the tasks of various difficulties, but also started to enjoy them grandiosely. The treatment for those with supernatural powers is really generous. Even if He Kanwen's supernatural powers have no fighting ability, he has already spent a lot of money to support them. He Kanwen has not joined any organization of supernatural beings, but as long as they are supernatural beings, they will be valued. After all, there may not be one supernatural person in 10,000 people, and He Kanwen he became a supernatural person because he drank the supernatural potion that Qin Qi gave him. According to the data, He Kanwen would often go to fireworks in Willow Lane to enjoy, and relying on his status as a supernatural person, he made friends with many young masters of Yanjing, and under the leadership of these young masters, He Kanwen became even more unscrupulous, often lingering outside. Originally, in Yu Hengai's mind, if Qin Qi could get happiness, then it would be fine for her to marry someone else, but now at this time, he discovered that the person Qin Qi married was a complete bastard. With his wife still messing around outside, he clearly knew that Qin Qi didn't like it. Looking at this document that he had just obtained, Yu Hengai was so annoyed that his teeth creaked from being bitten. Xiao Fuli also saw the news on the side, and continued, "Yu, I am still the same as the previous publication, so there is no need to investigate too much about the changes in Ms. Qin. Just kill this bastard directly, and you continue to accompany Ms. Qin. Everything the problems were all solved." Lin Yu also said seriously at this time, "Since the person you like is married to a scumbag, you should find a way to get her out of the fire pit. Mr. You don't need to do anything, just nod your head, and we can kill that scumbag. Asshole, you. Hengai was silent for a moment, and said, let's observe in the past 2 days to see if Qin Kui has been manipulated. She seemed to say that she couldn't remember many things before. I suspect that she may have been plotted against. Up to now, Hengai still hasn't made up his mind to kill people, because he doesn't understand what happened to Qin Kui. She looked wrong when he saw her before. If she killed the important people around him at this time, she can't take this blow. Cao Fuli and Lin Yu looked at each other, and they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They didn't understand, since they were very angry now, why didn't they vent it directly? The problem that can be solved by killing a scum still needs to be considered so much. Wait, someone is coming from outside the door, and they are still carrying heavy things, and the footsteps are heavy. At this moment, Lin Yu heard the footsteps coming from outside the door, and then reacted. The other party was looking for came here, dong. Dong dong. The door was knocked, and then a voice came from outside the door. Sir, the meal you ordered has arrived, please open the door. Lin Yu, you are too nervous. This is the door-to-door service I ordered from the restaurant. It's just right, let's have dinner together. After eating, we should also observe He Canwin, a scumbag. Cao Fuli said quickly. Cao Fuli went to open the door, and sure enough, he saw a boy who delivered food, with big bags and small bags of food on him. Cao Fuli ordered a lot of meals. After all, they are all supernatural beings, and they eat a lot. If you don't order more, then just not enough to eat. A little brother who delivered the food said while unloading his things, Sir, you must be hoarding food, right? So much food, is it enough for a week? Yes, you are right, I am indeed hoarding food. Cao Fuli replied casually. He is still worried that there will not be enough food, because Lin Yu has also returned. Originally, lunch for 2 people, if 3 people eat together now, they probably won't be full. Chapter 624 Get out of the fire pit. Cao Fuli put all the food on the table, and then he greeted Hengai and Lin Yu to eat. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Cao Fuli's appetite whetted. Come, let's eat. I have heard that Yanjing's fried noodles are delicious. Now I can finally try them. There are quite a lot of these side dishes. There is also roast duck here. Try it, don't worry about it. Stand up. Cao Fuli greeted the 2 people in the living room at this time. Hengai was reclining on the sofa, holding a piece of paper with He Canwon's information in his hand. On this paper, even the shops He Canwon frequented had been marked. It could be seen that the information is perfect. As for Lin Yu, he was standing by the window and was lost in thought. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He obviously didn't see the girl in the black market today, but he still found out about the girl's whereabouts through Zhao Yinglei, so he ran over to tell her to stay away. The original family was later arrested by Cao Fuli at this time. Lin Yu still couldn't forget this girl, Zan Jinsu? Good name, where did she go? Lin Yu thought silently in his heart. Cao Fuli greeted him several times in a row, and Hengai and Lin Yu sat at the dining table, but they didn't have much appetite. Everyone stopped after eating 2 bowls of noodles. Now, Cao Fuli didn't worry about not having enough for lunch today. You all have something on your mind. You don't even want to eat such a good meal right in front of your eyes. It's taking advantage of me. In my opinion, it's useless for you to be so entangled. You can do what you have to do, and you don't have to worry about it here. What's the use? Cao Fuli said to the 2 of them while eating his fat sausage. There are many delicacies on the table, among which noodles with fried sauce and roast duck are the most famous, and Cao Fuli has always wanted to try these 2 delicacies, which he had not tasted in Yanjing before. Put the roast duck meat on the noodle cake, smear it with sweet bean sauce, wrap it with shredded green onion and shredded cucumber, form a roll, put it in your mouth and taste it slowly. The taste is really good. And there are a lot of side dishes beside the noodles. If you just eat noodles, then the taste of noodles is not particularly good. You need to eat noodles with side dishes. 7 or 8 kinds of side dishes are on the side. In addition, Cao Fuli had a great time eating it. Cao Fuli also wanted to try soybean juice. After all, even Lu Sun said that real Yanjing people can drink soybean juice, but after Cao Fuli took a sip, he couldn't drink it anymore. The taste was too weird. For Cao Fuli, this taste was unacceptable at this moment. Hengai finally made up his mind and said, if He Canwon is really a scumbag, then I will definitely kill him. I can't just watch Qin Kui fall into the fire pit." After finishing speaking, Yu Hengyi went out and said, "I'm going to find out where he Kanwen often appears. If the investigation is clear, then I will do it directly." Lin Yu also made up his mind at this time, and said, "I'll go out and have a look. I want to confirm whether Zhang Jinsu has really left her home." Seeing that the two finally made up their minds, Xiao Fuli couldn't help but said, "How about I help you, both?" Lin Yu and Yu Hengyi quickly refused, saying that they don't need Xiao Fuli's help now after eating and drinking enough. Xiao Fuli lay down on the sofa to rest, and said to the two people who were about to leave, "Don't forget to order food when you come back, don't be outside for too long, and come back soon." Afterwards, Xiao Fuli began to rest at the residence, and Yu Hengyi went to investigate the matter of He Kanwen. He wanted to know one thing, that is, whether He Kanwen was really as extravagant as before. Wei was angry because of his debauchery, and if He Kanwen persisted, then he would have no fault of his own. "I'm here to give Qin Kui a happy life." Yu Hengyi thought silently in his heart, and Lin Yu went to Zhang Jinsu's home. When he went there in the morning, Zhang Jinsu's father was not at home. This time, Lin Yu wanted to learn what Zhang Jinsu's gambling father was. In such a situation, by the way, confirm whether Zhang Jinsu has really left. When Lin Yu came to an old city, he soon saw a father and daughter on the street, and the father was holding a hanger, viciously beating his crying daughter, and the daughter who was being beaten was naturally 14 years old. Zhang Jinsu passed away, and she cried and begged for mercy. "Dad, I don't dare anymore, so please forgive me." Zhang Jinsu cried very sadly, kowtowing and begging for mercy, and Zhang Jinsu's father is a drunk man. At this time, after he was drunk, his hands were not light or heavy. He was holding a wire hanger in his hand. There was a mark on his body, and he continued to yell and curse while beating. "I let you run away. I have raised you for more than 10 years. You are so courageous. You still dare to fly far away. Where did you get so much money? Honestly, believe it or not, I will beat you to death today." The drunk man yelled viciously. Zhang Jinsu curled up on the ground, trembling, but at this moment he didn't dare to resist at all, and could only keep begging. The pair of parents were unilaterally beating and scolding in the alley of the old city, and many onlookers gathered around, all pointing at what was going on, but no one stepped forward to dissuade them, because they all knew drunkards can't be stopped. Many men, after drinking 2 ounces of cat urine, immediately become ignorant of who is who. Lin Yu couldn't stand it anymore, and then asked a person beside him, "Excuse me, what's the situation?" When the bystanders heard this question, they didn't hide it, and shook their heads and sighed, "It's so pitiful. This little girl is really a pity. Her bastard father goes out to gamble all day, and when he loses, he throws away all the things in the house. Take it out and sell it to pay back the money, so that this little girl has to work outside at a young age, but she can also do heavy work, judging by her small body, that is, to sew and mend for others to earn some hard money. Unfortunately, even if this is the case, her scumbag father is still so hateful. After he owed the money, he simply sold his daughter. Some kind people bought her and let her come back. In the end, I don't know where I got a sum of money, wanted to leave home with his mother's portrait, but was caught on the spot, and now he will be beaten to death." The people around could only sigh helplessly. Being born in such a family is really unlucky. Not only do they have to work to support their father, but they also have to face domestic violence anytime and anywhere, and they will be beaten to death if they are not careful. Hearing such an answer, Lin Yu couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed forward and grabbed the drunk man's wrist, preventing the hanger in his hand from falling down. "It's almost enough. Are you really going to kill your daughter?" Lin Yu asked coldly. The drunk man felt that his wrist was tightly clamped, and he couldn't move immediately. He turned his head and saw that it was a young man. He couldn't help but scolded, "If you let me go, I'll kill my daughter, and it doesn't matter to you. Let me tell you, you'd better not meddle in other people's business, otherwise, I will not be polite." "You're welcome? I want to see how you're welcome." Lin Yu asked coldly. The drunk's right hand had been grabbed and he couldn't move. The strength of ordinary people was as insignificant as an ant in front of the supernatural being. However, the drunk immediately took out a switchblade from his body, pointed it at the machine and pressed it. The sharp blade jumped out immediately, and then stabbed towards Lin Yu's abdomen with a knife. The ruthlessness really surprised Lin Yu. Lin Yu never expected that there would be people in Yanjing who would dare to commit crimes on the street. Immediately, he stretched out his hand, grabbed the drunk's left wrist, and squeezed it hard. He heard a crack in his ear, and his wrist was crushed on the spot. Broken. If Lin Yu wanted to, he would be able to directly kill the opponent in a split second. From the outside, nothing could be seen. Only after the autopsy would he know that the heart was directly shaken into rotten flesh. However, Lin Yu still considered it inappropriate to kill people in public, so he chose to punish him slightly. "Ah, my hand, you bastard, you have to pay me for medical expenses, otherwise, I will go to the police now and have you arrested." Under the pain, it is impossible to pretend to be drunk. When Zhang Jinsu saw Lin Yu appearing in front of him again, he quickly got up from the ground and hid behind Lin Yu. "Call the police? You can try, but it is destined to be useless," Lin Yu said lightly. Zhang Jinsu hid behind Lin Yu, crying and said, "Mr. Lin, take me away. All the money you gave me was taken away by my father. The only photo left by my mother has been torn to pieces, and I don't want to stay in this house anymore." While speaking, Zhang Jinsu was still hugging Lin Yu from behind. Lin Yu could feel the great fear in the thin body of the girl behind her. How could the inhuman treatment that has been done for too long become what it is now? After Zhang Hao saw his daughter like this, he cursed even more. "Well, you little bitch, you are such a slut. I thought you were going to work honestly, but you hooked up with a concubine behind your back. You should be sold to traffickers. I think it would be appropriate to sell you to kill." Lin Yu couldn't take it anymore, and said directly, "You better keep your mouth clean for me, otherwise I won't be polite." Unexpectedly, when Lin Yu said this, Zhang Hao became even more angry, pointed at Lin Yu and said to the neighbors, "Look, everyone, what kind of daughter I have raised, let alone find a wild man. Now this man is still threatening me directly. Is there any filial piety in the world?" Seeing this, the people around him did not support Zhan Hao. They are all neighbors, so they naturally know what kind of guy Zhan Hao is. They don't know how to work hard all day, they only think about gambling, and the whole house is empty. Oh, but there is a daughter who keeps beating and scolding constantly. Such a person is ashamed to let the neighbors uphold justice. Young man, I think you should take this little girl away and fly away. As for this bastard, don't worry about it. That's right, this can be regarded as doing good deeds. If you don't care about this little girl, she will either be sold or beaten to death in the end. You might as well take her away. That's right, if this guy dares to call the police, we will try our best to cover it up for you. The neighbors immediately began to persuade, but what they supported was not Zhan Hao, but this young man who had just appeared. Although he was a stranger, Zhan Hao's usual behavior really caused public outrage. If you want to help, you will not help your relatives under everyone's persuasion. Lin Yu gradually came to this kind of thought. Rather than seeing Fu Ya in a dream, he might as well take her back directly. Seeing her is like seeing Fu Ya with his own eyes. "Little sister Zhan, are you willing to follow me?" Lin Yu then asked Zhang Jinsu. Zhang Jinsu nodded quickly and said seriously, "I am willing." Right now, after getting the affirmative answer from the other party, Lin Yu took a deep breath, pointed at Zhang Hao's nose and said, "This time breaking your left hand is just a slight punishment. If you dare to trouble Zhang Jinsu again, I will kill you directly and tell you that I know many ways to destroy corpses and traces. After killing you, I will tie a stone and throw it into the Yongding River to feed the fish, and see who will avenge you. You think clearly." After speaking, Lin Yu took Zhang Jinsu's hand and left the old city. Chapter 625, Improper Person. Yu Henggai originally thought that it would not be easy to inquire about He Kanwen's news. Who would have thought that he would know the location of He Kanwen after casually inquiring about it in Yanjing City? It's too loud. Yanjing is the capital, and the fireworks industry will naturally not be allowed. Anyone who dares to open brothels blatantly would be really daring. As long as they are found out, they will definitely be dealt with. However, Chinese people like this kind of thing the most. Isn't it just that they are not allowed to open brothels? No problem, we absolutely follow the rules. Just some foot-washing cities and barbershops began to prosper. Many massage parlors seem to provide services for massage. However, when a beautiful woman in a short skirt asks if she needs special services while massaging, it's hard to say no to this suggestion. Many men originally rush to wash their feet and get a massage, but under the instigation of some beauties, with the idea of trying something new, they half pushed and half fell. In addition to this large-scale counterparty, there are also some people who do business alone. It is impossible for these people to appear on the bustling streets. These skilled big sisters usually rent a house and stand by the roadside in simple clothes. The door was ajar, and there was still a pink light in the room. This is the so-called half-closed door. In the time of calamity, women in ancient times had no choice but to do skin and meat business, so they chose to half open the door or hang a curtain. If someone is interested, then enter later with the door closed. Most people would not make a fuss about it, but in the end of the world, many women also picked up this method. He Kanwon's reputation in fireworks in Willow Lane is too great, and it is also because of He Kanwon's generous spending. After all, he is already a supernatural being, and it is impossible to be short of money. In these places, as long as there is money, then can be easily remembered by others. You are looking for Mr. He. He didn't come today. I heard that he went to Beimaju. He will come here in a few days. Unfortunately, are you his friend? Immediately a beautiful woman in revealing clothes answered. Yu Hengai News. Yu Hengai explained, it's not considered a friend, it's just an acquaintance. However, just such a sentence caused trouble for Yu Hengai. When the two beauties heard that Yu Hengai knew He Kanwon, they immediately pestered him. Mister, do you want to experience something different? Of course, Yu Hengai couldn't accept it, so he quickly shied away, saying, it's no big deal, it's not appropriate to do this kind of thing in broad daylight, it's okay. In the room, you can't see anything if you draw the curtains. Our curtains here are of good quality and don't allow light to pass through. The two beauties obviously didn't want Yu Hengai to leave just like that. The people that the big patrons know must have unusual identities, so they must be taken care of. Yu Hengai has no experience in this kind of place. In fact, the women here are very good at observing words and expressions. If Shen Feng is here, he will teach him. Glaring over, these women are very interesting, so they will stop pestering them immediately. Therefore, Yu Hengai took a lot of effort to escape from the foot-washing city. In the end, he was clever enough to take out a few golden beans from his body and threw them out, saying, whoever finds them will belong to them. Afterwards, the two prostitutes abandoned Yu Hengai and went to look for the golden beans on the ground. Yu Hengai took the opportunity to leave next. Yu Hengai inquired about the location of the White Horse House, and then rushed over. Now, Yu Hengai only needs one reason to kill He Kanwon, as long as he sees He Kanwon having a good time outside with his own eyes. There is a reason to do it. When Yu Hengai arrived at the destination, he found that it was a very luxurious club, where some people were exercising and others were singing, and in the depths were many rooms with tight doors and good sound insulation, and many beauties walked through it, and after many male customers came, they reached out and stuffed money or gold and silver on the chests of women. If the women wanted to, they could immediately go to the depths together. Yu Hengai was dumbfounded, mainly because he had never been to this kind of place before, he had no experience, and he had no way of finding someone. However, it was impossible for Yu Hengai to just stand there. If he did, it would be too prominent in the eyes of others. Fortunately, at this time, Yu Hengai saw the drink area. There was a bar on one side of the club, and a man in a suit and leather shoes was sitting in it and was mixing drinks. The cocktails were prepared on the spot, and the bartenders were also very skilled. The layers are distinct, each layer has its own taste, and some are mellow and moist, but it feels like a dream. After drinking it, Yu Hengai immediately came to the side of the bar, ordered 2 glasses of wine, and began to taste. Yu Hengai's alcohol capacity is much better than Shen Feng's, mainly because he was drunk many times when he was in Japan, and he was drunk all day long, and his alcohol capacity was just like this. Done at the moment, Yu Hengai was sitting at a one-legged table, tasting fine wine by himself, and his appearance looked like a guy waiting for someone to meet under the dim light. Yu Hengai tasted the fine wine silently, but people kept coming to disturb him. Some people were asking for Yu Hengai's contact information, while others were more directly asking if they wanted to spend the night together, but it was still broad daylight. Yu Hengai was not interested, and sent all these people away. He began to think about how to find He Kanwon next, and not to alarm other people. Yu Hengai wore sunglasses on his face, and many places in the club were dimly lit. In this environment, it was difficult for Yu Hengai to be recognized, but there were those sharp-eyed guys. Yu Hengai did not dare to take risks. Once his identity was revealed, then they will be summoned by the Ability Management Bureau to work, and the secret investigation will not be able to continue. However, when Yu Hengai didn't know how to proceed to the next step, a group of people in the distance came out. The group of people were all neatly dressed, their hair was combed neatly, and He Kanwon was walking among the group of people. They came to the edge of the bar while walking, found 4 sofas in a circle, and sat down. The dresses of these people are really gorgeous, and you only need to glance at them to know that most of these people are playboys of some family. For ordinary people, it is very difficult to fill their stomachs, but for these rich young masters, what they need to consider is not dinner, but what kind of goal they are looking for next. A group of people came out from the depths of the club, with several strawberry marks on their necks, and their bodies were wet, probably after taking a shower. Needless to say, they must have experienced intense exercise just now. Yu Henggai didn't expect that he would find no place to find through his iron shoes, and it would take no effort to get here. Before that, he was still thinking about how to find the bastard he can win, but now he came directly to his door at this time. At that moment, Yu Henggai started listening patiently. The distance can be more than 10 meters, but Yu Henggai is a supernatural being, and his hearing is very keen. It is still very easy to know the content of these people's conversations. Mr. You are so fierce. Your performance just now has made us feel ashamed. No wonder many women are so devoted to you, Mr. He. It turns out that you have money. A person said to He Kanwan with a smile. He Kanwan was also very proud at this time, and said, this kind of thing also depends on physical fitness. Isn't your family rich? Then find a way to become a supernatural person. Wouldn't it be good? This group of people is very envious of He Kanwan's strength. Even in this romantic place, He Kanwan's physical strength is far from what they can match, and the root cause of this is the difference in physique. Far surpassing ordinary people, even the weakest supernatural person possesses a powerful physique that is much higher than that of a strong ordinary person. These excesses are reflected in all aspects, even in clubs. He Kanwan's physique can support him for a long time, but others can't. When He Kanwan said this, these people immediately said helplessly, although our family has power, the preciousness of the supernatural potion is beyond your imagination. Therefore, except for the heirs of the family who are entitled to drink the supernatural potion, other than that, it's impossible for anyone else. Yeah, we just have some pocket money. It's impossible to become a supernatural being. Speaking of which, I heard that in the hands of Mr. He's wife, Miss Qin Qa, there are still many supernatural potions. Is this true? I don't know about that. Don't pretend. Many people in Yanjing City have heard that more than a year ago. These people from the Ability Management Bureau killed more than 40 corpse kings. Even if they were separated by Shen Feng for one part, there are definitely a lot of supernatural potions left, but in the end, the quantity is not enough, and there is only one reason, that is, they also secretly intercepted some, and I heard that they are kept in Qin Qi's hands. When He Kanwan heard this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. It seemed that these people made friends with him because they simply fell in love with a supernatural potion in Qin Qi's hands. This is not easy, even if it's in Qin Qi's hands, it's impossible for me to snatch it. I can't beat Qin Qi's. Besides, she's my wife. He Kanwan said hesitantly. However, at this moment, Mr. Li spoke up and said directly, Mr. We have been entertaining you for the past few months. No matter what kind of woman you want, we will find a way to find you. Among other things, as long as those big stars were in Yanjing, they were found for you, and judging by your current attitude, it seems that you don't intend to admit it. At this time, the role of the gift offensive in normal times appeared. During this period of time, He Kanwan has been respected by the young masters of Yanjing, and he will give whatever he wants, no matter what the cost is, and he will be satisfied. Moreover, the background behind the person is very big. If offended, it is definitely not worthwhile. So, He Kanwan had no choice but to reply, how could I forget the care of you gentlemen? I really can't beat Qin Qa, and it's impossible for me to grab the supernatural potion, Mr. As long as you are willing to do us a favor, you don't need to do it yourself. We get the supernatural potion from Qin Qa, so you don't have to worry about it. One of them said quickly, what? Help? He Kanwan asked hastily. Someone took out a small bottle from his body, handed it to He Kanwan, and said, this is what we prepared. If you eat it for Qin Qa, even a person with supernatural powers will not be able to withstand the effect of the medicine. After that, you bring Qin Qa, and you don't have to worry about the next thing. After Yu Henggai heard these things at this time, the anger in his heart could not be increased, and he wanted to fix these bastards immediately. But now there are so many people in the club, there are too many people in the club, and the nature of public killing is bad, so we can only look for opportunities. And He Kanwan actually agreed to the plan of these people. He said directly, this is a favor, of course I can help, but you can't let me help for nothing, right? What will happen in the future? Don't worry, Mr. He, All your expenses in Yanjing will still be covered by us in the future. You can do whatever you want in the future. When we also get the supernatural potion, then, maybe we people will still pay for it. We can form an organization of supernatural beings. The rest of the people quickly made sure that they would not treat Ikanwan badly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.